Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is July 4th, and I just remembered I should be over here. Yes, here we go. This is the correct scene for this game. How y'all doing? It is July 4th, and that means it is time for a big long all day stream. That's right. So let me just recap and explain what we're doing here. For the last 2 years, for the last two July 4ths, I have been randomly playing a good number of randomly been playing a good number of the 2D Marios, whole fucking bunch of 2D Marios, and in a randomized order. That's right, Yoshi's Island is up first. That's an important thing to know for today, but so I've been playing through these 2D Marios in a randomized order, and the first year we got through 8 games. And the second year we got through 4 more. Big part of that, the drop in number, is because that Mario Wonder took 4 hours all on its own. Whereas most of these Mario games, you know, they have shortcuts and they have skips, and they're not that long, actually. Which means that, you know, we've been able to tear through most of them pretty quickly. You know, 12 of them so far, and as a result, we only had 2 left. 1, Super Mario Bros. Wii. 2, Mario Bros. 2, USA. So that's not enough for a stream, so I've added 2 more on top of that. I added, the Mario Run on the iPhone, which we will be showing through, you know, the thing that I do where I put my phone on the screen. And I also added, the adventure mode of Smash Melee, which I know is the most tenuous possible thing that I could choose, but it's kind of not as fun if there's only 3 games on a wheel. I want there to be at least 4 to start. And then the second time we spin the wheel, it can have 3, and that's fine. I'll be honest, when it's down to 2, I am thinking like maybe there could be an additional twist. An idea that I had last night is, what if when there's only 2 on the wheel, we add a third choice that's just like, hey, here's a star, and for every time it lands on this, we have to do 1 star of Super Mario 64 at the very end. That's an idea that I have. We'll see, like, how time works out. Like, if we get to the last game and it's, like, 8 hours in, like, we can just end at that point. You know, we don't want to, I want this to go nice and smoothly. But if it's, like, 6 hours in and we're feeling pretty awake and alert, it's like, yeah, no, we'll do that gimmick, and that'll be fun. So, yeah, we'll see about that. I did not, I'll say I did get up at a okay time this morning. I got up at 11, decided to give myself 1 more hour of sleep, which, you know, it's 2 p.m. right now. That's fine. That's fine. It's not really a big concern, honestly. Like, I like to sleep in on the weekends, but I do have vacation coming up, and for that I will need to be getting up at a good, decent time and going to the beach, probably in the morning, you know, and hanging out and stuff. So I probably should, be adjusting my sleep schedule. It's also in a different time zone that's a little bit more, you know, ahead. So, you know, I'll have to be getting up really early, like an hour earlier, literally. Let me see if this wheel is right. Okay, let me get the wheel up. Oh, hang on, I don't think the wheel is in this view. Right, I'm gonna have to use, when we use the wheel, I think we're going to have to use this scene. Let me check and get that up. I should have prepared this, but I totally... One of those things that slipped my mind, honestly. Where the fuck is the wheel? Boys, I have too many things in OBS. It's hard to find stuff, honestly. There it is. That needs to be this. Okay. That looks pretty well adjusted. Just scroll the right way and line that up all nice and good. And then maybe size it up. I think this is sized such that it should be just like half the screen. Perfect, okay. Alright, so here's the wheel. We will spin it later on, and that'll be nice and good. Okay. Like, we're gonna start. So you can see here the 4 games on there: Mario Run, Melee, Mario Brothers 2 USA, and New Super Mario Brothers Wii. Those are the 4 that can come up. I will say we will be starting with Yoshi's Island because it's the longest of these, and I'm not sure how long it's gonna take. You know, we can't have this be the last game and it turns out like, oh, it goes 8 hours, you know, all on its own, which would be a disaster. And also like, you know, like if we spend like 4 hours on the rest and 8 hours on this, it'd be like 12 hours, which, you know, if that happened, we would want to adjust and maybe like cut some games, or at the very least end with games remaining, maybe for next year. I'm thinking we'll be able to get through this though. 1 second, one more thing. I forgot to mute my soundbar. Oh wait, I can just use... remotes. I forgot I have this remote. I usually just run over and hit the button. Excellent, okay. Good, seamless. No problem at all. Anywho, when we need the wheel, we will bring it up and we will spin it, and it'll be a whole thing. That'll be probably in a bit. It's probably gonna be a bit because we gotta go through Yoshi's Island. I got on a Superman shirt. I figured, you know, it's got red, white, and blue on it. I'll say it's not a year that's like particularly good for patriotism, I'll say. So let me just like right up top say like, yeah, no, the reason I do an all-day stream on July 4th isn't due to any sort of undue patriotism. The biggest reason is that I have the day off, so I can do an all-day stream. You know, like it's a free day that I can do whatever I want, and that's why I do this big all-day long stream. Because I have the day off. That's like the main reason. It's not because I'm like waving a flag or nothing. You know, it's not like I'm happy with the administration, okay? Honestly, I wasn't happy with the previous administration neither. Like, maybe to a lesser degree, to be fair. But they were also just a bunch of you know, the government seems to oscillate between doing nothing and doing horrible things. And neither one is my preference, you know. If I had to blame anyone for the current state of affairs, I would blame, you know, I'd say like, hey, you know, the people who do nothing and lose the favor of the American people probably have somewhat of a responsibility as well. They should really be doing good things and getting people to vote for them, rather than just being like, we're not evil, that's fine. No, it's not fine. That's enough politics, real world stuff. Things suck ass right now. Let's just play a video game. Let's play 5 video games. Yoshi's Island, let's go. It's time to start with Yoshi's Island. On this, July 4th, day that it is. A day that I have off, and I will spend with y'all playing video games. Yoshi's Island is a game that I've played in the past. You know, I'll say I've played it for sure, right? Like make no mistake, I have played Yoshi's Island a bunch in the past. It was one of the first SNES games that I had. I always found... Obviously, the way that I played it is the way that everyone plays it, insofar as like, oh, you know, you go for completion. Every level scores you. And as a result, you gotta, like, find every red coin and do all that other stuff. I'll say today, that is not the priority. The priority is Oh, I need to switch to this scene now. There we go. Big me, big me, big me. The priority is speed. And what does that mean? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Off to a great start. Motherfucker. The priority is speed, which means that we gotta jam. That means, like, we see red coins, no we don't. We see a flower, no we didn't. We lose some Mario points, who cares? You know, we are jamming. We are going to go forward as fast as we can. We are going to jump into the rings as fast as we can. Like, that is the priority here. Which is a really unusual way to play this game for me. I feel like did it the traditional way. Just like, you know, playing every level, scouring them. And, you know, honestly, as a game where you have to scour the same levels over and over, I was kind of turned off by that, you know, I kind of was, like, frustrated by, like, you know, you go through a level, but you miss one coin and you have to play it all again. You know, I kind of like, in other collecting games, how you can just, you know, you can just go back in and get what you missed, and that's it. Whereas this game, it's like, no, get that that flower again. Bah! It's fine. Get that flower again. Get those coins again. Go do that minigame again. I just find that to be a little bit odd, honestly. Which, I guess it makes it a surprise that I never tried playing it like this before. But, you know, this just feels wrong to do it this way. So, you know, kinda makes sense, no? Did anyone else play it like this? Or am I right to say, like, no, the traditional and correct way is to get everything under the sun, to try to shoot for 100%, and if you do otherwise, it's feeling wrong. Hey, Storm Trippin', what's up? So again, we're playing 5 quote-unquote Mario games, and in random order, with this one being first because, again, this one's probably going to be the longest of them, even if I'm just charging ahead and trying to just you know, get to the end as quick as possible, regardless of collection stuff. Technically, if you play the Mario Kart track, you can beat in 3 minutes. Didn't think of that. That would be an interesting one to add as one of the Mario games. It has to be 2D. It can't be 3D. No, that's disqualified. It has to be a 2D side-scrolling type experience. Sound okay? Audio good? I think everything's good. When I tested it beforehand, it sounded alright. I'll say, I didn't sleep terribly well last night. Honestly, I stayed up way too fucking late after yesterday's stream. And then, you know, had, like, spotty sleep on top of that. Got up at, like, 11 a.m. and, you know, watched some anime, had some food, and, you know, prepared for the stream a little bit. Mostly prepared the last few days. Sonic is way better than Mario? Well, Donkey Kong Country is better than both, so, you know, jot that down, Sonic fan. I'm not gonna say that, well, I mean, I never cared for the 2D Sonics, honestly. Like, I played the advanced games, like, as a kid, and they were good, and, I never really played the 2 and 1 and 3 that heavily. Advanced games were alright. They were pretty good, actually. I don't know what that was saying, but I don't care. Remember to go fast. Remember to go fast. Need to remember to go fast. I should at some point play... There are 8-bit Sonic games? I don't think there are 8-bit Sonic games. I think the Sonic started with the 16-bit, wasn't the Genesis the first, Sega console, which was 16-bit. Maybe you just mean in general. That's fair. That's fair. Anywho, let's play this game. Feels wrong to just be running by all these flowers, right? Just trucking. Not a care in the world, but this is how we gotta do things if we want to go it fast. Mario's slow. Yeah, I guess. Mario has some great shortcuts, and I think Mario's great. I'll say that! Going into today's July 4th stream, I think Mario has some solid-ass games. And we'll probably see some. I haven't played... I'll say of the other games, I haven't played Mario Wii, New Mario Wii, in ages. Probably since the Wii itself was a threat, was a concern. So that'll be interesting. I never was the biggest Mario Brothers 2 fan. Like, of the three, that was the one I was always played the least. And I'll say, like, I as a kid, the first couple games I had were All-Stars and Donkey Kong Country. And I guess I should say, like, Donkey Kong Country kind of made other games... It was hard to compete with DKC, I remember as a kid, the thing I really didn't understand at the time was, like, I would look at DKC and I would look at All-Stars and I'd say, like, how come one looks better than the other? They're on the same system. I was 7. I didn't understand, like, one was made later, so, it had more cutting-edge technology to build with, It's actually really good art for what it is, and at the time, that fidelity was brand new and really exciting, but, I feel like it's just... It's kind of forgotten now, maybe, how fucking mind-blowing pre-rendered graphics were at the time. Like, man, that made, like, traditional... fuck. That's a time loss. That made traditional animation, traditional pixel art look really long in the tooth by comparison. And it was kind of probably because of that, like, 2D kind of took a backstage for a while as 3D started up, right? Like, it was kind of hard to go back to 2D after 3D until the point where it became like, oh, okay, hang on. Pixel art's still good. There are a couple exceptions there, like Symphony of the Night, and, maybe a couple others. What else was there in that category of going back to that? Like a couple games. Not the hugest ones, but like a handful. Wasn't until like the style became more retro that it was able to come back into vogue. Which I think is, cool. Here's Bert the Bashful. We're gonna see his penis. God, we just played Conquer on the stream recently. There's a boss in Conquer who is literally just a Bert the Bashful situation. Except you do actually see his penis. Well, asterisk, asterisk, no you don't. You don't because it's too small to be seen. That's the joke. Giving away the joke of the... Should I be giving away the joke of Ugga Bugga Boss? The boss of Ugga Bugga from Conquer? I don't know. It doesn't matter. The thing I never liked about this game is that, like, you get all the way into here, you take one hit, your perfect score is ruined. I mean, I guess unless you pop a power-up, which, yeah, I guess you would pop a power-up in this case if you cared. But it could be really frustrating to go through a whole massive mission. Could you also just do a save or just die and return from a save? You would start with 10 health, though, so you'd still be fucked. You'd be extra fucked because you'd be at a lower star health rating than before. But today we don't give a fuck. Today we're just trucking. How many worlds are there? It's, we're like halfway through the first one. This might take a while, I think. Maybe like 40 minutes per world. Maybe like 40 minutes per world. And I think there's like 6 worlds. We'll see how long this takes. I'm really curious how long casually this game takes to do with my casual ass. With this level, we can actually go for the stars and the flowers and the coins, because what else are we to do? I mean, we should make sure not to die, but that's not so hard. This would be a really bad one to die on. I feel like with, you know, me playing these games first as a young lad and having the DKCs for comparison, you know, by the time I got this one, you know, towards the end of my days with the SNES, I had also had, you know, DKC 2 and 3 to compare against. Oh yeah, that's a thing to talk about. We didn't talk about yesterday. After the stream, I did realize, like, oh fuck, SGDQ starts this weekend on Sunday. Ah, crap, I'm really excited for that, and I probably should have mentioned that, and, you know, I'll be honest, I had completely forgotten that it was happening, and, you know, during that stream, I was like, oh, I should try to beat Clear Obscure this weekend, and now I'm realizing, like, oh, Sunday's taken, so that's fun, that's good, yeah, it's gonna be a good, you know, start to the thing. I have already, like, made some notes on my, taken some notes, gone through the schedule, and picked out, like, runs to donate during. I always like to plan that out ahead of time and say, like, okay, I'm gonna find, like, 10 of my favorite games and make sure to donate, like, certain amounts. I've been doing $100 for the last, since I got the new job, considering I have a little bit more money to throw around. So, you know, doing that, we'll definitely be contributing day one. There's some runs day one, like, near the start that I'm excited for. And of course, it's always good to see some, Yetis, that the Yeti lineup. I'm hoping that they have a Luigi shirt this year. I'm really in the market for a Luigi shirt. Been in the market for a Luigi shirt since, you know, December of last year, and they really haven't gotten one for me yet. Yes, good. Okay, I guess that's why we shouldn't get the flowers, because we could end up with a time-wasting minigame. Need to maybe consider not getting flowers. But that is the highest score that we gotten, a 98, damn. Hey, at least we didn't do badly on one stage. I'm excited, I'm ready, you know, tomorrow I'm gonna relax and, you know, maybe I'll play Clear Obscure, maybe I won't. I'll try to beat part 1 of Clear Obscure tomorrow, I'll say that. I'll try to do that, but Sunday... Yeah, that's gonna be SGDQ, mostly. And then the rest of the week, too, gotta, you know, keep up on the runs and stuff, and, watch when I can, and make sure I'm doing my donos during the games that I want to dono through. Dono-deering. I like a good dono. I don't donate that much throughout the year, but, like, during SGDQ and AGDQ, that's when I, like, you know, that's, like, the time for me. This is a nice dark level. I like how the guys there, you can see their lamps. You can see their lamps in the dark. Nice short one, though. Is there more? Let it be said, this is a beautiful game. They did a hell of a job with, like, the watercolor aesthetic. And, you know, it's beautiful, and it has a lot of very memorable levels. You know, I think that this is a game full of levels where we're gonna play them and go like, oh yeah, that one, hell yeah. I mean, we're about to touch Fuzzy and get dizzy, aren't we? Like, if we're talking memorable levels, that's like high on that list, isn't it? Also, by the way, I'll say, as far as more follow-up goes from last time, let me just say, like, yo, that second episode of Taco P, holy fucking shit. That, Jesus Christ, Taco P. What an amazing show. I can't believe how dark it is. Just phenomenally, horribly dark to the point where I'm just aghast by what happens in it. That's fantastic. Taco P, amazing show on Crunchyroll. On Crunchyroll, right? I think it's on Crunchyroll. Hey, it's time for Touch Fuzzy Dizzy. The new shows today are also really good. So far, the two I tried. Wasn't able to try all of them because instead I slept more. Time to touch Fuzzy and get dizzy, except actually, it's probably faster to... Is it faster to not touch Fuzzy and not get dizzy? Or is it faster to touch Fuzzy, get dizzy? I guess if we use skill, we can get past all the Fuzzy and dizzy. Fuck! Okay, yeah, good. So we used skill and got past the Fuzzy and dizzy, so we get to see the gimmick. Too bad. Too bad. It's a good gimmick. You get like wasted. It's very more Conker parallels other than Bert the Bashful and his penis. More Conker's Bad Fur Day parallels somehow. It's a little bit like a Bad Fur Day situation. You think that Conker, parts of it, were inspired by Yoshi's Island? No, you never pee on anything in Yoshi's Island. I don't think so. I'd be surprised if we see a third overlap. If we see a third overlap, I will raise my eyebrow again, and then dismiss it as coincidence. Because, really, it's just coincidence. I like these gimmicks with the spinning stuff. They're also in Yoshi's story. That's cool. The spinning gimmicks. These archer fish. Water ghosts. There are good enemies in this game that never came back. Like, I say they never came back. Never entered Mario, specifically. I guess it is worth noting, and worth noting specifically of this, you know, there are 2 more Yoshi's Island games, and 1 Princess Peach game that I have not included in my list of games to do in this gimmick, in this stream series. Is there a reason for that, you wonder? Just ban Sonic the Hedgehog? I don't have a problem with what he says. That's fine. It's fine to feel that way. You can feel however you want. I like Sonic Adventure 2 Battle a whole hell of a lot, you know. I like multiple things. And honestly, I'm more of a Donkey Kong fan than I am a Mario fan. I mean, Odyssey, 2D, well, Mario Maker is up there. DKC is closer to my heart than Mario is, honestly, just because it was my first game that I loved, so, like, you know, I'm not going to say, like, oh, you like this one better? Oh, how could you? Like, nah, that's silly. That's not how it is. You might be wondering, like, why not the other 2 Yoshi's Island games that are also 2D, and also isn't one of the Woolly World games 2D? The answer is, well, this game is really long, so it's already a stretch to include it in this stream gimmick, and also they're less interesting as well. You know, I chose the other games that I was adding specifically because they were shorter games. That's right, there's no timer tonight, though there is a conceptual timer insofar as, like, I would like to finish this all as fast as possible. You know? Like, this stream... Last year's stream went 8 hours. The stream before that, I think, around 10. Like the stream 2 years ago. So, like, it'll be less than 10 hours, you know? It'll be less than 12 hours. That's, like, the hard out. That's, like, maximum how long this can go. I'm pretty sure because the other 5 games are a lot shorter, that shouldn't be a problem. I bet we'll finish, like, in 8. Honestly. Maybe even 7. We'll see what happens. But, like, unfortunately, Super Princess Peach really isn't. Super Princess Peach and the other 2D ones aren't really viable. Also not viable, the story mode of Mario Maker 2. Apparently that has a how long to beat of like 8 hours. So like, yeah, that, you can only do that on its own. You can't do that as a stream with like 5 other games. I mean, maybe I can. Maybe I can't do that, but maybe you can. You know, maybe if you really speedrun the hell out of it, you could manage it. But like, I just can't. I'm just not gonna do it. You know. I was thinking maybe for like, Extra Life or, maybe for Extra Life this year we could do the story mode for Mario Maker 2. Or like for the anniversary stream. I'm not sure, we'll see. Maybe, you know, I would like to do that at some point because it seems like the kind of thing, as a Mario Maker 2 streamer, I should at some point play on stream. But it's not a high priority because it's like, you know, not the main mode by any means. 1 castle down. 1 castle down, 5 to go, and we're about a half hour in. Okay. That's good pacing. Okay. At this rate, it'd be about 3 hours. I'm gonna guess 4, because I bet the later ones are harder. This is, which level is this? This was, this isn't the one with the baseball. I think it's in World 3 where they get where you get the star power. And you can do Super Mario. Super Baby Mario. I feel like that's an iconic, bit. I wonder how much we can skip of that. Is that optional? Is any of that optional? This is optional. Goodbye, Poochie. We're not going to deal with Poochie today. Man, this game is pretty. This game is really pretty. Look at those hills in the background with trees on top. Hills like that don't usually have trees on top. They look really nice. The clouds contrast nicely against said trees. It's just pretty. It's a very pretty game. Anywho, I'll say, before the stream, I did watch the, 2 of the new anime today. Watari-kun? Watari-kun's asterisk is about to collapse. Seemed pretty good, pretty fun. I thought that was a good little rom-com type thing that is pretty over the top in a way that I like. On the other hand, the Silent Witch, that's maybe the easier recommendation today out of the new anime, I'll say. Like, the concept there is that basically it's about a witch so shy that she invented incantation-less casting, which is very funny. It's a good concept, and she's a total mess in a lot of great and funny ways. You know, just the idea of someone who just literally cannot talk to save her life, and instead of, like, failing out of Magic Academy, she's like, oh, I'm just going to not use words, and instead just cast magic without words. Figuring that out is like, you know, a character who just is constantly struggling and, you know, manages to pull through is basically the long and short of that. And it's pretty cool and, well done. Here's the one with the bat guys, the baseball guys. I like how each level has a thumbnail. The baseball boys. You know, if a level is introducing something, it'll be like, the thummy and all that. Icon, maybe you'd call it an icon rather than a thumbnail. I feel like the word thumbnail has just become more prevalent in the last 30 years. You know, when this game came out, did they even have the word thumbnail? What the hell does thumbnail come from, even? Is that like a math term? Oh, hey, I know this bit. Yes, okay, this is where it starts. This is an iconic part of the game, I think. I say, you know, maybe every part is an iconic part of the game if you get right down to it. But this is the first time that the star business gets introduced. You know. Also, low-key, the first time this redirection arrow has appeared so far, isn't it? Unless it appeared secretly earlier. You get the star and then you run on walls. It's cool. And the spikes that would be instant death if not for your super ability. Fuck! We got a checkpoint, right? We got a middle ring. Yes, we did. Okay. That detransformation was ill-timed. Damn. I was just thinking, oh, it'd be nice if you could just stay as Super Baby Mario and actually do some legitimate platforming as Baby Super Mario. But, you know, I guess maybe you want to just, like, stop and try to be somewhere safe when you know, Clark Kent. When you become normal baby again. That's not how Superman works. Superman, it's not like he turns into Clark Kent and is like, oh no, I'm powerless now. He could totally kick your ass even if he was wearing glasses. Why don't in modern Superman, you know, you think he would just say like, oh, I got LASIK, it's fine now. You know, I don't need glasses. I guess it's a secret identity, but you know, you could just not wear glasses. Say you got contacts. There must be, like, people in Clark Kent's life who are like, hey, you know, you can... Fuck, we don't need to do this transformation. Whatever, we're doing this transformation. Transformations are fun. They're not fast, but they're fun. Yeah, it's not that unfast if I just dig to the right without even trying to use the gimmick. That wasn't bad, actually. There's so many cool enemies in this that, don't come back, ever. Or, you know, outside of the specific spin-offs where they're around. Or, I guess these Meowsers... Meowsers? No, Meowser is like... Are they called Meowsers? They're called something. The cat guys, I guess they do appear in, like, Paper Mario and other stuff like that. More crossover in, like, Paper Mario would be cool. I mean, if they made them good again. You know, I honestly think, like, it'd be cool to see, like, Wario Land enemies in a Paper Mario context. I think it'd be cool to see like a Kremling or something. Wait, what level is this? This is the big cave? I think this is the big cave. This is a cool level. This is a level I remember. I mean, this is gonna be a weird... Some of these exploration-heavy levels maybe will be a bit weird because we'll just be tearing ass. We're just gonna plow. We're just gonna... go really fast. We're gonna start the level over, it's fine. What's Gusty taste like? That's right. Wait, I thought it was a... Must be thinking of a different level that starts with something like this and then goes into a cave. Because, of course, Gusty would be an outside level because it's not like these guys can appear inside, right? I feel like there's... Doesn't matter. Yeah, isn't this a cave? Yeah, it is a cave. Yeah, it is, and you go through walls and stuff. I know that! I just threw an egg! Thanks for the tip. He's just doing his job. I'm not upset. Yeah, this is an iconic cave level. This is one that I think is high quality. Let's continue on trucking. You go through that part. There's a whole puzzle part to the left that we're just going to outright ignore. There's a bunch of stuff over there that we are also outright ignoring. My god, this game goes fast when you're outright ignoring stuff, huh? We're just going to not bother with the whole pushing the rock business. One of the more iconic parts of this level, which actually, as I do it now, I guess that was kind of for nothing. Like, do you just push the rock to kill the enemies? Doesn't actually get you anything, does it? Huh. Levels really go fast when you're just running right through them. Huh. Like, this game, usually you luxuriate. It's like a hot spring, you know? You lay back and you soak it in. And you see every corner of the level and you just do a bunch of collecting and stuff. And just tearing ass, it's just so wrong. Let's continue to tear ass. With a lot of these, you have to do, like, puzzles and stuff, right? And is this the one where, yeah, the diagonal. The goal is to get a diagonal ramp built. Or to get up to there without this diagonal ramp in a way, so you can do a thing. I'm not 100% sure where the way is. I think it's this way. I'm scratching my head here. This is an optional bit. I'm a little bit turned around. I know that it's like a big... You gotta do a thing to get up to... You gotta get a key, that's it. To get a key... You have to do some crap to get that. There's this ramp. You can use to get there later. I've never been a big fan of the crying Mario, you gotta get him gimmick. That just never, it's frustrating to me in a way that, like, just getting a regular life isn't. You know, the fact that, like, oh, you know, you got hit and now you're not directly punished, and in fact, the severity of your punishment is just based on how long you take after that to get it back. But it's always just like, ah, damn. I don't like the sound of baby crying. And also, You know, it just breaks the flow a little bit. Is the sound synced up? Like there's... Let me just reset the sound real fast to make sure. Maybe it's just I guess it's fine. No. Yeah, just sounds a little bit off to me. Oh, damn it. You know what? We're just gonna rewind there. Just gonna rewind. I'll say, you know, in the games in which I can rewind, I'm going to be using that sparingly, if at all. And I'm not going to use it to undo debts. But if there's something like, oh, you know, you can't get into that shortcut now without dying and starting over, I'm definitely going to go like, yeah, no, that's just undo, you know? I'll say, like, I am not 100% sure where the shortcuts are in, Wii or in Super Mario Bros. 2, so I will have to Google real fast. And I'll put my phone on screen to show the Googling. So, we'll see together where the hell it is that we have to go to get through the game as quickly as possible. There's not warps in this, right? If there are, I would be very surprised, and I've never heard of that. So I'm pretty 99% sure that there aren't. Be cool if there were. I feel like the warps were just a very cool thing about older Marios, which, you know, I think it was good to include. NNYS Bop. That's probably one of those fancy emotes where you have to have some sort of integration to see them. I don't know what's the deal with that, honestly. And even if I did have that integration on my web browser, I'm not sure it would work on OBS. But I'll take that as a hello. Hello. KitKat TM3. Let's kill this ghost. Easy. Yeah. Seven TV, yeah. I know some streamers that use that, and I think some of them are like custom dealies, you know, they get like custom emotes through that. It's cool. How much sleep did I get last night? About 6 hours. Oh, you know what, that's fine. I'm just tired because I've been tired. Maybe 6 hours of sleep just isn't enough. I should try to get more tonight. Where I got to be tomorrow, anyway. Let's fucking go. Fuck! Back to the start. I mean, we're gonna try that stage again. Let's fucking go. Forwards this time. We're going through this game fast, folks. Within reason. I think we're making good pace. It's fine. I wonder how many transformations you just avoid. You'll be back, my baby! I wonder how many transformations you avoid just, you know, not going for 100%, just going for any percent. I wonder. There's probably quite a few of them, honestly, where they're just strictly optional in a weird way. Hey, KitKat. This feels, again... Great. This feels so weird to be playing this game in a fashion where I'm just, you know... not getting the collectibles. That just feels... so odd. What is that even? Looks like a hairy donut. With a hole in the middle. Without the hole. A donut with no hole. They call those donut holes for some reason. Donuts without holes. That seems backwards. I don't know. I'm not an expert. Let's go. Let's do it. 32. Not very much, but who's counting? The Cave of the Mystery Maze. This is the cave where it's all vertical and you just go right down. This is a cool one. I do not for the life of me remember what the correct answer is for, like, way to go forward. Hang on. Is it this? I think it might be this, actually. I think this is the way forward. Alright. Yeah, fuck yeah, that's a one-way. This is it. Perfect. We got through the mystery of the mystery maze in, like, 2 seconds. Usually you want to do everything other than the mystery, and you want to start by collecting everything, but, we're not giving a fuck tonight. We're charging forward. Usually that's a very iconic part where you spend forever, like, checking out the various layers. Tonight, nope, we're charging. We're charging forward. Where's the exit? Where's the exit? I think that's the exit? I need to get to that, the springy dingy. Oh, hang on. Here. There it is. What a cool way to hide the thing. What a good, it's kind of something you figure out, like, only after going all the way around. And also, you know, it's right at the start. And also, like, when you get back there, it's like, oh, right, okay. It's like you figure out where to go, and then you can figure out where to go. Figure out where you would need to go to get it done. More of these donut holes. Hairy donut holes. I don't know about that. I like these platforms that disappear after you, jump on them a requisite number of times. I think they're really cool. And, you know, this game has some... has some amazing levels that use them. Oh. Ah! It's fine. Yeah. I am sleepy. I hope, you know, like I said, I have vacation coming up in like a week. You know, I'll be on a plane next Saturday, not tomorrow, like a week from now. How early is my flight? I need to renew my plates. Also, my text tells me, the DMV tells me that's true. I need to do that. This is... Fuck that. This is an iconic level. Yo, this is the level where you eat these big guys, and then these guys in the wall. Well, you gotta get the right one. They transform into stars and crap. Always liked this level. This is the only time where these guys, either of these guys appear. I really like in this game, there's sometimes some bespoke bullshit, right? Like, bespoke enemies, bespoke, like, situations, mechanics, etc. that don't appear anywhere else in the game. It's kinda weird because it's good. I don't need to go here. I'm gonna undo going in there, because I don't need to be in there. This is the way forward. It's very cool. Ugh. What time is the flight? I need to check that. Is it like early in the morning? Knowing my family, I bet it's like real early in the morning, such that we can arrive at the shore like at 3 p.m. or something. Which will be nice. You know? It takes a while to you know, do a 3-hour flight, then to rent a car, and then to drive for like another hour or 2 or 3 to get to our final destination on vacation. It's gonna be nice by comparison when I go to Universal next month, and it's just, you know, you get in a... Actually, it can take a while. I like this big wall of Lakitus here. Again, just iconic. We don't need to concern ourselves with this. We don't need to care these guys. We can just run forward and get out of the iconic zone. Oh, right, I forgot this level also has the car bit. This is an iconic car bit. Has basically no connection to the previous part. Like, literally no connection. None of the enemies are the same. The wall gimmick is gone. Well, there are still walls, but you know, there's not enemies in the walls. The big shy guys are gone. It might as well be a different level. Always seemed odd to me. That's an odd thing about Yoshi's Island. How quick it is to change gears entirely and be like, now for something completely different. Okay. It's fun. It's a fun thing that's completely different. I'm just gonna text what time is the flight. What time pickup? You know, carpool. I'm gonna take one car. Lose my, you know. I'm not gonna drive to the airport and park my car there forever. That'd be silly. You know, for the week. Better to go with, my folks. Gonna pick me up and, you know, we'll get on the plane. Go together. Again, I'll say, I talked about it extensively last time, but, going to the Jersey Shore, because, it's sort of a family tradition. Like, half my ma's side of the family likes to go up to the Jersey Shore, like, once a year. And, we haven't been there, our side of the family, in, like, since pre-pandemic, so, we're going back out there again now. It's a little bit farther for us, considering we're in Texas and they're in New York, you know, but, should be fun. Just me and, like, 30 plus of my closest relatives. There's, like, what? 9 cousins. Probably, like, 5 significant others. In addition to that, probably more like 6 or... Probably even more significant others, honestly, at this point. My family, you know, including brother-in-law, now 5. Oh, including nephew, 6. The next generation, that's like 6 as well, including nephew. Oh, it's nice how that just respawned, like, immediately. Didn't even have to get that far off screen. That's really nice of it. Really nice. Really nice video game. I appreciate it a lot. There's, like, 6 and probably, like, 10 plus, at least 11, 12 in the generation above me. So 11 in my generation, including myself. 12 in the generation above, including an ex-wife who still comes by. still rents a house and all that. She's you know, able to do that, you know. She rents her own house, you know. It's cool. There's still Grandma is still kicking, so that's one more, and she'll be there in you know, the capacity to which she is active. I'll say she's like 91, so you know, last grandparent. What are you gonna do? She's like 91, 92. She's in her 90s. That's I think she's in her 90s. That's like as old as you get, generally. You know, I don't want to sugarcoat it, you know. I only have the one left. It's you know, only a matter of time. She'll be there. That's yeah, you know. And also there's the second cousins and the second uncles and the second aunts and uncles. I don't keep track of them. So, yeah, 30 on our side of the family, and then probably like, I don't know, there's probably like at least 20 on the second cousin side that come by for drinking parties and things of that nature. I assume they still have the drinking parties. Like, if they still do, I hear they don't do dinners anymore. It used to be every night someone would host, you know, and everyone from our side of the family would come by. You know, obviously the second cousins would not be invited to this particular thing. It'd be like, no, everyone in the under grandma gets to come to this dinner time, and we all have dinner together. I hear that's not a thing anymore, but I would imagine that there's still the drinking parties where they hang out and drink and just talk about stuff. You know, it's a drinking party, what the fuck. Not really my thing, honestly, because I don't drink, but, what are you gonna do? This is a cool room. I like these guys passing missiles along. It's a fun idea. Did they always miss so readily? Well, I didn't miss that time. Tell me that key didn't despawn. Good. It's gonna be a real fun week. Mostly, of course, you know, like I said, it's mostly with our family, but like at the beach, we form like one massive block of beach towels and you know, basically encampment on the you know, of tents and not tents, but you know, parasols and beach chairs and things of that nature. Just a mass of them as far as the eye can see, and like multiple layers too. As well as the drinking parties, and then maybe like everyone goes to Atlantic City together. I don't gamble as well, so Atlantic City doesn't interest me as much, but I definitely still go. Just to be like, oh yeah, look, it's like a boardwalk, but a little more ritzy, and also a little bit more grimy. You know, it's a little bit dirtier than the one where we, you know, rent house. In other words, we don't need this. I'm kind of worried about another key situation, but I probably shouldn't be. I'm probably fine. Just charge forward. This level is one where the backtracking, we're like not scouring the level, kind of comes back to bite us insofar as we won't have the keys if it turns out there was a key situation. What's the most iconic level in this game? It's gotta be the moon. Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy's gotta be pretty high, actually. But Raphael Raven with the moon, that's gotta be up there as well. No, no, no. Baby, 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 come back. Baby, come back. Oh, baby came back. Is that a thing? I feel like that's like a song or something, or like part of that baby got back thing. You know, like with the baby back ribs. I want my baby back ribs. Chili's. I think about that the scene from The Office where it's Michael Scott and the guy from the district or whatever, and they're singing the song, you know, I want my baby back, I want my baby back, Chili's, baby back ribs. Is that a thing that the kids know? I mean, I don't think I don't know if I knew it at the time. Just like a random advert that they were referencing at the time. Advert. I'm American. I should say it the American way. Advertisements. Random ad. That's our shortening of it. That's like the UK way of shortening advert. I mean, it's honestly a pretty good shortening, except you can do one better. Just cut out the vert. Just add. Just add. This is the final room. I know it because, and I know that all these things have bupkis in it. We can just go through the door and fuck up a lamp. One of these you can skip the boss fight. We should try to do that. If you stand on the ledge and you snipe the piranha plant, you can skip the fight. Let's see if we can do that when we get to it. Okay, baby, just hang out there. Baby, be good. Baby, be good. I'm just trying to win a fight right now. Alright, baby, I hear you. Was worth it, baby. Was worth it, baby. What's the lowest score that you can get on a level? 1? Can you get 1? Like, has anyone... There's... Oh my god. It'd be hard because you would have to, like, take damage and get the baby down to 1 every level. And you'd have to avoid all the collectibles regardless. Can you get 1 on every stage of Mario, Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island? Can you get 1 on every stage of this game? I wonder. You'd have to really get down to the wire with the baby and then just jump into the ring like a second after. That's probably not viable, is it? I'm curious, like, if that's been done. There must be a YouTube video. If there's not, there should be. Hello, Ryan Cleary. There should be a YouTube video going, I got 1 in every stage of the game. And then probably, you know, you get, like, the bits that are like, oh, we had to jump around this flower. We had to carefully avoid these coins, which happen to be in the way, so that's inconvenient. Jump over this coin. Be careful now. Don't do that. Obviously don't do that, and you even, you know, waste a thing. Go under here. Don't do that! If you get any checkpoints, you're gonna have to take more damage, so maybe don't. You're gonna have to wait longer, so I guess you would skip checkpoints if you were doing such a run. We're not doing such a run. Let me grab the checkpoint. An interesting to think. If any coins that are like literally unavoidable that we can see, that we get and notice. There was the time where you were going up the shaft, where there was a flower in the middle of the shaft in the mystery cave level. Can you get around that if you want to get you know, 1 point? I guess there's the question of like, can you take damage on every level at the very end, at the last seconds? to get under. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if there were levels, boss levels even, where like, no, yeah, you can't get damaged during this boss. It's not that kind of boss. And you only have like 3 seconds, maybe 2-3 seconds, until it recharges from 1 to 2. So you'd really have to fucking hustle. And hope, like hell, that Mario drifted towards you. It might have to be a task, honestly, just for, like, the Mario manipulation you would have to do to get him to be like, okay, well, if he drifts off in the left direction and gets kidnapped, you're fucked. So you gotta do some crap. Let me see, Yoshi's Island 1-point score. I wonder. I don't see anything. Oh, there's a YouTube video. Okay, hang on. I just Googled, let me put that on screen real fast, 1 second. Give me a second, folks. All right, here. There you go. There's the Yoshi's Island low score challenge. That's one video I'm seeing on the thing. So I'm wondering, like, you know, if there's more. How low can you get? Maybe it is the sort of thing where it's like, there's a minimum, it's not 1. You can't get to 1 necessarily in every level, but maybe you can, like, just get it as low as possible. It might be like A presses, where it's just like, no, you can't. It's hard to get that down to 0, but like, you know, steady progress is being made. Oh wait, there's stuff over here. I thought there was no, ground there. This is a case where you have to go up, right? Kinda looks like the pipe is the way, but the way actually is up here. I like videos with, like, weird challenge stuff like that. So, you know, maybe I'd watch that. I'd try to find, like, the video that did, like, the lowest, challenge of that. I bet you they get pretty low. I'm feeling like the answer isn't like, oh yeah, you probably can't get 1 in every level. That'd be literally impossible in some cases. Unless you use some, nonsense. You have to get over those coins that happen to be, like, right in the... I'm curious if you can get those coins without, without doing you can get over that gap without getting those coins. Let's see. Let's see if we can see. Like, can you get rid of those guys on the ledge? Okay, you can... First off, already not off to a great start there. Getting getting a flower when we really don't need to. Let's just see and try it and see what happens. Okay, we got some of this. This is easy enough to get pie. First, get rid of that. Then you can absolutely jump right over. Okay, that's easy, actually. It's not that bad. You just have to use your head. This is gonna be 0. Watch, this be 0. Oh, it's 1 plus 1. It's 2. That's good. What time is it? Round 3:18. We've been going around an hour, maybe an hour 10. So about a half hour per world. It's still about the rate we're going. Okay. Alright, there's the big water guy. These guys were like on the box of the game, right? I understand that like in early days of 3D, big enemies were like just very impressive because, of 2D, right? Big enemies were very impressive because you had to like staple together a lot of sprites to make them happen. A lot of like, you know, you'd see them and go like, oh my god, that's a huge guy. I hear things about like the Mac and Mango? What the fuck? The caveman games. That was a big appeal of them. So maybe like that's why this guy was like, oh, you know, he's a big fucking man that you know, is out to get you. Wow, that's just really impressive. It was at the time. It's still cool. These guys, you know, whenever they come back in a Mario game, like the Blargs or the other guys of that nature, it's like, oh, hey, those guys are back. Cool. Oh, speaking of cool, I like you jump on top of these guys and you spit watermelon seeds. It's cool. This is a cool game. This has been fun. I'm having fun going through this real damn fast. I think in this case we need to go back as a helicopter, actually. Helicopter is the critical path here. This is very fun. I have nothing further to say, other than, ugh. Kinda tired. What else is new? Nothing really. I do feel like, you know, every stream, there's oftentimes things I'm forgetting to say. And that's why I have that card system usually. Usually it just helps to have a structure to the stream where it's like, okay, talk about this, talk about that, talk about the other thing. And that way I'm also just not forgetting things I'm meaning to talk about, things that have come up in my life, or, you know, games I've been playing or otherwise. It's helpful to have that because I will literally forget things. You know, like earlier, just talking about like how SGDQ is imminent. Yeah, no, I totally forgot about that. It just slipped my goddamn mind. I also didn't mention yesterday, like, you know, yesterday the actor who played Mr. Blonde passed away. And I thought about making a card for him at the last minute, considering that, like, oh, you know, I had pretty much gotten all the cards made like in the days before, and I didn't do that, and then I didn't mention it. And I'll say, like, shout out to, you know, him. I thought... I love Reservoir Dogs. I love Reservoir Dogs. What the fuck? That's a fantastic movie, and Mr. Blonde is like one of the best characters, you know, and one of the best performances in that. And my God. Also, I found out apparently I've not seen Donnie Brasco. I guess I confused Donnie Brasco and Donnie Darko. I thought that was when I saw people talking about it, I thought like, oh yeah, the one where there's the devil. It's like, no, that's Donnie Darko. Different movie. Different movie, you know? I should probably watch that. I hear it's great. I like mafia stuff. I like Goodfellas. I haven't seen Scarface that often. Not a big Godfather fan, I'll say. Not into it. Just kind of, I don't know. I feel like I tried to watch it once in high school and just got bored. And maybe that's like not the way to judge a movie, you know, in high school. But I just don't feel like going back. Also, I know those movies are long. I guess I feel the same way about Lord of the Rings as well. That's basically also my feeling on Lord of the Rings. Long movies. Just noped out of them in high school. And, you know, never did go back. Where am I? This doesn't seem right. What else is going on today? Oh, these guys are in a room. I'll let these guys do their own thing. I guess, in a lot of ways, Yoshi's Story and Yoshi's Island are similar insofar as, like, they're both best if you, you know, just don't do the minimum, you know? They are best served with completionist mindsets, you know? Getting every melon, trying to get every melon that you can, or trying to get as close to 100 as you can, score-wise. Well, I think it's odd that I feel like people play Yoshi's Story and they don't realize there's that element, you know? They just grab whatever fruit that they see and think nothing of it. But like in Yoshi's Island, it's a lot more set in stone, you know? It's a lot more obvious, like, oh, I get this, I get that. There's this and that to collect. I can maximize my score by doing this, this, and that. Okay. I will do this, that, and that. Wonder if just, like, the more ambiguous nature of, like, Yoshi's Island, you know, just makes it a little bit less intuitive. There's no score screen at the end of Yoshi's Story. Well, there is, but it's not like it tells you, oh, you got 29 of 30 melons. Good work. Next time, go for all of them. You know, it doesn't grade you solely on that. It also says, like, okay, those apples also count. And also give you this many points. Multiplied by your streak, ooh, that's a pretty big number. And it's like, yeah, I guess, but... yeah. Anyway, that's cool. Jump over this guy. I don't know why this room is so red, but it's always been a very spooky room with the crabs. The red crab room, as it's called. It's not called that. But it's a red room with crabs, and it's pretty unique in the game. Going back into the red crab room. And now we're leaving the red crab room. Hope you all enjoyed the red crab room. Oh, I probably shouldn't have jumped. Okay, so it's fine. Let's do that again. Third time's the charm. All right. Cloud skip. Clouds exclamation. Cloud question mark. Cloud skip. What the hell do you call those things that have question marks? They're clouds with wings with question marks. What the hell is... I don't know what you call that. A question cloud? Magic bubble? I think this is it. Alright, cool. Good. It's time to meet a frog. This is where we get swallowed? I do think... I don't know that you can call this vor. I think if it's a animal eating you, it's not vor. I think it specifically has to be some sort of human or humanoid being for it to be vor. I mean, I guess Yoshi is a amphibian? Question mark? Is Yoshi an amphibian? He has a tongue like an amphibian. He's related-ish. Is Yoshi an amphibian? Maybe it is vor, I don't know. Not for Baby Mario, though. For Baby Mario, it's just the circle of life. For Yoshi, a little bit weird. Usually he's the one swallowing people. Usually he's the one swallowing. That sounds weird. Why is there an uvula in this guy's stomach? It's not how, stomachs work. This is why you don't eat live, people. I'm just gonna fuck up your uvula from inside. Oh, this one's even impossible to get a perfect score, a 1 score in, because as the cutscene is playing, as you're getting pooped out, you regain some of your life. Look at that, you can't get 1. I think minimum you could get like 3. 3 or 4. You think Yoshi's an amphibian? Maybe. Yoshi does have eggs, as do all reptiles and birds. I think Yoshi's a dinosaur, technically. But like a water-based dinosaur? Maybe with some, you know, convergent evolution to land at the same, body plan as a frog. I don't know how storks work in this world. Maybe the stork made a mistake. And, you know, misunderstood. You know, in this world, technically, storks exist. And they're the ones that do the business. So maybe they, it's like, hey, I got you your frog. Alright, yeah, you're a frog, you're a dinosaur, here you go. Here's your, baby. Oh, wait, can you get 0? Is it possible to get a 0 score by getting the baby, like, literally at 0? Oh, I didn't know you could do 0. I would have guessed that 0 was death. Might be able to do 0, actually. Okay. Nice save! Look at that! I mean, it wouldn't be nice if I wanted my baby to be happy. I got a checkpoint. It's good. We're still happy. Baby is still happy. But I'm still I'm still happy with it, is what I was going to say. Third time's the charm. What was that? Missile. Making good progress. Having a good time. This is a fun game when you play it like this. I don't know why I never played it this way as like a kid. I mean, I know why. You're kind of encouraged to take it seriously and get everything you see in front of you. But it's fun to do otherwise. For a change. This game does feel really great to play. You know, it has solid physics and really good level design. Like, that's all really great, and, you know, I do feel like frustrations with, like, the way that you can lose, you know, you can lose a run just by taking a hit. And, you know, not be able to recover your star points, and then you're fucked. You know, as far as score goes. If you don't give a fuck about that, fucking great. It like, is like at least a star ranking better? I don't know, maybe. It's really fun playing it this way. I recommend it. You do get told after every level that you suck. You know, like it does the thing and it's like half the time red. Like, were you even trying? Nope. No, I was not. The Cave of the Hairy Hedgehog! There's your Sonic plug there. We're going into his cave. Is Sonic hairy? I don't know Sonic is hairy. I don't know that hedgehogs are hairy. I mean, they're mammals, so I guess they are mammals. That is like a Sonic. It is a blue hedgehog, by the way. I'm using the stick half the time, and it does seem like if you input like down and diagonal, like a diagonal direction, you do duck down. So that's a little less good than in like Mario Maker, for instance, where it's very easy to play with a stick. For some reason, you're not like ducking constantly, but sometimes you'd like to. You know, for like purposes of, you know, getting between. Some levels require you to duck, basically. This is a dead end. Sleepy. I've had enough of these hairy hedgehogs. Where do you fuck? Where do you go from here? I think this is not the way forward. Way forward must be back somewhere. This is a situation where you need... Wait, was it... This isn't a situation where you need the... Oh, right, yeah, you need the rock. You need to roll the rock. Using the D-pad more because I feel like that might help. Still am ducking a bunch though. Wow. I could use a nap. I'm trying to nap less. Naps are nice though. I will say, you know, I've gone to Universal a bunch of times in the past. I'll be honest, on some of the longer trips, you know, where you have like multiple days at Universal, there's nothing wrong with a midday nap. You know, a day at a theme park is long, you know? It is honestly pretty long. And when you get right down to it, do you really need like 10 hours of being at the park? Probably not. You know, midday, I have definitely gone back to the hotel room and like had a hour or so nap before heading back out to do more stuff, you know, like after lunch, before dinner. A little bit of a break, you know. I feel like I should get out of that habit before I go to Epic Universe, considering, like, you know, I'm gonna be a bus ride away. You know, Epic Universe is not going to be... Well, honestly, I'll be a bus away from... You're always kind of a bus ride away, or at least a ferry ride away from your hotel room, but still, I should be ready to go the distance. Where the fuck is the goddamn exit? Fuck you, Harry. I don't have my tongue. First time that's happened, specifically. We've died before, but not that way. At the very start? I'm tired. Okay. I did die. That was pretty late in the level to die. Though then again, maybe, you know, it's not as bad as it feels like. You know, because I got turned... Ow! I got turned around a bunch midway. And took a while to figure out this boulder thing. Nice wake-up call. I appreciate it. Appreciate the the wake-up call. Ah! Feel like I've probably been tired for all these like 4th of July streams. I'm always tired during the day. I tend to be most awake at night. I don't know what's up with that. You know, even on days where I'm like forcing myself to be awake and you know, trying to be like, okay, well, I'll be tired, so at night, I'll just collapse. You know, I push past a certain point, I'm feeling 100%. You know, suddenly awake and active and a whole 9, you know? These arrows point here, but there's nothing. I can't, there's no... Is this the key door? Oh, I'm gonna regret not going back for the key, aren't I? Okay, let's check up here. I guess let's just look around. Honestly, it's been a while since I played this game, but I have beaten it before. If anyone just wants to, like, tell me what... Let me go back up here. If anyone just wants to tell me, like, hey, go get the key, it's at the start, I wouldn't mind. Maybe it's through here, though. Maybe this is just a place where you get a star. That looks like it's just a place where you get shit. We don't have to do that. I think it's at the start, and I don't like that. I wish it wasn't. Let's push this over here. Try to climb off this. What? How the hell do you get up there? Is it something like you have to get the boulder to the right spot? Maybe on top of this platform here? Looks like it's like slanted. Wouldn't that just roll right off? Yeah, no shit, it rolls right off. Probably wouldn't give you any sort of advantage over just jumping from here. Am I doing something wrong? Did you not see the key? I do see the key, it's down there, but how do you get there? Is there a different key? Can I use... No, I can't, like, ricochet an egg. Are there windows in this level? This inside, like, a big building? Hmm. That's interesting. There's, like, windows in the background. I thought this was, like, a cave, but I guess it's more like a greenhouse or something. I mean, it does have, like, cave foregrounds, but caves don't usually have windows. What if I go over here and see if there's... That's just not anything. Roll this rock up a hill. I can roll the rock the rest of the way. I don't see why this would help. I always found this type of rotation to be weird, where the shadows are just insets and the object rotates, including the shadows. Like, that's just not how shadows are supposed to work. Never really cared for it. I can't get over there. What is this level called? Goodbye, baby Mario. I'm tired. I want to see what this level is called because I have no idea how to get through it. No, what's it called? Oh, right, Hairy Hedgehog. Hairy Hedgehog. Yoshi. Level. The Cave of Hairy Hedgehog. Super Mario Wiki. Let me pull up the iPhone. Two entrances to the cave, one below and one above that leads to the key. The level focuses on finding a key to unlock a door. Okay. Well, I guess if we want that one, we have to come from the outside. That explains it, but what? I'm not quite... What? I tried that jump like a bunch of times earlier, and it just didn't work. Oh, fucking hey. It was good and right to reset. That was essential. Now we're good. Okay. 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 Ugh. Gotta stand on it and roll the thing. Fucker! Do these enemies all respawn too? It's really annoying if they do. I don't know if they do, so I shouldn't jump to conclusions. But maybe it is sometimes bad that it is so quick to despawn things, actually. Like, I really needed that one to be in the spots. You know, sometimes it's handy to, like, despawn and respawn something, like, right away, but other times, like, I needed that to go forward, actually. Well, you can jump off an enemy to get a high hover. Maybe that would be another way to do it. Just get like an enemy. I don't know that there were any enemies though to do it with. No flower, no flower, no flower, no flower. Yay! That one took it out of me. Ooh. Okay. What else is going on these days? Y'all playing any games? Are there cool games coming out? There's Donkey Kong. That's feel like the most important one right now. The one that I, for one, am most looking forward to. And for sure, I bet it's gonna be like the you know, top-rated game. Tippy top. I don't know. I didn't watch that overview trailer, but you know, like I said last night, I did watch some of the look at some of the previews and stuff, and you know, fucking glowing. At this point, I don't feel like there's anything more to be gleaned from just like preview coverage. Just like, yeah, it's less than 2 weeks away now. You know, I'll play it when I play it, and it'll be a good goddamn time. And I'm gonna do my first. I'm going to stream my. I'm gonna try to stream my first impressions of that game. I can just get past this. Perfect. I feel like the jungles are pretty cool in this game. The jungles just feel iconic. With the mud and the rocks and the water. I guess maybe this is... You think this influenced, like, Mario Maker 2 having the... Mario Maker 2 having the thing? That's a problem. We need battery to play. I can switch to Joy-Cons. I could switch to Joy-Cons, that's fine. With the Joy-Con grip, too? I maybe will do that. I should really plug in my controller more often, but I don't, so, you know. Whatever. I still need to lock in dates and stuff for the Universal trip. I'm still like mulling over like 100% my what I want to do. I think I have decided on Aventura. Definitely going with Aventura, I think, instead of Cabana Bay. It's just a little bit closer to like from what I hear, it's pretty much equally close to the Volcano Bay. Volcano Bay, yeah. That's what that's called, the water park. It doesn't have its own entrance, but basically, like, Aventura is, like, right outside of the main entrance where you come in usually. And once I realized that, it's like, oh, like where the bus drops off. And I guess it uses the same buses as Volcano Bay to get to the other parks and stuff. That'll work. Yeah, no, that's perfect, actually. Yeah. That's just about right. And also, it's really close to the, one of the hotels that's on the water. So you can just literally pop through their lobby and just go to their, like, water taxi to get to the main parks. Which I think will be, how I do when I go to the main parks. Epic Universe is gonna be a bus ride away, but I'm told for all the cheap hotels, it's always going to be a bus ride away. Like, even with the ones that are on sites, they're far enough away where you will have to ride a bus to get to the entrance of Epic Universe. You know, it's maybe a 10-minute walk, but like, you probably don't want to walk that in Orlando heat. That's doesn't make sense. Look at this horny tube fucker. And maybe he's not horny. He's just he has a suggestive mouth. I don't know. He looks like thirsty in the way that you know, in the parlance. Anyway, that's exciting. That's gonna be good. I'm still deciding between, like, you don't think? Kinda has like a look to him. Maybe I'm reaching. I don't know. You know what horny is. Everyone knows what horny is. I feel like being a watery fellow who lives in a pipe. That, you know, I don't know. I guess a lot of people live in pipes here. You know what horny is. That's right. I might be reaching, honestly. Maybe he's just, like, excited. He's just like, yeah! He's just a guy. He's just a little freak, you know? That doesn't mean he's horny, just like he's, you know, ready to go. I feel like, you know, not helping my case here. I could go either way on it. I'm not. Look how his mouth is open. People don't usually, like, have their mouth open like that. That's sort of the look I feel like they're having. I think he's into it. No, baby. Okay. I think there's an argument for that. I need these guys to respawn. Are you guys gonna respawn or what? Motherfucker. Well, this isn't good. We're stuck between two piranha plants who spit us the wrong way. I hate it when I get spit the wrong way. Spit me the right way. No! Well, that was gonna happen. There's no two ways about that. Do these guys live inside every pipe? Every pipe that is spawning Shy Guys is just secretly one of these, like, hunched up in there going like, yeah, I'm spitting out Shy Guys. Here's a Shy Guy. Ooh, I'm just full of Shy Guys. Like a clown car or something. I don't know why spitting out Shy Guys would be your fetish. That's a weird fetish to have. You know, I'm not gonna yuck any, you know, I'm not gonna yuck you up. You know, if you're into clown cars things, you know, if that's your jam, like, I'm not gonna argue with you. No. If you're into clown cars, you know, that's your business. More power to you, you know? You know what you like, you know what you like. I mean, I imagine maybe you like more than just clown cars, you know? Maybe you like other aspects of the circus business, you know? You see like an elephant. Ooh. No, don't. Please, no, not the elephants. Come on. There we go. I hope you don't see an elephant and go, Daddy like. You know, I hope that's not your thing, but I'll say there are some yums that you should yuck. Bestiality is one of them. Then again, if you are like a giant sentient blob, who am I to say, like, you know, what's off limits? Like, Elephant Mario is an elephant. People definitely got horny for Elephant Peach, right? That's fine. That's okay. You know, I'm not gonna. I think I think you're fine. I think you're in the clear. Sentience is like a, you know, there's sentience there. That makes it okay. We're not talking about dumb beasts. We're talking about Mario. We're talking about Mario, but they're like in furry form. People are furries, right? Furries are okay because there's the sentience part. But obviously, if you're talking about an unintelligent animal, that's weird. There's like a distinction there. You know, I want to be fair and balanced here, and I don't want to, like, come across as judgmental. Now, how do we do this? I think we can just, like... Shit, yeah! Fuck you and your boss! I love that that's possible. Yeah! I am awake. I feel good. I feel good. We did the third thing. We're like halfway through the game, right? It's we're about 2 hours into the stream. Excellent. Yeah, we're on pace for like a 4 hour this, and then the rest probably will be like you know, 2-3 hours maybe. I don't know how long some of that will take. We'll see. I think we're making really good time. I think we'll be able to finish this tonight, folks. And there will not be a 4th year of this gimmick. Next year we'll have to have a different gimmick, or perhaps even just, you know... I like doing a stream on the 4th of July, just because I have the day off. And, like, you know... I so rarely take a full day to do a full day stream. You know, do a long stream. And it's just easier to do on a holiday where I already have the time off. It's possible that, like, by this time next year I'll have a new idea and be like, oh, you know, we're going to do... Doesn't even have to be complicated. It could just be, like, a really long game. Like, oh, let's play Portal 2 and try to get it done in, like, one segment. How long is Portal 2? Can you do Portal 2 in a one session situation? Maybe. I could go with Portal 2, been a bit. Where's my baby? Why do you have my baby? Fuck you, yeah, fall into that fucking hole. Fuck you, why are you back? Fuck you, cock! Ah! That guy fell into a hole and then was still able to steal my baby. This is Go-Go Mario. Hey, this is a... I feel like this is an iconic level. This is like a big Super Mario level. Does the Mario Super mode in this have a name other than Super Mario? It's a big level for that gimmick. There, we don't have to do that shit. We can just do that. I like these green bullet bills. I think they're stylish and cool. I wish there were more green bullet bills in the rest of the series. And they're a little bit girthy, you know? They have a big girth, They're big fellas. I like to look at them. Somewhere between a regular bullet bill and a bonsai bill is these green bills. They're cool. Oh, I forgot that Touch Fuzzy Get Dizzy came back for a second time. I totally forgot about this part of this level. You know, I'm pretty sure pretty soon here we're gonna be like doing some cool, yeah, this is a really cool, we're gonna be doing some Super Mario type business, but that was a really cool part, and we continue to not, touch Fuzzy nor get dizzy, which, you know, straight edge, we're straight edge. This Yoshi is what they call straight edge. Y'all know what straight edge is? It means that you're cool, but you don't do drugs. You know, you're both of those things. Cool, but no drugs. Straight edge. Alright, it's time to get Super Mario. I mean, is this not a drug? Are stars drugs? They do transform you, your body, your everything, into a, you know, a new form. That was really short. I thought that was longer, but okay. That was a fun little bit. It's always fun every time you get to run around as Mario in this game. You know, it's a really cool variant on the regular Power Star situation, even if it is just over like that. And I like the thumbnail. I like the thumbnail of this one with the baby Mario. Ugh. Very curious how these 5 games are gonna go. Like I said earlier, you know, the gimmick here is that they're in random order. So, like, we might see Mario Run as, like, the anchor, or we might be into Mario Run, like, right after this. You know, the actual Mario games that were left over could be next, or it could be that, or could be, Smash Brothers, which I add just because there weren't enough games in the lineup, and also it's really quick, so, you know, it won't be that much of a to-do. By the way, I will say, for character for the adventure mode, I'm thinking Bowser. I think Bowser would be fun. It's really a shame. I mean, I guess there is Super Paper Mario, and also Bowser's Inside Story as well, but I do think it's kind of a shame. Just ground pound down. I do think it's kind of a shame that there's not like a 2D game where you play as Bowser in particular. I think that'd be really fun, you know, and I bet you could give him like a bunch of cool abilities, you know. I bet you could give him a lot of cool abilities and a lot of cool, like, destruction. You know, I feel like a Bowser 2D game would be not too dissimilar to somewhere between, like, a Wario game and, like, Donkey Kong Bonanza insofar as, like, yeah, you'd probably be, like, wrecking shit up. I guess the closest that we've come is the, spoilers, the end of, towards the end of Odyssey, you know? Like, there's some stuff in Odyssey that is, like, I'm vaguing it up a little bit because I was too specific at first. There's stuff in Odyssey that is, pretty much exactly what I'm talking about. I'll say no more, say no more. I'm gonna take my headphones off for a second. Quiet outside, that's nice. I guess, the kids, they come and they yell more in the afternoon, more in the evening. You'd think on the July 4th they'd be they'd be yelling and screaming all day, but it's not that bad, actually. Nice. I bet you could do some real cool stuff with Bowser. You know, fireballs, his melee, his like, this is a great level. Oh, balloons! 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 No! Right, you ride balloons in this level. I thought this was the one where you just, like, run along the things and it's just, real nice and free, but, no, this is the one where you ride balloons. And you can stop if you don't want to die, and just wait for the balloons to come. It's not that hard, actually. It's not a difficult level. Honestly. Now we can run and jump. I think that these, you know, I've said before, you know what I should say? I've said before I think that it would be cool if they added a Yoshi's Island style to Mario Maker. Maybe not with, like, the Yoshi handling, maybe just make it literally, you know, hey, you're playing regular Mario, but with a lot of the gimmicks and graphics of Yoshi's story, or Yoshi's Island, rather. And I think, like, if there's any one mechanic that that's like a must, it would be those disappearing platforms. A timed red switch that creates blocks and doesn't do a switch over as well. That'd be number 2. That's on the list as well. What else is there? Pillars that you can ground pound through. That'd be a good, I bet you can do some stuff with that. As far as, like, oh, you gotta go up there, and then, like, ground pound that all the way down to, like, unlock the next place to go. Obviously, you get these, like, bouncies that obey gravity. We should be thinking, like, what exactly... If you were to do a Mario Maker theme of this game, like, what exactly would you pull? What would be the signature gimmicks? I mean, would you have eggs? I feel like you don't need to have, like, egg throwing or anything. Like, that would maybe be a little bit of a bridge too far. I mean, maybe you do just make it, like, literally, like, oh yeah, you're playing as Yoshi, you get egg throwing. It's literally the thing, but I feel like that'd be a lot of work if they did, like, that much. Would there be, like, stairs that can appear out of nowhere? Maybe. I could see that sort of thing. Like, dotted line platforms? Yeah, sure. That's a possibility. I feel like it's not the strongest one, you know? Like, you can do some good puzzle stuff with that sort of thing, but it's not, like, the best puzzle stuff, if that makes sense. Ghost balloons, you don't need that. Balloons in general, dropping stuff over you. Yeah, those are like cranes, except you can't use them as platforms after, which is probably a plus. You know, can be used to drop things on your head. That's cool, yeah. Get that in there. What else? What else? This is a good, this is waking me up. This is, giving me something to talk about now. Great. Perfect. Just what we needed. Blah. Marching Mido's Fort. Bunch of these fuckers. I like these giant chain chomps. Could anything be done with these giant chain chomps? I suppose, like, if you wanted these giant chain chomps, you'd have to have some level of, like, background customization so that you could, like, build out the backgrounds and have, like, the chain chomps be there or not. You know, you need a very specific type of level to use those specific chain chomps, just insofar as, like, you know, usually you can't do background stuff in Mario Maker. I think those Yeah, this level. We're gonna do 2 of these and then get the save. That's my thought. Lava bucket. Sure, you could have that in Mario Maker. Oh, I think all these, like, spinny wheels need to be in Mario Maker, like, absolutely. Ones that stay in place, one that you jump on repeatedly to move left to right. Like, absolutely, like, that sort of... Honestly, Mario Maker is missing some sort of, like, spinny wheel with a bunch of platforms. Ow! On it. I skipped the checkpoint. Was that foolhardy? I don't know. Sucks for that guy, you know? I do like how sometimes these, like, paint a picture of, like, what's outside the fortresses that you're in. Like, oh, you know, in this beautiful meadow lies a hellish fortress. Ooh. Let's go up here first. We'll take these in a different order. How about we save the fucking lava for, like, first of the second segment? You know, since it can kill us in one hit. I don't know, maybe these other ones will also have that capacity, but... we'll see. I think those guys that, like, targets you and fire a thing, that's pretty good for a... Can you use these potted plants? I wonder. Maybe you can ride in them. Okay, I'll just kill the motherfucker. Okay, there we go. They kill a lot of I'm tired. Okay. Oh, that's an instant death room as well. Actually, that might be worse because those things are just all over. Let's go here. I mean, that's... okay, there's instant death everywhere to be found in here. I like the shy guy, what do you call those guys? Snoots or snufflers or... the shy guys that shoot stuff. I like them. Good to... okay, let's just go back to the start of the room. How about that? We go back to the start of the room. I can't do that again. I'm just gonna take a save. Wait, is it gonna be that there's another save point, like, through the key door? Don't tell me there's another save point through the key door. There's another save point through the key door. We don't have to, like, scrimp and save that much. We can just cash these in as we get them. I like this room. with these like breakout type tiles. Has some real like flavor to it. That doesn't last very long, but you know, hey, it's like, oh wow, this room has like its flavor of its own. I really like that in this game. It's very willing to just be like, hey, this room is just weird. How about that? This room has something in it. Like, it's kind of weird how this game is just so... You know, like I said before, like, segments will just be, like, very, very, very distinct from each other. It's not going to be like, oh, you know, A to B to C. Like, traditional Mario level design that you know, has been talked about to death on, like, various... You know, YouTubers and stuff have talked about this sort of thing of like, oh, you know, you introduce an idea and you build it throughout the level, and you just go through different iterations of that idea, just like building it up and iterating on it and evolving it throughout the level, and just like continually serving up new interesting takes on that core idea. And like this game kind of flies in opposition to that, with rooms that are just like, no, we're our own idea. We're a completely different idea. That other idea, it's done. I know the level is named after it. Well, tough shit, man. It's done. What do you want? You know, this was the touch fuzzy just get dizzy part. You won't see touch fuzzy get dizzy until like, you know, an hour from now. It'll be a different level. Parts of a different level. Not a whole different level. Stop stealing my baby. These guys always steal baby. I don't know why you would want baby. I don't want baby. If I saw a Yoshi with a Mario baby on top of it, I would leave it alone. I would not steal the baby. I would say, oh, this guy's motherfucker's got a baby. What the fuck? That's interesting. None of my fucking business. I don't care. Let it have the baby. It can hold on to the baby. I guess I am not a minion of Bowser. You know, Bowser, baby Bowser, you know, baby Bowser wants baby Mario. What else is there to say? He's like jealous of I don't know. I didn't pay attention to the plot. You know, the weirdest thing, I think I noticed that the color of the Switch Online stuff changed. Like oh shit, this guy. No, don't touch me. That's like lava. That's like instant death. My god, I'm glad I had a fucking key. So glad I had a fucking key there. That would have been death if I hadn't. I mean, I might have rewinded to the start of the room, like with the last one, just because if I beat a room, I don't want to lose progress. You know... That's just fucking common sense, honestly. I think that's, normal. Yeah, so this one... We need, like, one more, right? And these ones did not give extra checkpoints, so... Was, good and proper to take my, Good and proper checkpoint. Yeah. You know, the weird thing about this game is it abandons, I say it abandons, it doesn't have the, run button that previous, other Mario games have. It's just one speed, you know, you run at full speed regardless of whether you're holding run. I guess it was kind of ahead of its time in a way. You know, you think about, later games, like, yeah, no, they just let you run. You know, like, the 3D games especially, like, no, yeah, it doesn't makes sense to have an extra button for running. Because walking is just... You don't want to do it. I'm just gonna back up to here. I do feel like I was robbed on that thing, seeing this again, considering that, like, oh, you can't see the ground, you don't know where you're supposed to be going, and that there's something below you, and you definitely don't know that death lies below that. So, that's some horse shit. Let's just... I'm just gonna undo that. Wah. What? Oh, I got the key. When did I get the key? I didn't realize I got the key. Honestly, didn't realize I got the key. I got the key. We're done. This is one of the longer levels. Oh. This is the end of World 4? Or is this the... This is the middle of World 4. This is 4-4. Jeez. This has gone on so long. I kind of thought, like, this is the end? This is World's End? No, World's Middle. I think we're at, like, 2 hours, 20 minutes, maybe? 2 hours, 25. We started around around 2 p.m. sharp. Maybe 2:03. It took a little bit to actually get started. I had to explain the gimmick. Ow! Hey, 06i, what's up? That taco pee today, huh? What the fuck? My god, I was... fucking shocking. Man, I was just so aghast, like... Fuck. You know, that's... I had some ideas, some guesses where that was gonna go, just based on, like, the OP and stuff. And, like, oh god. That's... It wasn't another 40 minutes? No, it was 24 minutes, regular length. Which I guess means that this is gonna be like a... maybe it has like a double length, like, final episode or something. But, like... It seems like it's just a short show, like, total length-wise, but my god, if every episode is as good as the first two, that's... And as shocking as the first two, it's just like, my god, man. I'm really impressed by that. Again, I will also say Silent Witch is really cool. That's the other new show. That's one of the 2 new shows today, and I think it's just really fun, the idea that they had for, like, oh, it's a witch whose gimmick is that she can cast spells without saying anything because she's too socially anxious to say anything. So she sort of figured it out and was the first one in history to do it in her universe, which is just like. That's just a very funny thing to work out how to do. Oh, this is the level where you, like... You know, we've had problems with these stones before, earlier in the game, where they would just despawn. But this is the one stone in the game that doesn't respawn, because you are low-key supposed to, like, bring it all the way forward, which is a great gimmick. I think this is a quality stage. One I really actually remember. I assume that if you fuck it up, it's just for like a bonus thing or something. And things like this flower. It doesn't matter. Very funny idea, and also she is just a very cute mess of a character. Like, just very, very fun show. Silent Witch, it's good. Look for it. There's like 2 other shows today that I haven't watched yet. One of them doesn't look like it got licensed, and the other one is on Crunchyroll. You know, as these things tend to do. I don't know. We'll watch those after the stream, I guess. I like having new things to watch. New things to try. So, like, you know, I'm happy to see. Whenever I wake up and there's like, oh, there's 2 new shows to try, I'm a happy camper. You know, tomorrow, when there'll be like 2 more, 4 more, like, I don't know how many more. There'll be a bunch more tomorrow. You know what I'll say? This is like low-key one of the best escort missions in a game. And you know what the best part is? It's optional. You fuck it up, who cares? I mean, if you care about a score, you care, but you know, if you don't, you can just go on and finish the level. Like, you don't even have to deal with any of it if you don't want to. That's really nice. Usually escort missions are mandatory. I like it. Chain chomp stumps. I guess these are like chain chomp stumps insofar as you can ground pound them away. And are they literally the chain chomp stumps from like other games, but like just in like stump form, just like in tree form, pillar form? I think they're really cool. What am I doing? I don't need this. That goes the wrong way. Why would I want that? I just need to... go this way. What other things would you pull into a Mario Maker? I like these versions of various versions of the fish that like jump out of the water more aggressively or straight vertically. I think that's cool. I think you'd probably have to do these like this foam shit. This like block foam. I don't really know how different it is just from regular bricks other than like aesthetically. Like aesthetically it's pretty differently, but mechanically it's pretty similar. The foam you can run by running into it. I don't think you can run into it, but if you jump into it, or ground pound or egg into it, or do an enemy into it, that all breaks it. Or spit something into it. And by the way, again, as a small reminder, we're just trying to any percent this. We're trying to go as fast as possible. I'll say I am not any sort of pro. You know, I am not like an expert in these things, to be clear. By no means I'm an expert in these things, right? I'm not, you know, I haven't played this game in years and years, but I'm just trying to beat the game as fast as I can with, like, my limited memory of how you even get through some of these levels. I did have to Google something earlier. Don't mind that. Just to know how to get a damn key. I feel like if you put these doors in Mario Maker, these big double wide doors, which honestly, good door design. Like, people often put doors back to back with each other, just to make it so that they're, like, easier to step into. You know, you get, like, multiple choices and crap. Stilt Shy Guys, put it in. You need a lot of Shy Guys if you do, like a Yoshi's Island theme in Mario Maker 3. Like, yeah, just put, like, all the Shy Guys in. All of them. The watermelon one, the sniff it ones, put the bandit guys in there. Like, every single guy should be in as an enemy. Did we get a minigame? No, okay, good. Okay. Hey, Kitty Cat Games, how you doing? There are people on the Twitch side watching, you know. But, yeah, I suppose on the YouTube side, a little bit empty. That can be the case, you know. Feel like Twitch is better at, putting your streams in front of, like, all your followers, whereas, YouTube is a little bit more, you know, like, do I think that your followers will be interested in this stream based on the streams that they have and haven't watched? Like, I don't know. Whereas Twitch will just be like, yeah, you know, your people who you're following are online, go check them out. I don't know. I guess I'll say, like, I sometimes see people that I'm subscribed to on YouTube streaming, and it's like, oh, wow, it showed me. That just feels like a surprise. Who fucking knows? Give me your baby. Are these guys bad guys or good guys? We are stealing their I am stealing his child to use as a weapon. I'm not clear on that. Whichever way it is, I do think we're the good guys here. We need these. We're giving them an experience. We're babysitting. It's nice. I mean, we are literally babysitting. The whole game is babysitting. Like, that is the whole plot of the entire game, so what's 2 more babies? I guess it is worth noting that, like, Yoshi is not gonna throw baby Mario, no siree, but he throws these birds. These bird babies. Maybe they enjoy it. I don't know. Babies enjoy that sort of thing, being, like, thrown up into the air. Being thrown up into the air, you know, other such feats of daring. To be bounced about. Okay, cool. Oh, I didn't even throw these babies. Wait! Yay! Yay! Okay, you can leave now. It's fine. Go back to mommy. Or daddy, I don't know. I didn't even throw the babies. I should plug this in. I'm gonna unplug my phone and just plug it into my couch. This'll work, right? Probably will work. Oh, this is good, boss. I guess World 5 is like the penultimate world, so I'm pretty sure Raven has to be in there. What's like... We're getting down to it. I am happy about that. I think, by the way, I will take a quick break when we finish this first game. I will take a quick break and, you know, have some hot dogs really fast, as is the American way. I will, 1, have hot dogs. 2, put in some eye drops, which I need to do, middle of this in order to, like, you know, keep with my prescription schedule. And then 3, I'll, come back and do more. I'm not sure which way is the critical path, but let's just struggle through. I was trying to save that thing by eating it. Look, Bill, the Koopa's castle. By the way, Kitty Cat Games says hello, Twitch. Twitch. Very nice of Kitty Cat Games, I think. what else would you add? Maybe you would just make it, like, in the style of this game, you know? Have it so that you're, doing all the stuff here. You know, doing the Yoshi, doing the egg business, all that, full stop. Oh, we need to get a shell down here. Let me just rewind real fast and bring a shell down. We'll just go back up here. And grab a shell. Okay. I will allow myself to rewind to, like, take a shortcut a little faster, you know? I don't necessarily think of that as, like, a place where I should die to have to do it again. Or do some door shit. We don't have to be that, peculiar about it. There we go, we got the key. Ah. Blah. Now then, I'm guessing we need to do this ride. Easy enough. And then go through this door. Cool. Don't fish my baby. My baby is not to be fished. Breakout! If you were doing, like, a low score challenge, this would be a difficult room to be in. Because, like, that... Actually, it looks like these things don't, like, deplete your egg. So, like, it would just keep going until it either got into the ceiling here, or it hit one of the things. Get checkpoint. Ah, here's the checkpoint. Hook Bill, let's go. Ugh. I do like how every boss here is just like a powered up normal enemy. I think that's really charming. And, you know... I'll say, Yoshi's Island, better boss fights than basically any other 2D Mario. You know, if we're considering this a 2D Mario, then this one has some of the best boss fights, for sure. You know, they're all very elaborate, they're all very, like, built of bespoke mechanics, and they're all entirely different. You know, it's not like, oh, you jump on this guy and he turns into a shell, and then he, you know, spins around for a bit, then you jump on him again and he turns into a shell. You do that, like, 2-3 times, and then you're done. You know, it's like, oh, every boss fight is a different gimmick. Often involving eggs and, often involving eggs in a, compelling, interesting way, and being satisfying to play off. And some of them are really, like... And some of them break the mold in ways that, you know, they all break the mold a little bit, but some of them really break the mold. Like a fight against a potted plant, and a, fight that's in the belly of a beast. You know, where you get small and they don't. Like, they get creative with it, and, suffice to say, I think this is the best game, 2D Mario, boss fight-wise. Is there any disagreement? Would anyone disagree with this? Best 2D Mario as far as bosses go. And I know that one was one where you like knocked it over and then hit it and then he did a little spinning around. Like honestly, that boss fight was pretty Bowser Jr.-y, but like it's different enough and where like it really doesn't. It's hard to clock it, right? Like even the ones that are in that mold of other games are like far enough away where it's good. The hell is this dude? This Kamehameha motherfucker. Let's truck. Let's jam. Look at that big spike. I like the snow. I wonder how, you know, effects like this can be held on capture cards and like encoding, but also it's SD, so it's probably fine. Probably fine, right? Like, the way that encoders work is they like to see what hasn't changed and then just keep track of that, and something like a snow flurry above everything else just really makes the compression hard to do, unless it was like, you know, smarter and was able to go like, oh well. You know, while it does change, like, entirely as the snowflake passes over it, it does turn back to what it was before, after, you know. Like, there's probably ways of compressing it properly. I didn't know that wasn't a safe place to be. What's coming out tomorrow as far as anime goes? 06i, do you know? Like, how many anime, how many, returning stuff? Like, what are we in for? What's this weekend look like? I mean, we are now starting to get some of the first, like, returning, like, ones from last week as well. So, you know, there's, the one show from last week that was on, and also I believe there are some Sunday and Saturday shows that didn't end. I forget. 6 good ones? Cool. That's gonna be good. Any returning shows tomorrow? I forget what the next returning show is at this point. Had quite a couple. Oh, that's just for a star and you have to go up this way. Okay. It did look like that was the way. I guess those guys do come back. The whole Dress Up and Rascal. Oh, that's good. Dress Up Darling and Rascal, are those both tomorrow? That's sick. Anything on Sunday? What's after that? When's City the Animation? That's like a ways away. I'll say, you know, I did like prepare, you know how I like to do the cards, right? And like the Mario Maker streams especially, I like to do cards that have on them things I want to discuss, things that have been happening. City is Sunday? Excellent. I did go through all the anime of the season and like prepare the cards ahead of time for them. And my god, there's like 50 of them. It took me a while to get through all of them, and when I was done, I was just like, holy shit, that's a lot. What the hell? I guess that's what it is when you're trying out every single anime that's coming out, even if they're probably bad. Admittedly, if they're bad, I'm not gonna watch all of it, but you know. I'll watch a bit, just enough to go like, well, I think I know what's wrong with it. Later. I know that's not the most thorough thing, but you know, I'm tired. There's a lot of shows. Sometimes I'm trying to like watch like right before a stream and be like, ooh, let me see. And then I feel like I'm in a rush because like, okay, well, if I say this is bad and move on, I can have some more time to prep the stream. Or it could be good. Not to say that I want them to be bad, but if they are bad, then it's like, I'm going to use that to just Out of there. If I'm ever wrong, let me know. If I ever, like, need to, like, stick around 10 more minutes. Someone tell me, because otherwise, like, what the fuck? Why would I? I'd be surprised. I don't think any that I've, like, noped out of has turned out to be, like, an all-timer. You know? I feel like I nope out of mid-tiers and, like, low tiers. I haven't watched the last Apothecary, by the way. Gonna save that until after the stream. I kind of need some... I felt like I needed some time to, like, think about, like, how I felt about the season. And, for that, probably best not to do it, like, before a potentially all-day stream. I need, like, one of these guys to come and be bounced off of. Long game to kick off the stream. That's why it's first! That's why it's first! I need this to be, like, not last, you know? Like, say all the other games go long, and this one comes up, and it's like, you know, 8 hours in. It's like, oh boy, this is suddenly a 12-hour stream. Running this one first means that, like, the other games can be whatever length they need to be. They're probably gonna be, like, an hour tops. In some cases, maybe not even. Like, I imagine Mario Run, you know, is, like, honestly a... How long is Mario Run? Like, 20 minutes tops, if I had to guess. That is Lakitu. Yeah, I'm having fun. It's been a while since I played this game, and I've never played it like this, and... Turns out it's just kind of more my speed when you play it like this. Even if it feels like I'm doing it dirty, you know? I do feel like I'm doing it dirty a little bit to just plow, but, you know, whatever, man. It's fun. Feels... Okay, good. I was worried for a second. I skipped the save. Is that a problem? It still could be a problem. Okay, let's just, tell you what, go here. Yeah, okay, we're gonna come in from above. This summer, Hikaru died. Looks like very good horror. Yeah, I think I heard some hype for that going in. Like, from, Mother's Basement or something. He was saying, like, oh, that one is, like, an early frontrunner, but, you know... I like to be surprised. I like to take them as they come. I don't think he mentioned Taco P, and so far, that's like my standout one. You know, there's others that I've been watching that have been, like, up there as well, where it's like, okay, well, not every frontrunner was called ahead of time. You know, sometimes a frontrunner just appears out of nowhere. That's how I like to do. I'm excited. I'm excited to see shows and be impressioned. Mummy's Basement? You don't have a basement? Mother's Basement is a YouTube channel that specializes in anime, and I like his takes and his videos. Good, you know, seasonal coverage, and, like, you know, appreciation of trash. He likes trash. You know, he has a whole feature where it's like, hottest trash of every season, and he talks about, you know, the worst shows and the trashiest shows. You know, insofar as, like, yeah, you know, not all trash is bad, to be clear, but some trash is shit, and some shit is amazing, you know, and that's just, that's a nice way to go about life, I think. You know, just a nice way to appreciate, like, okay, look, I know this is out of hand, you know, this show, but isn't that amazing if you think about it? Isn't that something? Isn't that, like... audacious? I like some audacity. Myself. I like it when a show is just out of control a little bit. That kind of describes Watari, by the way. Watari is absolutely hottest trash material. That show seems to be about, like, oh, you know, a girl the boy in that used to know just comes at him really, really, really aggressively, and that causes all sorts of trouble for everyone, and it's a bit of fun. I don't know. Definitely one of the most aggressive rom-com characters I've seen in a minute. Insofar as just like, yeah, she's going for it. Like, yeah, well, that might technically in reality be what they call a crime. You know, but in a rom-com, it's called, wow, you are forward. You know? You didn't even ask. Okay. And he probably would have said hell no, so, you know, that's, it's different in fiction. I feel like, you know, they knew each other. It's the whole thing. I guess you can bring up, like, reality a bunch and, like, bring the mood down and be like, okay, well, in reality, this would be criminal and not okay. It's like, well, this isn't reality, though. It's a story. It's a rom-com. Rom-coms do have different rules. This does feel like it's, like, breaking those rules somewhat, you know? This feels like it's going for, like, oh, you're kind of in violation of the rom-com rules, actually. There are rom-com rules? Yeah. You're not allowed to just do that. Oops. Let's do this without... I was kind of hoping to land on the penguin there. I'm excited for Universal. Going back to that thought from like an hour ago, where I talked about Aventura for a second and then dropped the topic. I don't remember why. But I was gonna say, like, I'm still deciding between, like, 5... I'm still deciding how many nights and how many days in the park, specifically, that comes to. Is this Super Mario Bros. 3 Sky music? It might be. Yeah, I guess, maybe. I'm not sure. Still deciding how many parks. I'm thinking, like, 2 days Epic Universe makes sense, and then, you know, honestly, then the question then is like, okay, well, in the hotel room is like 200 a night or something, right? 200, 300 a night, right? Do I want to have, like, a extra day at the other parks? Like, how many days at the other parks? And I think for me, it comes down to... I would like to do more days and more time at the water park. You know, do, like, at least one water park day. Like, at least half at the water park, you know, until, like, lunchtime. And for that, it kind of makes sense to have more like 5 days total. 2 days at Epic, 3 at the other parks. And probably, like, landing, you know, landing on day 1 probably halfway through the day, so... Damn it. Happy 4th to you too, Lord Bowser. Probably, you know... The first day, I'll probably be getting at the hotel and just, you know, have like half a day at the park, so that's somewhat, Will Mike pick up fireworks? I wonder if there are fireworks from here. It's quite possible. We'll see what happens. Okay, let me get the star. Let me do it the regular way. This is more fun. Anyway. There we go. Lovely. Is he gonna hit up the hotel? Yeah, I'm thinking Aventura for the hotel. I'm thinking 5 days. I'm thinking let's go for it. And I'm thinking no Disney. That's my current thoughts. I will probably have like lunch or something with my or dinner at least once with the Orlando-based family, that I have. So like my cousins will probably come by to do some lunch, but probably that's about it, or some dinner rather. That'll probably be about it, and I think that'll be fun. I'm not sure like how that'll all schedule out, and like, you know, definitely that's something I need to ask them while we're at the shore. Like, oh, god damn it, again! Something I need to ask them when we're all at the shore, like, you know, like, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? You wanna come by and have dinner at Epic Universe? You wanna do that? Like, what are you gonna do? If you wanna come by on one of these days and, like, hang out, like, I'm open to that. If you wanna do Epic Universe with me, I'm down with that as well. Like, I'm down for anything. You might hit up Epic Universe as well. Oh yeah, that's right, Lord Bowser. You are Orlando as well. You are Orlandoite. Have you been to Epic Universe? I guess not yet. You say you're gonna hit it up soon. Maybe you're waiting for it to be less busy or something. That makes sense. You don't want to necessarily be there when it's at its busiest and like least reliable. It's just a month now until I'll be going. Money's tight as fuck. Gotcha. Yeah, they're... I'm curious about how that all works, you know, with the tickets. I think now they don't sell them as bundles. You just have to buy, like, a day ticket. Even if you're staying at the hotels, you have to buy a ticket for Epic Universe, so that's gonna limit the days you spend there. Honestly, I could be flexible, you know? Maybe I just say, like, okay, you know what, I can buy as many tickets as I want. I will absolutely go to Epic Universe an extra day, you know, and go, like, 3 whole days. I've been to the regular park so many times that, like, I don't necessarily need to spend time there. Though, a priority of the trip will be to ride Rip Ride Rocket for the last time. So, you know, that'll take note of that. I guess, you know, on any Epic Universe day, I should probably be going to the thing, like, day 1, or like, hour 1, like, early admission. I should not, this is a famous part, the skiing part. I should go, it shouldn't be like, okay, you know, sometimes I've done like, okay, water park in the morning, and then when the water park gets busy, leave the water park, go to the regular park. Don't do that. Don't do that at all. Need to go right to Epic Universe. No water park, then Epic Universe. Then again, like, if I'm talking just a 3rd day at Epic Universe, like, I could absolutely see, like, yeah, relax at the water park all morning, and go there and take in, you know, Stardust Racers one last time. That sort of thing. Is there any world where you can park hop and do, like, a whole fucking bunch of them? And do, like, okay, well... I mean, I have said that I have done naps on Universal days before. You know, like, in the middle of the day around lunchtime, returning to the hotel room. So it's not like returning to the hotel room midday is something that I've not done before. So, you know, I could do on the last day, water park. You know, water park, go to Rip Ride Rocket, ride that. And then, like, maybe Velocicoaster? Nah, that's stretching it a little bit. Stretching it a little bit. Run over to Epic Universe and do, like, you know, last rides on all that. I don't know. It's also curious, like, you know, the last day, right? Like, do you do, like, a... When do you do your flight back? I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to look like, okay, when are the flights between Dallas and Orlando? If there's none in the afternoon, you know... Honestly, I'd take a late one and then, try to, like, get in as much as I could. Then again, in like, the morning and all that. Then again, I do want to do, like a... I want to try out that dragging game, like, as soon as I'm back home. The dragging baseball... Or... The drag drive... basketball game. That one. I want to get home and do a stream of that, like, immediately, so... The later I get home, the less feasible that idea is, but... Maybe that's a dumb idea anyway, and trying to maximize my vacation is worth whatever. Usually by the time of like day 5 of a Universal trip, I say usually as if I've done it that many times. I've done it a couple times actually. My ma used to schedule that many days and used to book that many hotel days, you know, for Universal. Except if like she was making my dad come and he said like, make it 4. 5, fuck off. I hate this. I hate that you're bringing me. You know, and he'd be like, I'm 60. What the fuck? I'm 65. Too old for this. Why am I coming? She's also, you know, around that age, but, you know, she likes she likes the theme park. She likes the roller coasters, you know. I hope I'm that like, you know, able to ride the roller coasters when I'm in my 60s, you know? I hope I have a long future ahead of me of riding the rides. For the next 20 years at least, yeah, for sure. I would like it for the next 30 years to ride roller coasters. I'm not ready to end. I'm not ready to be like, oh, I can't ride that. It's too intense for me. Like, nope, nope, I want to be on everything. They should make, like, robot bodies where we can, you know... I hope that Bionics or something comes along by that point. You know, that's probably very optimistic, but fucking man, I don't know. Like, I hope by the time I'm, decrepit, that we can just replace all our shitty-ass body parts with, like, robot parts, and it'll be fine. You know, right now you can sort of do stuff like that, but it's like, oh, you can replace your eye with a marble. And it's like, okay, well, it can't see, can it? No, it'll also be really painful and hurty. Great. You'll get it decorated to look just like your regular eye. Yeah, I guess. That's an idea, okay. People like that? Eh. What are you gonna do when you're old, you're old? I want that, but positive. I want that, but robot arms and like, you know, organs that can handle G-forces, you know? I guess there is the risk of like, okay, well, if your body is too good to get anything out of G-forces, you don't want that either, because then the roller coaster will just be boring to you. It's just, what the fuck? Let me ride you! What the fuck? That guy just got out from under me. What the hell? No checkpoint. Anyway, I'm really excited for that. I'm really excited for the future of Epic Universe. I'm really excited for the future. I'll say, you know, I've said before recently that, like, you know, I really would like to one day try living in Orlando if like, you know, long enough timeline, right? I'll say, like, it's not a current plan. I definitely want to go buy a house here first and, like, have that for a bit. And then, like, you know, 5 years or so, maybe I'll be, like, down for it. You know, down for such a thing, ready for a change in scenery, and also just curious if that would be a thing. Before I were to do that, though, I think I would want to just, you know, finish seeing theme parks of the world. You know, I'd want to go to the Disneys of California and the Universals of California. I'd want to go see Cedar Point. And, like, if I have theme parks at home that are world-class, I probably would, like, be less inclined to do that. You know, go out to those other world-class theme parks. I don't know, maybe I would still want to do that, but it'd be less, less essential. You know, less different. Less of a change of pace, and I think that's something worth considering, right? Like, once you just pay huge monies to be there, and assuming that that's why you're there. If you're there for other reasons, like, you know, more power to you. You know, be in whatever city for whatever reasons you like. The only thing is, you know, I got family here, and I like being near family. It's nice having family near to rely upon and to, like, you know, go to when you have troubles and things of that nature. And of course, like, it makes the holidays and all really dead simple. Though, then again, they could come visit for the holidays, and then we could all go to the theme parks. Like, we are a theme park family after all. That would be, like, agreeable, I think, for everyone but my dad to go, you know, celebrate that way. I don't know, maybe they'd still want to host in you know, Texas. I'm sure I'd visit as well. But that's like a long-term plan, you know? Just get a second home? That's a fun idea. I would have to be, like, richer than sin, I think, to do that. My grandparents did that for a while. They did the whole Florida, New York thing, which kind of makes sense, like, you know... Makes more sense because it's like avoiding the hot season, or avoiding the seasons type deal, versus just like wanting to be in a city that has cool stuff in it. I don't know that that's, you know, ever something I'd be interested in. Japan too, also, I wouldn't be interested in that neither. I love Japan and loved my trip there, but I feel like Japan would be a country where you would enjoy visiting, but staying would have so many more headaches, you know? So much more in the way of, and also the work-life balance question there is just, a problem. At the very least, I know that, like, I know that, like, Orlando is just fine as far as, labor stuff goes. That's not true. It's comparable with Texas as far as labor goes. That's a little more true. If you want good labor, move to Europe, I guess. You know, how's Ireland for labor? I was watching one of like Giant Bomb's voicemail dump trucks and found out with like an Irishman on it, and I didn't know that dude was Irish. I don't know that much about him, honestly. Other than he's a cool dude. I'm like, I don't know if I say this very often, but my family's like Irish and stuff. You know, on my mother's side. Like, my ma's all the way Irish, 100%. My dad just has, you know, I have an Irish name, so he at least has one Irish, descendant, ancestor. But he has, like, you know, from all over the country, all over Europe, it seems. He has, like, no one thing that he's more than anything else, is what he's, told me. Like, based on, you know, 23andMe and things like that. Apparently he's just, like, from all over. At first he was like, when I started talking to him, he's like, yeah, Magyar, that's what me are. Then he looked into it, it's like, I got, like, one Magyar guy. I got one guy from, like, you know, Ireland. I got one guy from there, one guy from here. It's all over the place. It's just entirely, you know, like, 1/32 per country, 1/16 per country. Like, basically nothing. Which, I don't know, maybe it wasn't as, what the answers he was looking for, but, you know, it is what it is. People tend to mix, you know, genes, then, you know, people are kind of from everywhere, you know, it's maybe rare to find someone who's just, like, exclusively from one country, you know? This is a great boss. A great boss with the, you know, the tension of it ever coming towards you, trying to, like, push you off an edge, and you have to, like, get to his heart and fuck him up. That's great. I love that. I feel like that's a someday thing, and something that, like, is, like, you know, 5 years out. I guess around 5 years from now, I'll probably be looking at, like, another Japan trip, because that's about as much time as was between the first Japan trip that I took and the second one. Alright, we're, like, halfway through World 5. That means we're, like, 75% through the game. We've been going around 3 hours. Okay, that's... yeah, we're on track for a 4-hour finish. Let's make that happen. Probably just over 4 hours. I'll just go on a limb and say that, like, probably we got some hard parts ahead of us. Oh, I love these chunky seagulls. What are these guys named? I love the ones that are on the ground, too. These guys are top tier, God, there's a level in Yoshi Story that's named after them. These are top tier enemies in, Yoshi. They fly, they roll, they run on the ground like little fuckers. I love them. What are they called? They're in the background. Look at that. The background is full of them. What a cool, cool enemy. They have a name. Ugh. Every death is just eating away at me. Yesterday's stream went pretty long, I'll say, you know, kind of had a lot to talk about between games, news, and other stuff. Oh, you know what I'll say? Follow up on yesterday's, news story, the whole, Microsoft layoffs. Two things that I thought was interesting. One, there were statements from the company saying, like, we're making these layoffs in order to make room for AI, which just makes it worse. Makes it so much worse. That's one thing that I wanted to touch on that I didn't touch on yesterday, and I was totally kicking myself after I stopped the stream and went like, oh, fuck, right, there's that whole angle to it. Like, it really just makes it even fucking worse, the thing that they're doing. And secondly, there was an interesting story insofar as, like, yeah, there was some game that, like, the main guy at Microsoft, right, at Xbox, apparently was enjoying so much they had to pull him away from it, like the prototype, and that game got canceled, which is just really interesting, and maybe an indicator that, like, yeah, no, the executives at Xbox maybe didn't have... Baby, what are you doing? Come to me, baby. Maybe the, maybe the executives at Xbox... Baby! Stop! You die now. The guy that was grabbing him. The executives at Xbox maybe didn't have 100% say, because you would think they would not want to cancel a game that, like, they thought was so personally good that they couldn't pull themselves away from playing it. Like, what? You know, it's a lot like the Hi-Fi Rush situation where it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I can understand closing down and shutting down projects that look like they're never gonna finish, right? Like, I can understand on some level Perfect Dark and Everwild and some studios like that where it's like, okay, well, you guys produced a dud. You done, you know, it is what it is, right? I understand that, but, like, it's just out of fucking whack. It's just crazy. I wish that this didn't work for investors. I wish that investors saw this and said, what are you doing? You're destroying your fucking business. Like, you just paid billions of dollars to acquire this intact business, and now you're dismantling it for, not even for parts, for nothing. Just, you've thrown money out a window. But they actually like it because they're just like, yes, I would rather you throw money out the window now than pay people for their goods and services. And it's just like, what are you doing? You need to make games. You need people to make games. And you need long-term projects to be successful. You know, it should not be a vote of confidence in a company to hear them say, like, you should not feel confident in a company that just said, like, we just canceled all of our long-term projects. And, also got rid of a lot of our long suffering talent. So, you know the thing that we haven't been able to do properly in a while? Well, we'll be able to do it less now in the future. And that's just catnip for fucking investors because... you know, I don't want to besmirch the investors, but, I think we all know that people, by and large, are idiots. And what are investors? They're people. They're maybe the biggest idiots, you know? They hear AI and they fucking pog. They go like, ooh, AI, oh, it's AI. It's like, you gotta be some sort of clueless buffoon to think that, like, you know, that, like, just, oh, we put AI into our existing product. That's, like, a good idea. They have to say those things. They have to say the keywords. They have to fucking... It's upsetting. Honestly. And it's also worth asking, like, okay, you know, perfect world. You get, like... robots to make all your content for you. You no longer have to pay people. You think people are gonna pay for that shit? No, if the AIs are that good, they can make it themselves. Or, you know, fuck man, you don't have a problem with stealing to make your content? Well, guess what? You know? Good luck getting people to pay for it if they don't even have the fucking good grace of being able to say, like, well, at least this supports the teams that make the games. Like, nope. Oh, okay. Well, I guess, you know, no harm, no foul, you know? You can't steal from an AI, that's impossible. AIs don't have the rights of copyright. You can't copyright something an AI made. Whoa, wait, what? We didn't get a checkpoint? I felt like we were in there for so long, but I guess that's auto-scrollers for you. One thing I don't like about this era of Mario, not a big auto-scroller man. You know, they can be fine, but, you know, it's just like a lot of waiting for the screen to scroll. Like, if I'm gonna auto-scroll, I want to be able to just run and gun. I just want it to go as fast as possible. I'm looking for minecarts, or platform level, maybe. I'm not looking for, like, a lackadaisical stroll. I should try making a level that's a lackadaisical scroll at some point, and see if I can make it interesting. That's a fun challenge that I've never really taken up, for what it's worth, but, I don't know. Anyway, if you ask me, there should probably be some law that's, okay, you know, it's already been established that you can't copyright something that an AI makes, then shouldn't anything that an AI is involved with also be uncopyrightable? So that stealing it is not technically stealing because you're not stealing from a person? If you're not stealing from a person, that's open season. And not only that, I believe that should be, like, literally enshrined in law that, like, yeah, no, that's... makes sense to me. How are you charging for something that a machine made? Come off it. No, that belongs to everyone. Clearly I'm right here. Clearly I'm onto something. You wouldn't want it anyway, because it'd be poop. But, like, you know, even in a perfect future where it's, like, you know, better than poop, and it's, you know, whatever. even in that perfect future, right? You sort of waive your rights to sell it if you involve AI in it. That's what I believe. But also, you know, we're talking about dog shit right now. We're talking about something that has poop in it, basically. That's kind of how I think of AI, just like, you know... I'll admit that, like, oh, you know, if you, like, use it carefully, it's like rat turds, you know? Some minimum amount of rat turds doesn't ruin the food. You know, you're allowed to have some minimum amount of rat turds in your soup. But, like, if I ever see the hint of a rat turd, I'm out of there. I don't care if it's legally, if it's under legal limits, like, no, I saw a rat turd, I'm out. Like, I don't want to be eating rat turds. No. It doesn't matter how much you, like, prepared it, and, you were careful around it. Like, yeah, no, it's a rat turd. I'm good. And as far as, you know, whenever you do notice AI, it's because it's dog shit. It's at worst, at best weak, you know? Hard level. Hmm? Where's that? Weird. Guess you had to jump off that guy to get up there. That's fun. Anyway. Just very annoyed by that and industry. Things are kind of shit out there for many reasons right now. You know, not just because horrible political stuff, but also just like the powers that be are a bunch of idiots. Assholes. They're somewhere between assholes and idiots. And that's just not what you want in charge of your life. And yet, that's what we got. Happy 4th of July, folks! Happy 4th of July! Hope you're having a good one. USA! USA! Again, sarcastically. I was just talking about assholes and idiots. That's the American tradition. That's the heart of what we got going on right now. Sad. Sad. Anyway, we're about to finish World 5. Hell yeah. Talk about the motherfuckers again. Oh, this is a famous level. We should talk about this famous level. Is this a famous level? This is the level where you go left. I guess it's not that complicated. You go left in this level. Instead of going to the right, you go to the left. It's not that interesting, is it? It's fun. Usually you run to the right, or upwards, or downwards, or in a maze-like motion. Please tell me that platform's still there. In this one, you go right to left. It feels really weird in a good way. Okay, I might need that platform, actually. Oh, I could have jumped off the fucking Raven. There we go. I don't care if we're waiting for platforms. I feel like I should always be able to go. And honestly, this level's been pretty good in that, like, most of the time here. Just like, yeah, just go. Just you can make it. Do some crap. And honestly, if we had done the correct crap, we would have been able to make it through, but we did the incorrect crap, which was, bad. It's a frustrating world. What a beautiful sky. I like this skybox a lot. I'm a sucker for a good gradient sky, you know? Just... Look at that, like dark blue at the top, deep pink at the bottom. That's just moi. I love the way that looks. Let me look at what chat is saying. The game loves the 4-platform spinny thingy. Man, I love the 4-platform spinny thingy. Like, if there's one minor aspect thing that I want in Mario Maker so much, it's like, give me ways to make 4 platforms synchronized in a circle, going around in a circle, synchronized, you know, evenly spaced. That's just not a thing that the game Mario Maker can do unless you spawn on the same screen as it, so that, oh god damn it. If you spawn on the same screen so that everything starts at the same second, or otherwise, like, you know, cause them all to load at the same time, and then deploy them somehow. Like, you know, have them all at the same place, and then get them onto a circle thing in a more circuitous way. I love that fucking thing, and in Mario World, it's also in there. You know, it's not like this game invented those, it just uses them in a couple different new ways. You gotta keep jumping to more platforms to go forward. Yeah, I think that's what you said. You want another platform to go forward. Yep, that's how it is. Isn't that just life? That's just life. Life is always jumping to new platforms before they fall. It's kind of philosophical if you think about it. That's ATP. It's kind of biological as well. ADP is kind of like that. There's some good YouTube videos about ATP, check them out. The molecule that is used to transfer energy around your body. Yo, this is a big level. This is a famous level. This is, I'll say, for the original stream here. For the original stream, I used part of this level as the thumbnail. Also, we're in space. This is where we fight the Raven guy. I'm not sure what the thumbnail of the VOD will be. You know, it might not be this particular bit, but this was the only part of this game that had stars that I could find in a jiffy without playing it. Could easily have, like, Super Mario be the thumbnail, you know, with the cape and the, you know, maybe jumping into a star. And I've also been thinking as I've been playing, like, oh, what if the menu screen with all the worlds, you know, there's like the levels and they all have thumbnails. I could easily see like an edited version of that where the, like, it's 4 levels and they're the 4 games that we ended up playing, maybe in the actual order that they ended up in. You know, representations of them somehow. I don't know. I would try to, like, get their box art or, like, a screenshot of them. That's an idea that I had really, really quick, like. I'm not 100% sure about that. We'll, think about that. And, like, you know, make the thumbnail tonight after we finish. Always, I've been getting up these streams, like, right after, finishing them these days. And, that just feels right. That just, you know, take care of that before you, go to bed, basically. Or even, like, do other stuff, like watch, TV or stuff. Feels like best, oh right, I have a flying thingy. Forgot about that. I'll think about it. You know, I can just take some enemies from each game and, like, put them into a thumbnail. Or I could literally just keep the thumbnail from the live stream and just, I don't know, change the title or something to make it clear, like, it's not live anymore. Kinda like that thumbnail, honestly. But, which, for the record, is this. Kinda like that thumbnail. But, Usually I make a different one for the live, for the VOD. That one is already pretty good. Maybe make a version of it where the screenshot it's based on is from the games. Like as I'm actually playing them. Oh, that's a good idea. Like actually take a screenshot from this rather than one I found online. I could do that. We'll see. It's not something... I do think it's not as interesting to talk about the thumbnail ahead of time during the stream, meta style, than it is to talk about like, oh, you know, that's a VOD name that I just said. Like, that is something I have heard on podcasts before, right? Like, people saying like, oh, I didn't know that we had a name for the episode yet, but I think that, yeah, that's gotta be it, right? I like that level of meta. But, like many things, I do worry about, like, oh, you know, should I, what the hell? I don't know. Here we are, famous part. And the thumbnail dealie. I wonder how much stars that we can get in the thing. Like, okay, we jump off screen and then it rotates. Okay, so it's pretty much gotten what we need here. Like, there's pretty much nothing else you can do here that would, fit the bill. So let's kill the bastard. By making pegs go up his, you know, his butt. That's a little bit weird. Just go ahead and, you know... trying to think of a turn of phrase that's like, what would be the word for that? There's a word for that. Yeah, that's cool, that's great. That's iconic. I mean, he literally got pegged. That's what it is, he got pegged. We pegged him. Literally pegging. It's a literal peg. Well... yeah, that's just literally pegging. I don't know what else to say. It is what it is. Anywho, one more world and then we're done. And it's around 5:30. We've been going around 3.5 hours, I guess. Okay. Yeah, looking at about 4, maybe 5. I'm happy with that. I think the other games will be will fit neatly. Wah! The music just sort of shocked me there. It's really jolly, despite the fact that we're in the Badlands now. Scary Skeleton Goonies! Right, they're called Goonies! They're Goonies. They're gonna do a little bit of gooning, you know? The original Gooners right here. Let's gun it. Let's go back for Mario and then we'll gun it. Oh god. Perfect, that was well gunned. Jesus. Yeah. Alright, we got this business. It's kind of cool going back to this at the very end, you know? This was like one of the first gimmicks that a level had. And it kind of feels a little bit like a... I like it when gimmicks from earlier in a game appear in the end game. You know, I guess the best example of that is Kirby 64, where it's just like literally like, hey, we're just gonna remake the 1-1 real fast, but fill it full of harder enemies for the first level here. What do you think of that? I think it's quite cool. And if anyone just noticed that, you know, never realized that, go check. It's just very direct. You know, it's not subtle, but it is like maybe you wouldn't notice it unless you were really looking for it or paying attention. I mean, on that note, that's kind of similar to like the thing Pikmin 1, 2, and 3 did, where oftentimes the levels would be like the same layout, but like different stuff. Like, you know, they're the same level, the same location kind of, but stuff has been moved around where you might not recognize it unless you're paying the least bit attention and remember layouts. I really like that in Pikmin. I wish that, you know, if I had like one thing that I wish Pikmin 4 did, it would be like, you know, they used some layouts again in the caves. I wish that was also the case in the overground, you know, in the other parts as well. I wish those parts also had like some reused layouts sometimes. I hope they do a Pikmin 5, and I hope they pull that shit again. Just literally take levels from the older games and redo them. And I would really like it if that would make it, like, viable to have, like, 10 times more levels, or, like, I mean 10 times is an exaggeration, but, you know. It should be like Mario Kart. There should be, like, retro tracks. You don't even have to label them, you can just be like, hey, you know. These are, like, retro tracks, but they're, like, done up, you know. It is like a Mario Kart 8. They should do that for Pikmin 5. Does Pikmin sell well enough to do a Pikmin 5? Pikmin fucking rules. People, if anyone hasn't played Pikmin 4, play Pikmin 4. Is it? The lights appear to be flickering. I'm slightly concerned about that. Is it raining? I don't have any drop frames. It is raining. I hope that we don't get a power outage. I'll say if we do have such an interruption, the Switch will be fine because it's on you know, it's the Switch 2, you know, it's got a battery. At least for a second. The computer will definitely go down, and I will get up as soon as possible. Get back up as soon as possible. I guess that explains why I wasn't hearing the sounds of kids so much. Maybe it's just like a rainy 4th of July. Maybe people are just going like, ah, fuck, we can't do our barbecues today. I guess that is a thing that you have to keep in mind when you're planning a barbecue. Like, you gotta look at the weather. Even if it is the 4th of July and it's time for fireworks, like, if it's raining, there's no fucking point. Cancel it for a bit. We'll see what happens. Hopefully that was just a one-time flicker, and luck holds out. Could y'all tell that the lights were on the fritz? Was the lighting like, maybe you weren't, like, looking directly at my face at that moment, you know, and you wouldn't be able to tell, necessarily, but it seemed like they flickered for, like, fractions of a second, which is never a good sign. I mean, I'm glad that, like, my computer didn't switch off. If there's, like, a battery backup thing that you can get to, like, keep your computer online for like a minute or two, or, you know, hell, let's be ambitious, like an hour. You know, I would love it just to weather me through that sort of shit. Honestly, just like a couple minutes would be enough for a computer. Ah! Yes, I will try again. From the middle ring, yes. This is going well. These levels have been fast and furious. And we're about done with the second of 8. Yes! Beautiful. That was really good. Ah. Yeah! Yeah! Stretching. Stretching. Oh. It's good to stretch. It's good to stretch. Good to, relax a little bit. Hopefully the weather clears up in time for fireworks. Maybe there won't be fireworks if there was, if it's raining like hell. You know, maybe we won't be able to hear fireworks even if there were any. Maybe we'll hear some thunder. Thunder would be worse than fireworks, because at least fireworks can't shut your electricity down. Interrupt your internet. I mean, I guess tell that to California, but, you know. It's not going to. We don't have problems with fire in this state. We have problems with snow, and it's July, so you know, we're well past that danger right now. More touch Fuzzy to get dizzy. Will I touched Fuzzy, I got dizzy, and then I died. I was gonna say, will I continue my streak of not touching Fuzzy nor getting dizzy? The answer, no. Bunch of little Raphael Ravens. Okay. I held the... I fucked up my hover there. Like, hit it and then let go of it and then tried to hit again and wasn't able to come back out. This level's fun. I think it has a great combination of elements and really fast-paced. And I like how you can, like, sometimes do some nonsense with the logs. Get some extra height off them, even while they're not, stopped. Okay, we finally touched Fuzzy and gotten dizzy. Whilst being alive. It really fucks with you. The last couple times we were just able to just get right through. Oh well. This is it. This is the run. Let's go. Let's do it. Here we go. Do eggs destroy the Fuzzy get dizzy? Oh, eggs do destroy the Fuzzy dizzy. I didn't know that. I thought you just had to use platforming prowess to get through them. Well, it makes sense. Gameplay will... I got through them cleanly, but still died. That was a really good run. That should have been the run. By rights. Isn't that interesting that you can egg them? Did y'all know that you could egg them? Tell me if you knew. I didn't. I had no idea. Well, you don't always need the eggs. Sometimes you can get through without any egg usage. That just feels good. That's more like it! And a checkpoint! The Fuzzy Dizzy. I forgot that there was more than one level that had Fuzzy Dizzy in it, honestly. There's like 3, and each of them was really fun every time it came up. It's a really good gimmick, the Fuzzy Dizzy. And I think, like, it's honestly a better punishment than getting hit than losing Baby Mario. I think Fuzzy Dizzy is S tier as far as, gimmicks in this game go. And, oh my god, fuck. If they ever do Yoshi's Island Mario Maker 3 theme, you gotta add Fuzzy Dizzy in there. You gotta have some Fuzzy Dizzy in there because, oh my god, people would fill their levels with Fuzzy Dizzy. Like, oh my god. There would be so many Fuzzy Dizzy levels, that'd be so popular. My god. And they'd have suggestive names and Nintendo would go like, oh, you can't imply that this is like marijuana. Or you can't make drug illusions with your level names. Get out of here. No, what is this? We didn't want this. Banned. Watch out, when they add it, you gotta be careful. Don't with the drug references. Nintendo doesn't like that. They will delete your level and threaten you with a ban. Even if it's like, you know, I'll say in Mario Maker 1, I had a level called Smoking Room Stash Chest Chase, which the idea was it was based around a smoking room, which is a room in like a mansion where people smoke nicotine products, I guess, or like pipes. And Nintendo deleted that and said like, oh, drug reference. And, you know, I wasn't able to re-upload it, which I really didn't like because I liked that level. I could have remade it, but I didn't because it seemed hard. I guess I probably could have done. Probably should have done. With a new name, of course. That's a wild thing that Nintendo does, I think. And something that I was really mad about when it happened, honestly. Like, yeah, if the problem is the name, just make me change the name, dumbass. Like, there's no reason for me not to be able to re-upload the level. Like, the layout did nothing wrong here. Frankly, I think that a smoking room is a perfectly reasonable word to use in a level name set in a mansion. That's a room in a mansion. Like, hell, did Luigi's Mansion never have a smoking room? Probably not. I don't know, man. This seems like a real stretch. Moderation. Weverse. What the fuck was that called? The social network on Wii U? Seems like a real bonehead decision. Moderation team from that time. Maybe it's a different thing entirely now. I don't know, but don't fuck around with that. Yeah, when that happened, that was like the end of my original Super World, to be honest. Like, when that happened, I just was like, oh, fuck you, I'm done making Mario for a while. And then I didn't make Mario for like, until Mario Maker 2 came out. Basically. And I shelved everything I was working on at the time. And just, you know, played other games for a couple years. And then Mario Maker 2 came out, it's like, well, it's time to forgive and forget. And, you know, sure enough, I forgave and forgot. But you be careful now, you know, you don't fuck around with that shit. Oh, I thought I could just jump down to the previous level. Doesn't work like that. How am I doing for battery right now? Excuse the full battery. I guess this charges fast. Good. Okay, I can unplug my controller now. I guess we had it plugged for a while. That was probably like at least an hour or two. Isn't this where you need to go to the left? One of these pipes. This is like a whole maze situation. Nope, nope, nope. I think we need to get a key, and the key opens a pipe. If I recall right, so let's explore and find it. You're gonna lurk? You're gonna stream yourself, Lord Bowser? You have fun. Happy, 4th of July, I guess. Again, I'll say, like, the decision behind doing a stream today had a lot more to do with, the fact that I have the day off, you know, and I'm able to do a full all-day stream. Full-length stream. Versus, like, any sort of undue patriotism. It's not a good time to be patriotic, I'll say. You know, I was, watching Giant Bomb's voicemail dump truck, and they were talking about, like, oh yeah, like in 2017, we did a stream around 4th of July, like, with American-themed games, and people were not having it. And it's like, yeah, you know, that's fair. You probably should, like, think for a second before doing America-themed content under a Trump presidency, you know, but again, it's more a matter of convenience and holiday schedules, and, I mean, I guess I did make it a all-star stream because, the 4th of July is typically associated with stars? I mean, I guess the Stars and Stripes, I guess. That's... Well, okay, the year before that, I did a red, white, and blue stream, where I played one game associated with the color red, one game associated with the color blue, Mega Man, Battle Network, blue, 3 blue, and one game associated with the, color red. It was, Neon White, Mega Man, Nettle Macro Blue, and it was Scarlet Nexus. That was a idea. I mean, I guess right back then, Biden was president, and it was a little bit more, socially acceptable to be like, yay, America. Though admittedly, even then, it wasn't because, I wasn't doing it because yay, America. I was doing it because, like, I want to do something fun, and something thematic, and have, like, a dumb idea. We gotta finish this off, regardless of, what's going on in the real world. In whatever. There we go. Gotta approach it from the side. I think we're on track for that. I don't love this raft ride. Just feels weird. A lot of standing around, and instant death is just surrounding you. Like one false move, and we're dead. And I don't remember if there's anything that'll try to make me do a false move, but there's gotta be, right? Like a blarg is gonna come out, or like some shy guys are gonna fly down. The tension is, it's not killing me, honestly. It's just annoying me. I feel like it's more annoying than killing. One fish! One fish, really? Okay. I'll take it. If I had gotten hit and died there, I would have been annoyed, but I didn't get hit and die there, so it was fine. One fish. Not very many fish. Honestly, not that many fish. I've seen more fish. Okay, I have made a hole. Again, I just want to say, for the record, this game, best boss fights in the series. Best boss fights in Mario in general. Sick! That's just a very fun way to do a boss. This is like a better version of the final boss of Super Mario Bros. 3. It's more inspired, there's more gameplay involved, it's less RNG. Mwah! That's just great. That's just cool. Best bosses of any 2D Mario. Right here. I'm not usually a big boss guy. My favorite boss in any 2D platformer, Baron K. Rulenstein, for sure. And below that, it's like, you know, I'm not really into bosses. Like, you know, like Baron K. Rulenstein is probably the only one I would replay for fun. You know, and I have replayed for fun, just apropos of nothing. Other than that, it's like, no, I would never replay a boss fight the same way I replay a level. It's just not that fun. You know, they're just not that interesting to go through. I don't enjoy the sequences as much. I'll say, like, this is... God damn it! I hate... the very long cave? Oh my god. They knew! They knew this sucked! They knew this was long and tired. Ah! Auto-scrollers were a mistake. If we die, we're just, like, getting set back in an instant death fashion, by the way. We are just getting set back, like, minutes. What feels like minutes. Maybe it's just, like, a minute. Definitely feels like fucking minutes. It's fine, it's just, you know... levels like this just fucking try my patience. And honestly, like... I feel like I'm pretty patient a lot of the time with levels and stuff, but... you know... when the camera moves this slow, it's just like, I could turn my head and read chat, I could have a conversation, you know, and return and be fine, like... I mean, unless that fire guy comes and fucks me up, like, I gotta watch out for that. But other than that, like, no, it's gonna be good. I can put the controller down. No, I can't. I can put the controller down now. And I feel like if the recommended strategy at any point in a level is, yeah, put your controller down for like 10 seconds. Enjoy some time with your hand not having anything in it. That's weird. You should always have to hold the controller when you're in a level. Or rather, if you're in the level and you're moving forward. You know, and if you want to move forward, you can stop and put the controller down at any time. And that's fine. You know. But it's usually better to keep on moving. It's not better to keep on moving right now. There's no difference between putting the controller down and not. It's not faster to hold the controller. What am I looking at? Okay, gotta do that or else I will die. Thought I was waiting for, like, a ball to appear. There's been no fucking checkpoint. I'm not going down there. That's a bonus thing if I ever did see one. No. Oh, thank God, auto-scroller is over. That was merciless. Ah! It's begun again. Course. At least now it's faster. It's going faster. Not like I could still put down my controller. This is a cool part. I nearly died there, but I didn't. Don't fuck around with these. You know, we get stuck behind a peg, we're dead. Thank God. Okay, that second part was not so bad, actually. Second part was not bad at all. The flight, by the way, my flight is at 8:30 on next Saturday. Wow, that's early. It's gonna be an early flight. I'm gonna be tired as fuck. This probably means like a 6 a.m. pickup or something. To get to the airport in time to go through security. At least. It might be a 5 a.m. pickup, knowing my folks. They like to get there early. I think I like to get there very early. Let me turn on, the hell is, just gonna silence notifications just so, get out of here. Just so that when we do the next, if we do Mario Run next, I don't want to accidentally get any texts during that, you know, that would be on screen. That'd be bad. Oh. Roll the ball. I feel like the level I remember the best from this endgame hasn't come up yet. The one where there's a bunch of those panels that you can step on and they count down. Like, I feel like that's my #1 favorite of the levels of the levels in this world. Curious when that's gonna hit. Oh, you motherfucker. My ball despawned. Man, these fucking balls, man. They're so quick to despawn. It kind of blows. This particular bit with the balls. I forgot how quick they were to respawn. Like, really, there's no reason. Fuck off. Despawning balls are officially now in my category of that's a rewind situation. That's horseshit. I'm not dealing with that. I didn't die. I did nothing wrong. I should have this. Oh, hang on. Let me try to jump higher than that. Yeah, get the checkpoint while we're at it. Again, getting a shortcut or something that's a one-time thing, for that I will allow rewinding, you know, to save me the bother of having to start over if I want to do something like that. That's silly. And unnecessary. That's fine. We got only a couple levels left in the game. I'm feeling really good. I think we've made great time. What time is it now? 6 o'clock. We've been going literally 4 hours. That'll be like 4.5 by the time we're done here. And that's well early enough so that all the other games will have plenty of time to be a little bit long. You know? Like, new Wii is gonna have lots of shortcuts. Or Super Mario Bros. 2 definitely has shortcuts, and also it's not that long a game to begin with. Not that many levels, you know? How the hell are you supposed to do that? I don't know. This way. Am I supposed to climb up from here? Am I supposed to go this way? It's definitely climb up. I'm gonna go climb up. Get out of the hole, guys. Thank you. I'm very curious, like, which game ends up being next. You know, really, it could go in any number of directions. You know, we could have the mobile game next, we could have Brawl next, or we could have one of the two real games. The ones that, you know, I went into this knowing, like, I would play. What the fuck? Fuck. Okay, we'll go around the horn again. I didn't know that key was there. Some levels, I'll say I am tired out by this level and how much it's making me do, but to be fair here, playing this game like the way you would probably do it casually, you know, 100% style basically, as high score as you could style, like, you would be behooved to explore space and to see everything that you could see. Like, it's only because I'm trying to get through this fast that is a weirdness, you know, that doesn't compute. Usually it'd be like, yeah, no, just trying to see everything here, and another lap is no big deal. Well, I guess maybe if you cleaned out the whole area and then you came back here, you'd be like, ah, motherfucker. The atmosphere in this game is top tier. You know, I do think that this game, like, competes with the likes of the DKCs on that front. You know, if you asked me in the 90s, I would for sure say, like, oh no, DKC is the better game. And I stand by that. But, you know, atmospherically speaking. But, like, you know, it is no slouch neither, and still one of the best 2D pixel art games that there is. This is the level I remember. This is the level I think is great. This is maybe my favorite level in this world, where you're just, like, constantly moving forward and unable to, like, catch a breath. I love these, I love that bit with the running on the stuff. That's a fucking great bit. That whole thing is just a great gimmick for platforming stuff. These disappearing platforms are just lovely and very well used. And where the fuck? Oh, okay. I go to the left from here. You can't really see it from where you go over. Number one on my list of things to put in Mario Maker in like a Mario Maker Yoshi Island theme would be those disappearing, vanishing blocks. Those are just mwah. People would do such great like 20-second levels with these. Like, this is such a mechanic that is so suited for a 20-second speedrun level. Like, perfectly suited. And you could do more creative things than here, even. You know, you could have it so, like, oh, you have to go downwards through them and be constantly, like, jumping off them to create holes in platforms and to, like, dig deep. And like, you know, go down, go up, go left, go right. I guess that's about covers, like, all the things you can do with those. And people probably will have creative uses for them. You could probably use them so that, like, oh, you know, when you use them, they let a guy drop down, and then letting that guy drop down is a good thing. I don't know. Not huge into this spinny ball. It's a little bit awkward. I like the yellow, red, green platform distribution in this game. It's cool having platforms of each color, faster, slower. I mean, I guess I'll say, like, I would love it if I could have a platform that fast in Mario Maker. Like, Jesus Christ, people would do such flashy transitions if platforms could move that fast. You know, it's just a platform. You can stand on it. You know, it's not like a skull cart where it's like, oh, you know, it's trying to buck you a little bit. Or, you know, it's not quite flat all the time. Sometimes it's vertical. Like, no, even when it's moving vertically, it still is the same width. And it's still just as equally easy to stay on it. Motherfucker! Okay, and we're rewinding. Again. Despawning bullshit. I wonder if that's so much design as much as it is just like, oh, you know, it's the SNES. We don't have that much. Once it's off screen, we gotta get rid of it. That's just how it is. With some exceptions where levels are designed around things not despawning, which is rare. In any case, I hate it. So, you know, it doesn't matter why. That was not a lot of, the 1, 2, 3, 4 switches, actually. I guess a thing that surprised me is that replaying this game is that each sequence I remember is actually shorter than it felt at the time, you know? A lot of them are very much just like, oh, here's one bit, here's one segment of this, and then something else, and then something else, and then something else. It's funny. Wonder if there's additional stars there, if that's just a one-star situation. You know. With the current rate of games, can we do like a gimmick of... I said earlier I had the idea last night to have it so that when the wheel is down to 2 games, adding a star to the options, and if the star gets landed on, I owe a star of Super Mario 64 on the N64 online file that I started earlier this year offline. So, you know, low-hanging fruit's been eliminated. At this rate, I think we're good for that, but let's finish the next game, and then see where we are from there. Maybe the next game will go long and make me reconsider, like, exactly how fast we can do this. I really don't care. Stop the game. Okay, I only need to lose twice. I don't care. Let's go. Final finale. And if you're wondering, like, well, next year you could do, you know, Yoshi's Island DS and Yoshi's Island 2 or new Super Yoshi's Island. I won't do that because that sounds like it's not fun. That sounds like very unfun. Those games are probably like at least 4 or 5 hours long, and they're like this but less inspired, you know, with less iconic levels, and you know, they're kind of crap. Maybe I'll think about it next year is next year. Maybe by next year I'll just say like, you know, that sounds fun. I forgot that this was the gimmick. There's like randomized rooms and all. That's fun. That's a suitable way to have the final level be, considering that the gimmick tonight is randomization, specifically on a wheel. Like, that is very on topic. Very on topic, Oh, wow, it's just right into the final. Oh, well, we have to go through a hallway now. But yeah, I guess that was the randomized room, and now we're making our way forward. You can't eat Cammy. Or Kamek. I always confused Cammy and Kamek. I always thought, like, you know, I played I mean, I guess I played this one before, but Paper Mario made more of an impression. I mean, I guess I played this a lot before. But I always thought when I played Paper Mario, like, oh, they're the same character, right? That's the same character? Cammy, Koopa, Kamek? I don't know that I really, like, got that the Kamek was a thing until after I had played, you know, after I played the thing. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, where are you gonna find out the characters have names? The internet. Well, the internet was much less of a thing before, like, at least for me, before the year, like, 2000, you know? Whereas, like, by the year 2000, I had played, you know, Paper Mario. Like, Nintendo Power was the source of such wisdom, and I don't think they were really obsessing over enemy names and saying, like, what is this, a Podobo or a Fireball? Or a Fire Bubble? Or a Lava Bubble? I saw a video about the Podobo and how its name was probably a bad mistranslation that basically has been corrected since then. It's a Lava Bubble, is what they call him now, because that's literally what it was supposed to be called in the first place. Let's beat Bowser's ass. Oh yeah, I forgot. He tries to ride you, and if he gets on, that's funny. That's very funny. I love that a lot. Right, you need to ground pound and counter him that way. Do that 3 times and we'll move on to the finale, which is pretty damn cool. It's a pretty damn good final boss. Again, this game has the best boss fights in the series, in 2D Mario in general. Alright, he's gonna get powered up, and then we throw eggs into the background, and then we're done. Good shit. I'm hungry. I'm gonna have some hot dogs, as is the American way. After this, quick break. We'll come back, we'll spin the wheel, we'll switch games. We should spin the wheel first, and then we'll take a break for hot dogs and bathroom and eye drops and things of that nature. This one has a remix in Mario Kart. Nice. This is cool. Cool music. I forgot about this music, actually, honestly. Too low, too low. There we go. It's hard to dial in that distance. You know, I'm either going too far or not far enough. There we go. Good sunsets. I love this sunset going on. Good crap. Good shit. We did it. That was like 4.5 hours. Not bad. Not bad. I was thinking it'd be somewhere between 4 and 6 hours. So that's about on the low end of my expectations, honestly. So I'm feeling pretty good, and I'm feeling like the time will be working out. It was, I believe, longer than Wonder took last year, for what it's worth. So Yoshi's Island is longer than Wonder. Admittedly, in Yoshi's Island, you have to beat every level, or in Wonder you don't. So, you know, really, Wonder is longer, but it's longer to beat this one. At least for me, an amateur who's not played this game in years. That's right. They got delivered to their parents who live in Brooklyn, and you know, watch the movie if you want to know more about like what happened there. I don't know why Baby Bowser stole the stork. It doesn't make much sense to me. Why was he jealous of a baby who hadn't been delivered? Two babies that hadn't been delivered. What happened to Yoshi? To Luigi? He wasn't in the game much. Guess he was just waiting with the stork. Just waiting for Mario to save the day. Wasn't really Mario, it was Yoshi, but you know, Mario gets to claim some amount of glory here. Very cool. Very cool. I'm just gonna switch over to here. I'm gonna get big, and let's spin the wheel. Let me see if the wheel is still working here. Excellent. We're gonna spin the wheel, and we're going to... I gotta switch my TV input so I can see the wheel and spin it properly. Okay, good. I can see that it's nicely sized, the wheel is. Excellent. Right then. Now is time to decide the next game. There's 4 options on the table. Let's run through them again. There's Super Mario Bros. 2, parentheses USA. There's new Super Mario Bros. Wii. There's Smash Bros. Melee, parentheses, Adventure Mode, which I added because there wasn't enough games, and Super Mario Run, which I also added because there wasn't enough games. Those last 2 should be very quick, and the other 2 are full of shortcuts. So I think whatever we get, we're in for a treat. I'm just gonna spin the wheel. And you won't be able to hear the ding 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 thing it does, but that doesn't matter. Here we go. It's new Super Mario Bros. Wii. That's up next. That is an actual one. Hell yeah. Let's go. Y'all ready for new Wii? Y'all ready for new Wii? That's up next. I haven't played this probably since the days of the original Wii, if I had to guess. I think it's been a while. So this will be a fun one to go back to, and I will have to Google probably the shortcuts. If y'all know where the shortcuts are, let me know. First though, I need to take a break, have some hot dogs, go to the bathroom, do some stuff. It'll be... not that long, ideally, but it will be a minute, and when we come back, I will have the other game up. So let's just pop over to a break. If you're watching the VOD, it will be immediate, you know. So yeah, I'll see you in a couple minutes. I don't know how long. I'll be quick. I'll be quick. Bye, folks. I'll get that wheel down now. All right, still not quite, hang on. Volume? It still sounds like I'm plenty loud. I'm just gonna take it down a notch. Anyway. All right, that'll be fine. I got, my hot dogs here. If you want to see what my hot dogs look like. I'm gonna eat them now. I think that went great. I think that went great. That was a great first game. My hot dog rolled over. That was a great first game. Looking forward to 4 more. I think this has gotten off to a great start, and you know, I'm gonna eat one of these, and then I'll go back to break and finish the rest of them. I will say right now, before I go back to break, I did just realize that I forgot to plug in the GameCube to my HDMI switcher, so I'm gonna have to noodle around with that when we go to Melee later. So expect a small break just to screw around with HDMI cables and stuff then. But let's leave that for later. Hot dogs are good, and every one of these streams has had me eating hot dogs on stream up to this point, so why change that now? Oh, it sounds like I left the fridge open, so I'll finish this, go back to a break, finish off these hot dogs, go to the bathroom, and I'll be back to play the game after that. How does that sound? Hope it sounds good, because that's what we're gonna do. Back in a minute. Alright, let's do this. Let's go. It's time. I am all the way back now. Taking care of all the business I need to attend to. And ready to go. I also looked at, Giant Bomb's list of, like, top 100 games of all time, compiled from a bunch of people voting for that. That was interesting. Kind of results are what you'd expect, I guess. I don't know. I liked my list, and I liked the list I saw, and the aggregate list is good too. Anyway, let's play this game. Here we go. New Super Mario Brothers Wii. Can we skip? I don't think we can skip. I need to look up how to skip ahead. Mario Wii warps. Let's look at IGN.com. Bugs in the cake? Were there bugs in the cake? I didn't see bugs in the cake. I was looking away, looking at my phone. You wanna see what's on my phone? Warp cannons. Looking at warp cannons, there's 5. 1 to 5. There's 2 to 5. There's 4 to 6. There's 5 to 8. Okay, so we warp to 5, we warp to 8. Okay, simple enough, simple enough. Yeah, that's really simple. Okay, just tell me, video game, what level? 1-3. Okay, let's get that down. We'll consult it as needed. Let's go. Let's do this. 1-3 is what we need to go to, and then we'll check and see like what level it is in that. Man, it's been a while since I played this. I'll say, just like apropos of nothing, I would like to replay this maybe in full at some point. And honestly, probably not as an on-stream thing, though eventually, one day, maybe it should be a on-stream thing. But for now, I'm thinking, you know, I got my Retroid Pocket Flip 2. This seems like the kind of game I can do on my Retroid Pocket Flip 2. Also, by the way, yes, I gotta shake it. I'll map a button to that on the Retroid Flip 2. You don't actually have to shake your handheld to make it work like that, which is pretty nice. Assuming it runs without an issue, I think that'll be the way to do. I think that'll be the way to go. I'm really enjoying my Retroid. Like I said yesterday, I've been playing the original New Super Mario Bros. DS on that recently, which I originally played 2 years ago on July 4th. You know, 2 years to this day. And it's, kind of more fun on the handheld. On a handheld versus on the TV with issues that I was having. And also playing it where I'm skipping ahead, you know. That game, I feel like it's much harder if you don't have, you know, the gimmicks. You don't have the power-ups. If you ever lose the power-ups in that game, it's real damn hard just because, you know, the physics aren't quite as good as they are here. But hey, I'm pretty sure by this point, the physics had become good. And I'll say, like, I'm feeling it now. I think these physics are good. They're definitely better than DS. I don't know if they're as good as like Wii U and you know, Mario Maker, which also has the same physics, but I think this is solid. I think by this point they had basically worked out their issues. I mean, I say that. I don't know about the gyroscope controls. That was a unnecessary gimmick. In general, but also here. Unnecessary. It's alright, it's not fine. It's fine. You just go like this sometimes. And not really that often. In fact, I wonder, like, going through warps, how many we'll have to do. There's probably a couple in the final world. Like, it's not that frequent. Okay. I just glanced back at it. It said something about a secret area. So I guess let's keep an eye out for secret areas, and maybe the actual exit will be above the secret area. Cool that they added the spin jump back in this. I'm pretty sure new DS didn't have that. This would be the second new, right? Yeah, no, I'm playing it with the D-pad now. It is kind of uncomfortable. You know, definitely a step down compared to the Switch and even its D-pad, the Switch 2. Which, you know, the Switch 2 does not have a great D-pad. I mean, not on the Pro Controller. It's not a great D-pad, but it's still better than this, I'm afraid. I don't think this is it based on the screenshot. But I'm also trying not to look too closely at it because I do want to find it myself if I can. We can make sure. Let me go back in there and just... Oh, maybe you can't make sure. Oh well. That's... I don't think it was there. I think it's like... Oh, I think it's here. In particular, it's up here. There we go. And there's a little bit of a hint because you can see that a little bit of top stuff there. Maybe that's a clue enough that you can get up there. And get to the secret warp cannon. Now, in New Super Mario Bros. DS2, 3DS, also called 2, there are these, the warp cannon levels. Was that actually introduced in this game? Or is this just an automatic thing? Just blast us directly to it? I think... Hey, Toad, what's up? Okay. I'm not worried about a Toad. Bye, Toad. I'll see you later. I'm heading to World 5. You have a good one. Is this gonna be exactly the thing from New 2? If so, I guess I have to take back my compliment to New 2 when I said it had something new and original. The warp cannon levels. Nope. This looks like it's just a direct thing. The warp cannon levels were a New 2 original. Shout out to New 2. It had like one really good idea. Let me check this guide while we're here. Let me scroll down more. Now we're going from 5 to 8 now, so... Ghost House. Hey, it refreshed on us. Isn't that fun? I love the internet. What a fucking garbage pile of a site IGN is, huh? And most sites on the internet, honestly. You know, you wonder why people... Oh, you know, people only use 2 sites right now. You know, they use Google, they use YouTube, they use Twitch, they use Discord. They use Reddit, and that's about it. Why is that? Well, maybe everyone else's sites keep on shitting the bed. If your site didn't shit the bed all the time, maybe people would want to hang out there. People don't want to hang out somewhere that, like, constantly crashes. Fucking get real. Modern internet's kind of a shit show, honestly. There's a shell in the ground. So you can do the little half spin in the air. It, you know, you have to shake the controller to do it, though. Much more unpleasant than, you know, using the R button, let's say. I assume you can't, you know, there's no option for, like, classic controller or, you know, other options, right? No? Okay, that's fine. That's all fine. That's all good. We're making good time. I mean, we did 3 levels, so of course we're making good time. Basically, for this one, we have to just do 1 full world. Maybe 2 if the ghost house is, like, later into this, into this. I like these vines a lot. These vines are really cool. These vines have appeared in other, new U games. And hey, speaking of gimmicks that have appeared in other games, these are, the Yoshi's Island, tilty platform things. Hey, it's not exclusive to, Yoshi's Island. Not even a little bit. See? In this game, too. How about that? Put this in Mario Maker. It's in Mario games, as well as Yoshi. Put Yoshi in Yoshi's Island in Mario Maker. That would just be a good addition with like, cool, distinct, appearance and stuff. Yippee! I like how you could go inside the shell, that was cool. I guess that's a tail hole, not like a, you know, for a second out there I was like, okay, we're going out the rear exit. Is that like, you know... But it's just where the tail, that's where the tail comes out. I'm sure... I was about to say maybe like Nintendo Mario characters are like idols, you know, they don't have body functions, you know, but actually it has been confirmed and has been shown in like in like you know, Thousand Year Door, there are toilets. So it is canonical that Mario characters poop. I'm sorry to tell you. It is known. But do all of them poop? Maybe Koopas don't. And these vines go a different way. That level looks cool with the log. You know what? It's probably an auto-scroller. It's probably a platform level. Let's go this way. It really doesn't matter which level we play. The music being the same across, like, half the series, I think also does hurt it. You know, like, this song is just literally in Mario Maker 2. And it's not based on Mario, new Wii, based on Mario U, which uses the same music. This as well. Just, make new music from time to time. And indeed, with Wonder, they said, like, oh yeah, we're okay, sorry. You think there's any chance they actually don't go in the direction of new themes, but instead just go like, you know, maybe they go the other direction. Maybe they go like, oh, so yeah, you got 1, you got 3, you got World, and also you got Wonder. No Wii U theme this time. I think that'd be sad. I think that, you know, Wii U definitely has something to offer. I think that, you know, honestly, there's nothing wrong with the Wii U theme that it doesn't need to be pulled, right? I mean, I think some players would say, like, no, yeah, get rid of it, but I think there are levels that can be made. I think there are, like, good theming things that it has all its own. I think definitely for any new Mario Maker, think new themes. Don't think remove themes. Don't think, hey, we're just gonna roll back to 4. And specifically, one new. I mean, maybe it adds overhead to have the different themes, but if they're just, like, reskins for the most part, with, like, 1 or 2 unique properties, isn't it just, like, not that hard? I don't know. I say that. They didn't make any theme that was just a re-theme in the last one, so maybe it is hard. How far do we have to go to the ghost house? Where is the ghost house? Can I like hit the button and look ahead? One, 2 levels. Okay, we need to get 2 levels, 2 levels then, okay. And then it's ghost house time. Wow. I agree that the you know, it was a fun gimmick of the Wii Wiimote that you could turn on its side. It is not the most comfortable thing. You know, the reason why it was successful, the Wii U, or the original Wii, had a lot more to do with just, like, novelty than it did with, like, solidness, you know? I think most would admit, like, yeah, the Wii was fun, but it wasn't like a, you know, it wasn't like a main console, you know? It wasn't like something that could be your main, what they call a daily driver. It just wasn't good enough for that. But it was, quite unique, and Nintendo made great games for it, so, you know, it wasn't a bad thing. It's just, you know, we look at it now and go like, bit lacking. At the time, they quite liked it, and it was very popular. And after the generation ended, and Nintendo tried to follow up with like, hey, it's another Wii, I think they were kind of surprised at the lack of interest. And I think a big part of that is like, yeah, well, you know, it was kind of a flash in the pan. People bought them, but like, attach rate of software was not great, because like after Wii Sports, a lot of that like, the people that went and towards it, they're like a secret mushroom. Yep. A lot of the people who got it were like, nah, no, I guess games aren't for me. Or, you know, they were elderly. I guess that's a weird thing to think, you know, like a lot of the people who bought the Wii back in the day, you know, all those retirement home people who bought the Wii back in the day. I don't want to tell y'all the obvious. Tell me there was a checkpoint and we don't have to go through that again. I don't want to tell you the obvious, but like the people who bought a Wii, who were like retirement home people in the year 2005, they're past. They're gone. They're not with us. That's kind of sad, you know? Though, you know, I guess if you were 60 then, like 65 maybe, you're like, 85 now. That's you could still be alive. But maybe, definitely, probably, maybe not gaming. I mean, I don't think they were gaming for that much longer after the Wii. The Wii was kind of just a one-time thing. I don't think the Wii is ever... I don't think motion controls will ever be like that again. I think, like, the generations that follow will be like, you know... Honestly, like, when our generation gets old, or when generations these days get old, they're probably gonna say things like, what I want is a touchpad! I need a touchpad, like my iPad I played as a baby! And not me, of course. You know, iPad was invented when I was a, 20-something. You know, it was invented while I was in college. I guess I was maybe 19, 20, somewhere around there. Maybe it was like first year college, so I was like just, you know, still a teen, but yeah. I was like 18, 19, 20, somewhere around there when the iPad was announced. So like I didn't have it as a baby, but like the kids nowadays, like they're not gonna want motion controls when they're in retirement homes. They're gonna be like, give me a touchpad. I want to play on my iPad. I want to pop the balloons. Like Jerry from Rick and Morty. I love that show. I love Rick and Morty. Why don't they make Rick and Morty anymore? That's what kids today are gonna sound like. They're probably gonna use like weird, cool worlds that haven't been invented yet that the kids of the future think are cringe. Like, oh wow, you're still saying Riz, Grandma? Like, oh, they stopped saying that like 50 years ago. No, I'm not gonna help you. I will save. Fuck off, Toad! Eat shit! I hope y'all enjoy me telling that Toad to eat shit. I think it, deserved it. Yeah. Everything good, by the way? We're all nice, volume is, correct. We're in good shape on all that. I wonder what my generation's like Wii will be. Like when we're all old. We'll be just like, hey, it's an Xbox controller. We made a console with an Xbox controller, just like the old days. It uses physical buttons, no touchscreens. And we'll be like, oh, gosh darn it, we love that. Buttons, look at this, it's buttons. Listen here, kids. Back in my day, we used to have, we used to use buttons to control everything. That's right, just like a baby's toy. No, a baby's toy uses a touchscreen. What are you talking about, kid from Back to the Future 2? It's not like a baby's toy at all. You have to use your hands? That's right. Much like the baby's toys of the future. What the hell did they use in the future if not their hands? How do they play games? I guess they use, like, Kinects. They got, like, motion controls, camera, thingamajig. Or they use their voice. They use their voice. What the fuck? We were really far to there. Well, hopefully when we get out of there, the mansion will be open. I think this level is a little bit, on the tedious side, you know? A little bit on the tedious side. You kind of have to defend this for really long, and, you know... I mean, I think it's a really great original platform level, don't get me wrong, but I also think I say it's really original. Hasn't this been redone like 12 times throughout the franchise after this point? That's kind of the unfortunate thing about anything that's really original in the new U games. If it's original, it's not original for long. But I think it's a really cool idea, to be clear, but I also think, fuck, that I hate to replay it. I hate to start it over. And I wouldn't mind the ability to rewind right now, if you catch my, meaning. I would love a rewind. That would be killer. I hope that we get robot hands so that we can continue playing video games with similar acuity as we can as youngsters now. You know, I hope we get like hands that are free of arthritis. Maybe they'll find a cure for arthritis and we won't need robot hands. We'll just be able to just you know, enjoy life. That'd be the best thing, because robot hands, you know, they'd be all metallic. And, you know, as cool as robot hands will be, it'll be weird to touch our loved ones with, robot hands, you know? It'll be, like, different. It'll be like, oh, you know, I'm trying to stroke the cheek of my, you know, my loved one and all. You're trying to be affectionate and shit, and, you got a robot hand. It'd also be unfortunate for other purposes as well. Besides, you know, the caressing of others. The caressing of self, I don't know. Like, that would be weird. Motherfucker. Oh, thank God. Maybe it'd be fine, you know, like, if you had a robot hand and it was realistic enough, you could turn off the sensitivity, you know, make it so that you couldn't feel it. That's just like, what the fuck? Would hands just come built in with a, would you call it something other than stranger mode? You know? Like the thing? Would that be, You want to recreate that in Maker? That'd be cool, yeah. I wonder if how you'd manage that. I mean, I guess you could just have a platform level with enemies boarding the platform, and, you know, you couldn't sense. You couldn't sense anything. Here we are in the level. Latitude clouds on tracks. It could also be destroyed by enemies, like if there's too many of them or something, but it's a little less reliable. Let me look at the phone again. This is where we are. This is where we need to be. Get out of here, Guardians of the Galaxy. Fourth red arrow sign. Okay, that's probably enough to find where we need to go. We just need to keep an eye out for arrow signs. One. Wait. There's one down here as well. Is this 2? Is this 3? How are we counting? Where are we counting from? Okay, this is 4, so drop below it. I think maybe go in. Guessing this would be it. Hidden behind a wall that you can walk through. That would make sense to me. This gotta be it, right? These light blocks aren't as good as the light blocks in New U, where it's not light blocks, it's light Yoshis, and they like have a whole blah when you do a spin. Like these just are static, and they don't do a big extra big light blast. Let's go. Good time, good time. What did he say? This way. Let's go. Okay, whatever. Whatever you want to say, my man. It's an interesting way for a path to form. Don't have vines. Okay, don't block me off. Right now, there's nowhere we can go other than, well, we could go in there and finish the level, but other than the way forward. So let's go the way forward. Sick. Yeah, I think I beat this once and then played it again once upon a time and maybe got like midway through. And I think I 100%ed it on Wii, and I think like after that I never did again. I'll say a level that we are missing that I think is great is the stuff in World 7 with the cliffs that you like sidle along. I think, you know, like I said earlier, they're in like multiple games, so it's not like a big deal or nothing. You know, you can just see it in U. This is familiar. It's good though. I'll say, in general, I think this game is a lot better than new DS. I think this game has a lot better handling than new DS. And its only big problems are like, oh, you have to shake the controller to do stuff. You have to tilt the controller to do stuff. These are just stock Wii issues, you know? It's like just problems the Wii has by default, you know? These issues come standard. As far as the game that it is, it's like, yeah, no, this is a good game. There's nothing wrong with it. Shh. Ah, my flower. There's nothing wrong with this game, and it feels great, in fact. I mean, I don't like how you have to shake the controller to pick things up. That's not great. That's like, again, goes with the criticisms of the shaking in general, you know. And it's just like, yeah, no, that's just how these games work. And how else would you do it? They don't have that many buttons on the Wii U gamepad, which, you know, let me just say. Hey, what's going on there? That's... Fuck! I was nearly gonna go over, but then, yeah, it's fine. I was gonna go over, but then, yeah. How's the weather out there? Weather app still says it's frightful, watery, but maybe it's fine. I'm hearing children again, which, if they're out playing in a thunderstorm, they're fools. You shouldn't do that. Stay indoors, kids. I mean, I think that's true in general. Kids should stay indoors. Everyone should stay indoors, unless they're at a theme park. I know, that's silly, but... it's the American way. You know, this is the 4th of July. The time of American Day. If there's one American tradition that I believe in, it's staying indoors and watching TV. And living a sedimentary lifestyle. That is the American way. That is the American tradition. That is what we do here in America. The word sedimentary, sedentary, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a weird word. I give up. Sedimentary. Sedimentary. I can't do it. I can recognize it on paper, don't know how you say it. It's probably not sedimentary. That's like erosion, you know? That's like sedimentary rocks. A sedimentary lifestyle. How do you say that? I live a sedimentary lifestyle, and then when it comes on, when vacation happens, when I go on a trip, it's just like, okay, it's time to go the distance. It's time to walk miles and miles and miles and miles every day. On some level, just because, like, oh yeah, if you don't walk on vacation, you're not gonna get anywhere, and you're not gonna see anything. This is cool. I really like these, rotating wheels. Simple, effective, great gimmick, dangerous, effectively so. And also the level is mostly over now. I'm gonna keep on trucking. I'm gonna be rewarded for my trucking with a mushroom. No, I'm not. That's, you know, delayed gratification there. I'm gonna get that mushroom eventually. Just gotta look at it on a large enough, time scale. Maybe we'll get this one this time. And it'll be a better power-up than, Whoa! Hey! A star! Well, that's even better than, Yeah, that's some gratification right there. Was a little bit delayed, but not by much. Hell fucking yeah. That felt really good. I like that. I haven't seen that many stars this game. If any, that might have been the first. We have, just skipped through the first other world, so, you know, this is really one of the first levels. The game is really getting started now. Let's go to, the next level. What the fuck? What else would I do? What am I saying? I'm just saying things. Like, of course we're gonna go to the next level. Anything else? Is there anything else to talk about? I'm open to talking about stuff. How many... Did this game have, like, the propeller hat? Was that, like, the big gimmick here? As far as new power-ups go? I don't know that we've seen any propeller hats so far. Just the ice flower. Oh, maybe the ice flower was new. I'm not sure 100% whether that was a new thing or not. This doesn't have the blue shell item. I always thought the blue shell was neat, and then I played that game and it's like, you know, it really doesn't have that much of a use. You know, it's really just probably the least useful power-up in the game. So, you know, take that as you will. Can understand them removing it. It's a nice level. I wish you could do Tide like this. I wish you could do a lava tide like this in Mario Maker. That'd be really fun. We got a checkpoint, it's fine. I think a lava tide like this would be really fun in Mario Maker if you could do it. Like, there's always gaps to go into. Maybe you could do something like this with, like, a slow-moving thing on a rail. There was, like, I don't know, like a bunch of potobos or something. A bunch of fire bubbles, as they're sometimes called. Great, we missed the mushroom. There's maybe options, but they're probably more clunky than, you know, worth doing. Yeah, you could fire bars. Oh, that's yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. I've seen the fire bar levels like that. It does fill the stage with entities, and also it's not an instant death like this is. Right. Yeah, there are fire bar levels that are just like that. It can't be quite. Fire bars are on a universal timer, so they can be that synchronized, right? That's right. That's how it works. Yeah, I guess, yeah, fire bars. Good looking out, 06i. Fuck! Ah, jeez, I didn't know we were doing, that. I think these toad balls are totally balls. You know, in like a negative sense. I don't like them. I don't like to, collect them. It's a weird way for these to work. Oh, I'm saving like little toads. Except they're not toads, they're little balloons. I don't know. Why not have actual toads there? I thought I was timing that right. Yippee! We saved an actual toad. And he gave us fucking mushrooms. Thanks a lot, Toad. Mushrooms. Give me a fire flower. That was like a hard enemy. Late game, you know? I wonder what game will be next. I'll say, like, obviously the most real of any of them is, Super Mario Brothers 2 USA. I'd kind of like that one to be last. I kind of like that one as, like, the clincher, as, like, the finale. That said, I think at this rate, we're, like, what? What time is it? It's 7:30? We're like not even 6 hours in. I'm okay doing that gimmick I said earlier, where once there's, well, let's maybe wait after the next game, but like when there's 3 items on the when there's 2 items on the wheel, I will add a star, and whenever that star gets landed on, we will owe 1 star in Super Mario 64 from my clear game file, which already has a lot of the low-hanging fruit already gotten. That said, I did use a skip to get to Bowser. I did do the staircase skip, so like Rainbow Ride and like TikTok Clock are both like open, so you know we can do those. But those are harder ones, so you know maybe there's we'll see what fruit we can find. I think, and I think that'll be a fun way to end it. Maybe. Does that sound fun? You know. We wouldn't be ending on then, we'd be ending on a bonus round, basically, rather than on whatever the last game would be, and it'd probably be like, you know, one of those more tenuous of games. I mean, 2 out of 3 chance it's one of the tenuous games, but we'll see. I think right now I want to see Smash or Mario Run. Get those done, and then get the other one done, and then yeah, let's finish on a real game. I cannot control it though. It's all random. It is what it is. That's the gimmick. Alright, we actually do need to go after him. I think that this isn't as cool as the gimmick levels in, like, fuck. This boss fight isn't as cool as the gimmick levels in, like, the Magic Koopa levels in, like, the original, world. But I'll admit, it is better in other ways, you know? I'll admit that, is a lot more intelligent and a lot more balanced, you know? It's a lot less random. But I kind of like the random. I kind of like the chaos of it. I need to be more careful. We were running low on lives. What happens if you run out of lives? Do you get kicked back to the... What happens if you run out of lives in this game? I don't remember. In a classic game, you would restart the world. But, you know, this is slightly more modern than most of the classical games. So maybe they do something else. Does anyone know what happens when you lose all your lives in Wii? That would be the kind of delay that would make me question the star gimmick, you know? If we end up losing progress, for instance, I'd maybe go like, okay, well, maybe we should just consider ourselves lucky to get through. I mean, I'll say if we get through and we're like 10 hours in, I might call an audible there, you know? It all depends, you know, on how fast this all goes. The other segments... I'm expecting the other segments to go pretty quick. Like, Run is just literally... Yeah, it's like 9 levels. Like, 9 levels, and they're not that long or really that involved. I mean, honestly, I don't remember, like... I'll be honest, I don't plan on, like, resetting my save on my phone to, like, be able to play Run from scratch. But I'll just play the levels, I think. And that'll be good enough. That's like an any %. It's not like I'll do every single coin in hell. I don't think I'll just... I don't think I'll get every coin, and that won't be the condition for winning. The condition for winning will just be beat the levels. Which, I'll be honest, is like a lot less interesting. But hey, we started off with Yoshi's Island, playing that by just playing Yoshi's Island without caring about collectibles, so why the hell would Run get better treatment than that? That'd be, you know, it obviously doesn't deserve that. Okay. Well, that was easy. I think maybe we're supposed to do something there other than ride that guy down. I guess with levels like this, it makes sense why water's alternative is a dark situation. You know, they've done dark water levels before, like this. Not the best level, but whatever. At least it's kind of chill. And hey, you get some drama out of like, oh, I can't see nothing. I have to figure out where things are. And, you know, a lot of these enemies are really good at spreading light in interesting ways. You know, if dark levels are to be more of a thing, or more of a thing people embrace, What the hell? Why did I... What? Why was that a... Okay. That was not good. Fuck! What? I couldn't see him! I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him. This is what I was supposed to do earlier. Couldn't see the guy. I was supposed to dodge him. Dicked up. Oh, I think it's cool. I also think it's kind of ass. You know, fuck you. I guess if you don't have any sort of light source and aren't, like, guesstimating the position of enemies, you will die. But some of these enemies... yeah, I don't know if there's any way to figure them out. Where they would be, etc. A little worried about our life supply. Maybe I could do a mini game or something. I don't want to. I might have to. Don't release the bloopers this time. Oh, it's for a star coin. That's what that was for. Okay. There are bloopers in the dark. Fish in the dark. A lot of stuff in the dark. Please tell me we're at the end. There has not been a checkpoint, by the way. Okay. I can't. Okay. Okay, I think we did it. Oh, God. Right, we're in the land of lava. That's right. I forgot about that for a minute. What with all the water and all. I didn't like that level very much. I hope that there's no way we can lose progress. That'd be very depressing. If we ended up back here with... auto-scroll. Why did it have to be auto-scroll? Look on the bright side. More coins to collect. Kinda need some more coins to get some lives and stuff. Okay, this is pretty easy. They just fall off once they're on the platform. And hey, there's a checkpoint. This level's actually nice. Oh boy. I'm hoping for Run or the other one. You know, one more factor is that 2 is definitely a real game with real challenges and real difficulty. And I feel like, honestly, I'm in the mood for... Fuck! Something that's a little more of a gimme right now. You know? I could just go for... Hey, just tap the screen. Hey, it's Smash Brothers. You can't go wrong with Smash Brothers. No, you can't. I think I am glad that I added those 2 games, to be clear. You know, admittedly, maybe if I had come up with the 64 idea first, before considering extra games to add, maybe we would just have those 3, and then have bonus, you know, the bonus round of 64 based on how many times we rolled poorly. You know, and that'd be a good way to do it. But, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Maybe we have nothing to worry about. Things are going really well right now. This level's been going great. And there's only 4 levels per set of levels, right? We beat this level. This is an auto-scroller game. The timer can't be that tight. I'm aware that, like,
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Don't need to scare me like that, game. Cool if you could point at the TV or something and have that do something. I don't know, maybe that'd be silly. I mean, it's definitely silly. The games that did it were silly. And also, Murphy and Rayman Legends, kind of a mistake. This is the first time we're seeing Propeller Hat in this game. It might be. Propeller Hat is kind of fun in very specific levels, you know? Like, I think this is exactly the sort of level where the Propeller Hat really shines. A vertical level where you can mostly just go upwards without thinking about it too much. And that is exactly this level, and as a result, I'll say it shines. A lot of the other levels in the game, it's not as useful. And, you know, when they did the squirrel suit in U, it was like, alright, yeah, that's a great change. You know, it's kind of weird thinking back on it. You had it in World 1? Ah, I didn't, Good memory, Rock Party. I guess they may have introduced it in, like, one of the first levels, considering that it is, like, this game's signature suit. I guess it is worth noting that, like, one of the weirder aspects of New Super Mario Bros., the first one, didn't have a flying power-up. So very much this game had to be like, okay, we got a flying power-up now, and don't worry. I mean, actually, I was gonna say, like, oh, don't worry, it doesn't affect multiplayer, but it's not like New DS had multiplayer, so why didn't it have flying items? That's very weird. Why didn't it? That's a very weird omission, come to think of it. Why? In any case, when they added it here, it was like, ooh, hey, flying. Which, to me, is just like a basic requirement of a power-up system, unless you have a badge system that makes that relevant, like they did in Wonder. Badge system kind of makes it relevant. I was wondering what the badge system, if that would be successful. You know, when Wonder was detailing how that all worked, I did wonder, like, oh, is this going to be really influential? Are we going to see a lot of badge systems in platformers going forward? And so far, nope. I don't think I've seen any sort of, like, Mario Wonder type thing out in the wild. Does anyone... Did anyone look at that and go like, oh, I want to do that? Or did everyone look at it and go like, well, there's like a couple good ones, and the rest are just like situational at best, if not just fun gimmicks. Mind you, fun gimmicks are fun gimmicks, but maybe everyone just looked at it and was like, okay, well, you know, it's fine, whatever. And everyone had their one. I mean, I'll say, like, I feel like a good platformer can combine multiple of the ones that they introduced into either A, you know, different characters, you know, so you have, like, a selection of, like, hey, do you want to be able to, like, run super fast and also hover? Or do you want to have a double jump and also a grappling hook? You know, I feel like games nowadays are more apt to make that sort of trade-off and be like, okay, here's your Donkey Kong. He has a grappling hook and can kill enemies with ease. Here's your Diddy Kong. He has a spin jump. And what else from Wonder? He has the dolphin kick in the water. And here's your Dixie Kong, hovers in midair. You know, and make the trade-offs like character-based, and probably have multiple of them per character. Oh, fuck you. They hid the power-up in a unorthodox place this time. I mean, I guess that's... If we had played any of these previous levels, I bet there were a bunch of previous levels like this. We probably would have known to look, but I didn't, so I didn't. We got pretty far the first time, despite the, I mean, we had power-ups the first time coming in, but, you know, we got pretty far nonetheless. With this, we don't have to fucking bother with that. How many levels after this? Is it another 4, or is it, like, just penultimate level, final level, or something? Are we heading into the home stretch? It's funny playing this back, because, like, Wonder's Final World has, like, 4 levels in it, you know? After you've gone the distance in Wonder, it just asks you, like, okay, you're gonna have, like, a couple of final levels. One big blowout level in particular is gonna be a big blowout level. And the rest, don't worry about it. You don't need. Yeah, shortcut. That felt good. Imagine if I had died. I'd been very upset, but I thought I could do it. And, I decided the minor inconvenience of backtracking 10 seconds was worth the risk of, avoiding that was worth the risk of dying in a, tragic way. Let's fucking go. Oh, you know, it just occurred to me, I think in several of these other games, you fought Baby Bowser using that gimmick. Or Bowser Jr. using that gimmick. That is literally out of Yoshi's Island with the ground pound thing. This is literally a callback to Yoshi's Island. I realize that now, playing them back to back. Like, we just saw this same ground pound gimmick an hour ago, essentially. And seeing them back to back, it's like, oh, that's neat. That's cool. And this is like a cool spin on it as well with the... We're not hitting him, we're hitting the, his balls. His spike balls. Specifically. That's really cool. I do think the new U games are better than mediocre, you know? They're not mediocre, they're really great. I do think it is true, though, that they are very plain games, and they're very, like, unambitious, and I feel like it's very easy to look at them and go like, yeah, you didn't try very hard, did you? You didn't go for gusto. Because they didn't go for gusto. But that doesn't mean they're not good. That doesn't mean they're not great, even. They're fun. They're well-made platformers. I think that we all appreciate a little bit of gusto, though. Tell me it's just like one Yeah, okay, final Bowser, let's go. Cool, 9 levels, let's go. Alright. And hey, even if we die now, and even if we were to lose progress, which I don't know if we would have done, we now, I'm just right in front of Bowser's castle. I bet we don't lose progress anyway. Games in this era were not, mean. Man, this is so just the template of like, new you Bowser stages. You know, they all kind of just looked like this. Well, some of them had like some original gimmicks as well, I'll say, for what it's worth, but they were all like this, pretty much. Even with these exact same falling platforms made of bones. Which, why don't we have these particular platforms in Mario Maker? They're really cool. The blue plats should look like this in Bowser's Castle theme. Maybe that'd be silly. It probably definitely would be silly, but I think it'd be cool. Also, it'd be inconsistent with the other games that wouldn't have this reskinning, because this is a Wii new specific skin job. Kind of a boring room here. I mean, it's alright as like downwards auto-scrollers go, but it is kind of a bummer that the last room is just an auto-scroller, and a rather tame one at that. Whatever, I'm not complaining. I'm ready for the ending. I'm ready to finish this. I think we're on good pace to, I think we're on good pace. Enough said. We're gonna hit the switch and then there's gonna be a second phase with Bowser where he, like, chases us upward or something. I know these games. You know, as per the gimmick of this stream, I've beaten, the other ones. All the new games have been beaten in this, on a July 4th. Though not this one. You know, a year ago, 2 years ago, I played them all. I need to run under him when he does the big jump. What? I thought I started pretty much at the right time. What did I... Is there another thing I need to be doing here? Like going over or something? I need to go over, but I think it is big jump. I need to go under the big jump. Also, hey, is there... Yeah. Was that a standard that started during this new era? The hidden mushroom right before the boss door? I might have been in some of the other, like, world and stuff. Okay, let's do this. Take off my headphone for a second. How about I just try fireballing him? Try fireballing him first. And like, you know... Well, actually, the fireball ended early. I didn't even need to dodge it. Just needed to go far back. Alright, fireball works. That was much easier than trying to go under. Alright, that's Magic Koopa in the cage. ha. You know, this is just like many I've seen this exact level in Mario Maker actually. I remember people have made this level in Mario Maker a bunch with the coins and the I definitely remember like giant Bowser chase levels where the walls are destructible and there's big things of coins. In particular in Mario Maker versions, it's very easy to soft lock by, you know, doing something like killing Bowser when you're not supposed to. Like, you kill him now, and you're just stuck here. And, it's not like the level just ends. It's a little bit awkward, really. Huh. I probably played a bunch of them without even realizing, like, oh yeah, that's what they were going for. Huh. First try, let's go. Well, on this phase, anyway. Oh yeah! I'm stretching. I'm stretching. It's time for another one. Good work. That was some good quality work. And I am just realizing now I have to remove the game from the wheel to side before I do it again, so I'm gonna have to line it up again, vertically speaking. Another game in the books. Hell yeah, that felt good. This is the ending of the game. Mario and Peach, you know, they say, oh wow, good job, thank you, maybe a kiss on the cheek or something. Luigi and the other two are here. They were not involved in this adventure, but they get credit anyhow, because this is a multiplayer game. He's the chauffeur, and the Toads are there too. Isn't that nice? Let's get big and turn on the wheel. And let me adjust the wheel because I had to like do it to make it so it only had 3 games on it. Excellent. Let's do the wheel while the credits are running and the last scene is running and all that. So, to repeat, we have 3 games left on the wheel. Honestly, 2 of them are barely... There's like some sort of gameplay thing going on back there. That's fine. To be honest, 2 of the games are barely Mario games, or barely like proper 2D Mario games, or not Mario games at all, really. But the 3 on the wheel are Mario Brothers 2 USA, which is a Mario game, by the way. It's not tenuous at all. I'm not saying that. Smash Brothers Melee, which is very tenuous. We're going to be doing the adventure mode and playing as a Mario character. I'm thinking Bowser. They should make a platformer starring Bowser. I think that'd be cool. Finally, we have Super Mario Run, which is the 3rd option, and is definitely a proper game. We'll see how fun it is to do. Okay, let's spin the wheel. We got run. That's fine. Hey, let's, we got run. Cool, okay. So, let me just take the wheel down. Take the wheel down there. Mario Run will be the next game. And, I guess for that, I won't need to change inputs at all. I'll just leave the Wii on in the background, if you don't mind. How do I skip the credits? Reset, please. Yes, that's fine. It's saved. Did it save? I don't know if it saved. It's fine if it didn't save. What the fuck do I care? We beat it. You saw it. You know. It doesn't have a star. That's fine. Can we find a nice place to, like, stand around? Tell you what, fuck this. Let me turn this off. Turn on the switch. The Elgato will be saying something like no signal in a second. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna switch back to the Switch, too. I want to have something nice in the background, you understand? That's fine. Sure, go with that. Now then, let me, mute the gameplay from the TV. And, let me, open up Mario Bros. Run, which I made sure to install, earlier before I started the stream. Yes. Now, I need to figure out how to unmute this. Let me just make sure that nothing sensitive appears like this. It just has my username. Okay, that's fine. You know I'm the Master DS. Okay. Let me see if I can get some audio here. How can I get audio? Give me 1 second. Okay, let me go to a break real fast, and we'll cut out some noodling with, God damn it all. Let's just fucking go. Let's just fucking go. I give up. Let's just play the thing. Mario Run is like a auto running thing. You play it with one hand, and, you know, you play it with one hand, and, usually there's music, or there can be. I mean, I'll say, like, I think a bad thing about Mario Run is that it actually gets in the way of your music. Oh, it also has a very tight timer situation, which, I totally ran down whilst doing the thing. Let me put Mario Kart music in the background. That'll be better than, the same music all the time. Okay. Here we go. It's Mario Run. And, I couldn't get the fucking audio to work, so we're doing, I just gonna put Mario Kart music in the background. That'll be fine. I didn't know that this couldn't do the fucking audio. That's what I get for not, testing beforehand. I assumed it would work. Honestly, part of me is wishing, like, oh, I should have just, you know, maybe gone with one less game. We could call an audible and say, like, okay, Mario Run is, cannot operate. Should we call an audible? I'll be honest, I forgot there was this many levels in Mario Run, honestly. let's, we should play the game. We should play the game. We should do the thing. How's the... Too low, too low. Need more... Yeah. Yeah. I'll say, I don't dislike Mario Run. I think it's pretty good, actually. There's a whole gimmick here where you have to collect coins and you can get like different versions of the level with different coins, which can be kind of annoying, honestly, because the coins can be pretty tricky to get and require like a little bit of skill. You know, obviously this here does not, but you know, sort of adds a little bit of replay value to what is a $5 game. You know, it's basically nothing, but it's not bad at all. Let me just have it be free roam so I can, the music doesn't stop to load stuff. There we go. Pull aside and, like, park somewhere. Boo. Right, I forgot about the gimmick. When you get hit in this, you become a bubble and you, like, bubble back. And you can use that to get another shot at the pink coins, which again really is the main objective. But you know, we're just gonna any percent this. We're just going to truck. Could we make up our own like warp zone situations? We could in theory if we wanted this to be over faster, but it's not really kosher, is it? Was this a good idea? I mean, I forgot that there were 6 worlds, honestly. I'll be honest, I forgot there was this much to the game. I remembered, like, there was the World Star, where it had, like, 9 levels in it. I guess, like, over time, you know, if you play this game enough, you see all 24 levels in this game a lot, and you get to know them like the back of your hand. It becomes kind of boring to be like, okay, well, I guess I'm playing. Okay, it's 2-1, it's 2-2, it's okay. Here's 1-4, and even the modes where it's like serving you randomized them in random order, it's like, yeah, it's just the level I played 100 times before. I feel like to get sound working, we might need to... It might be a case where I might have needed to get, like, a different thing. You know, a different capture thing that does AirPlay in a different way. I had a previous one, but it was, like, a monthly subscription, and I was like, fuck that. If you're not gonna be full quality, fuck off. And this one was, like, a one-time purchase, which I thought was better. Way better, so I went with that, and, you know, works for the most part. Honestly, like, since I use it mostly for... I like this gimmick where there's these pads. One of the things they do is that additionally to like, jumping, there's, like, all sorts of blocks where you can, like, when you jump on them, there's, like, an additional interaction, whether that's a long jump or... in that case, a backwards jump. I think that was a cool way to do it. Or, like, making the interaction be, like, stop. You know, so that you can time things out. There's some smart design in here, I'll say. Like, I do think Mario Run is the most underrated 2D Mario game. I'll say that much. I think it's the most underrated, and I, you know... played the hell out of it when it came out. I went the distance. I beat everything, and I knew it like the back of my hand. It's not a long game. And, you know, you don't really want it to be a long game, neither. Because if it was too long, you'd have to, like, you know, in the endless modes, each level would be forever, and that's not good. This is fine. This is working out fine. I'm fine with this. And you know what? It's actually going pretty damn fast, so I think we can thank lucky stars. If it ever says at any point we need to collect coins, I will consider that the end of any percent, and we will move on because we're not going to go back and collect coins. You know, if at any point it says like, oh, you can't go to World 2 before you get pink coins, that'll be it. There are some weirdly puzzle levels like this where you gotta try out the various doors. I've been playing off the TV capture. I should play off the phone in my hand. I think they do a good job, honestly. Like, this is not bad. And I'll say, like, one thing I really like in a phone game, if I'm being honest, I like a phone game that doesn't force me to hold the phone in a way that I don't usually hold it. Right? Like, when I usually hold a phone, I hold it, need to go to the lower door. I hold it like this, not sideways. And, you know, this is a lot more natural. I appreciate that this is a game you can just whip out your phone and just do a level. That's honestly not bad. Like, if I could get this on my Retroid and it worked well, I wouldn't mind that, actually. Do iPhone things work on... Well, no, but Android things do. And I'm sure they put out Mario Run on Android, so I could totally play this on my Retroid. In fact, that might have been... If I could have plugged my Retroid in somehow, that might have been a preferable way to do this. I would have to probably pay 10 bucks to, like, get that version of it unlocked, but whatever, it's not bad. There's some interesting stuff with, like, platform levels, too, where, like, Mario will just stay still. I think they did a hell of a job translating this game to the 2D. Or to just a one-button press situation, you know? And, you know, I've seen a million remakes of other Mario game levels in Mario Maker. Relatively few run levels. I mean, part of that is that the difficulty is it's a very different game as far as difficulty goes because you're sort of racing against the timer. The timer is the threat. And if you die, you just end up using a bubble, which, I mean, admittedly, you do have a limited amount of bubbles, so if you run out of them, it's a done. But that is just so kind because, you know, you really don't. It's a really nice game, honestly. And really gives you, like, some like, leniency because it knows, like, yeah, you're just pressing one button. You don't want it to be weird or hard or whatnot. Let me turn back on silent mode real fast, just to, or at the very least, do not disturb, just to make sure that, okay, cool, we're good. Just to make sure that, like, you know, I don't think anyone's going to text at, like, 8:30, but you can never be too safe. There's also, like, the automatic stuff in this game, like, oh, you automatically mantle on enemies. You know, you automatically mantle on enemies. You can hit the button early to jump off them early somehow, and do, like, an early jump. It's kind of strange, but it does help to alleviate, like, the lack of control that you have, because you don't have control. Other than to just press a button. Hello, ClickOS. Again, this is part of a larger stream where I've been playing random 2D Marios, and one of the last ones I had to do was Mario Run, which was not included in previous years. I wasn't able to get the audio working, hope you don't mind. Turns out the program I use doesn't have audio capture, only screen capture. Unfortunate, what are you gonna do? Enjoy the dulcet sounds of Mario Kart World. What does dulcet mean? I don't know what dulcet means. Is dulcet good? I haven't played World in a while, or not World, I haven't played this game in a while. So it is interesting to go back and, you know, realize like, oh, you know what, they did do stuff here to make it better. They did try their best, etc. I think there's something to be said about this game. And let's say that as we play it. We're like a third done, right? A third done? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And then we'll be on to something else. Unfortunately, like, you know, I have bubbles right now, so I can literally die multiple times and it'll be fine. Mario Kart World is fantastic, huh? By the way, really enjoying Mario Kart World still. I'm like 200 and... I've gotten like 237, I think, of the missions done, as of now. That's been a real nice thing to do whilst watching stuff. You know, it's a very easy game to play and just like, you know, look at the screen as I feel, as I see fit. You know, I don't have to pay full attention to exploration mode unless I want to, which I think is nice. I wouldn't have it any other way. And whenever I do have, like, the energy, like Knockout Tour, it's just, my god, I think it's the best multiplayer mode they've ever had in one of these. Like, it's basically a Battle Royale mode. You know, literally the game F-Zero 99 is basically exactly a Knockout Tour, except Knockout Tour is, you know, without breaks. It just keeps going, and it's more chaotic because, like, it's not all... I don't want to give the game away, but, you know, it's not all skill-based, you know what I mean? Like, it's not all down to skill. Like, sometimes just, like, the right item usage at the right time will save your ass. Or, conversely, like, fuck your ass, you know? Gotta watch out. And I find that to be immensely satisfying whenever things go wrong or right. I'm just so thrilled playing that game, and that's just a lovely good time. Also, I got what the fuck? Mariachi Waluigi. Mariachi. I got Mariachi Waluigi yesterday, which makes the last Waluigi costume I had to get. Let's fucking go. I'm so glad to finally get Mariachi Waluigi. That's just been a long time coming. Really hard to get all the skins in that. I think it might be area related, I'm not sure. But I did get Mariachi Waluigi. I was looking around and realizing, like, wait a minute. There's, like, Mexican stuff on the walls here. Of the Boneyard or whatever. Of Dry Bones. Course. Makes me think it wasn't quite a coincidence that that was there. Nice when we get a pink coin, we can know, like, whereabouts in the level are we. We're towards the end. Very nice. I like these coin extenders where you hit one and it makes a trail appeal. That's really nice. That's the kind of thing, you know. There are things in this game that I would like for Mario Maker, to be sure. Like, I think that's a better version of some of this stuff that's in like you know, the new games, right? Where it's like, oh, you hit this and then a coin appears where you pass the shadow coin. It's like, in this case, it appears in front of you. So you can just keep on running and get it. It's a little more... To me, it's a little more satisfying. I like it a little bit more. Same basic idea, though. The long jump blocks, things of that nature... You know, you could easily reinvent that as like a jump pad or like a launch pad or something, and then it just becomes like a really fast mobility option. It'd be really cool. I think there are things this game does which you could pull out into another game, but they probably never will because... I don't know. I think that this game... I feel like when this came out, everyone was like, holy shit. Nintendo's finally getting into phone games. And then I think they did it, and then they realized, like, this kind of sucks. What the hell? Everyone was badgering us to get into phone games because of this massive market, and it's pig shit. It's you know... We make the game for the platform. We make it vertical. We make it pick up and play. We make it so that you can spend a few minutes and just get a level done and have some light fun. We add a lot of replay value, and people buy it. And then what? Right? Like, I feel like everyone was kind of disappointed by Run. Probably, like, largest of which Nintendo. You know, I think it probably says something that we never got like a Zelda run. We never got like a Zelda game that was portable style. You know, why is that? We've barely gotten Pokemon games that are handheld style. Think about that. Like, why not? If you ask me, it's like, well, handheld is a shit place. It's kind of a crap place for crap people. I mean, that feels a little dismissive, but you know what I mean, right? It's like microtransaction city if you want to be profitable, and full of just scuzzy design practices. And if you say just like, oh, it's just $10, just give us $10 and, you know, it's a regular game, people don't like that either. Like, are you supposed to just be some sort of dirtbag if you want to make money on this thing? Like, what's up? And I guess the answer is yeah, you gotta be a dirtbag. You gotta run a casino app. Or, you know, ask for a yearly microtransaction. And, you know, hope for your service is good enough to attract people to be like, yeah, no, I'll play for this every year. This is an important part of my life. I don't know. I feel like I haven't played mobile games in years, with the exception of the rare card game. You know, like Marvel Snap and Pokemon TCG Pocket. And even those are, you know... I mean, I say even those are like, sometimes games, but... I also do think that it's not fair for a game to have to be like the center of your life, you know? I think it's not fair for the expectation to be like, I will play this game forever. Until I die. Like, no. That's... You know how many games there are? You can't play... I mean, you can play one until you die, let's be fair here, but you're not going to play every game until you die. Hello, Sapphire Jack, how's it going? Check it out, it's Mario Run. I couldn't get the audio to work. So, enjoy the sounds of Mario Kart. Better music anyway, you know? It's probably fine. You doing okay? I'm doing alright as well. This has been a fun stream. You know, so far, basically going to expectations. I was a little put out when the music here didn't work, but you know what? It's fine. It's good. You know, we can live with that. I like this way to do a vertical level. Just like going back and forth, right and left. It makes sense. People should remake some of these levels sometime in Mario Maker. I bet they would be more fun if you can control your left-right positioning. Ooh. Mario Kart has a great soundtrack. Y'all call out, you know, honestly, one of the worst Mario games? I don't know. I feel like it's underrated, honestly. It's fine. It's good. I feel like they do a lot to try to, like, spruce it up. It is a $10 game. I think that is important to remember. It's a $10 game, and they tried to give it replay value. You know, it is simplistic. All you do is, like, hit a button with good timing, but I don't mind that. You know? It is really nice as well, which helps for, like, the purposes of, oh, I just want to replay it real nice and quick, and I don't want to spend, like, hours and hours and hours here. There's just 2 games left after this, and I think we're making great time, so I do believe we'll see them all. And let's do the special incentive, assuming that, I'll look at my watch and see, like, how many hours it's been, and how many hours I expect. How long can you beat, Super tap the screen, bros? That's what I'm doing. I'm tapping. With good timing, specifically. There are worse games like this. I think Temple Run is worse than this. The Rayman auto-scrolling games are worse than this. I think Sonic had a couple games that were worse than this. For iPhone platforming, you can do worse. And that's, you know, kind of says more about the iPhone than it does about this game. And, like, iPhone gaming, I guess. There are way worse games, yes. Hey, a Donkey Kong Country remix. Very cool. How long do you think it'll take to go through, Super Mario Bros. 2 using shortcuts? Does anyone have any ideas? I don't know. I never gone through the shortcuts in 2, so I don't know, like, how fast it is, how direct it takes you to the end. If anyone has any idea, I would love to know, and then I'll know, like, whether I should do the star gimmick. Which, again, the idea will be that, once we're down to 2, which we are down to 2, we will have on the wheel a star. And if the star gets selected, we will have to do one extra, we will have to do a star in Super Mario 64 after everything is done, in a clear game file that I have. So, you know, and then we'll spin the wheel again. If it lands on star again, one more star for us, and we'll just, you know, figure out how many I owe for the ending, for the final sequence. Really depends on, like, how long the last 2 games should take. Melee should not take long at all. And this game clearly is almost done. It's 9 o'clock. We've been going, what, 7 hours? That's fine. I think that's acceptable. I think 9 hours is acceptable. Is that right? No. That's not right at all. It's 9. We've been going 7 hours. Of course, there were some breaks to eat and bathroom and stuff, and also you think maybe I should cut out the part of the VOD where I just was like struggling with the setup? No, it was short, and also I'll just put a timestamp when it's over. That'll be fine for people watching the VOD. things sometimes get screwy with stuff like that, you know? I know it's really my fault for not testing beforehand. I don't know why the camera shakes these days. I bet it's losing power for a second and just refreshing itself. So screwy, so screwy. I do have it connected to the computer by a very long USB cord that is getting some extra power midway, but maybe it's not enough. I don't know. We're 2/3 through. I think this has gone fine. I'm surprised that Nintendo backed out of phones, but I guess, you know, the phone market is such a nightmare right now. I can't imagine, you know, time used to be that I would believe that, like, oh, you know, it's a good thing to get into, right? Phone gaming, mobile gaming. It's probably, like, a good thing to have an app and make it specifically for iPhones, but nowadays people don't even do that, you know? It's kind of rare to have a game that, like, adapts cleanly from like iPhone to not iPhone, and usually they just don't even try, you know. Usually it's just like, you know what I mean? A lot of the most popular games right now for phones are just like, oh, it's what the fuck? Why was he in the way? Get the fuck out the way, dude. There we go. The most popular games for phones are just like, you know, virtual controls where you've just got 2 sticks. And it's like, I'm of the school that doesn't feel right at all. I've never liked that. And I guess, like, something, you know, at some point the younger generation just, maybe they never had devices with real buttons in the first place, you know? A lot of them. They just got used to it, and they were just like, yeah, no, this is how I play Fortnite. And it's like, oh god, if that's true, like... Let me just retry here. No reason to lose a thing right up the top. If that's true, there's no reason to shy away from that sort of thing. There's no reason to not do it wrong like that. And that just, I don't like that. I don't know. What can I say? There's some timing things like, oh, you know, stop here and dodge past this with good timing. I think they do their best to add some variety to it, and, you know, I feel like most of the iPhone games that I played, you know, were like when I first got an iPhone, and then after that, I feel part of the problem is Discovery. Discovery is really crap. You know, there's no word of mouth other than maybe for gachas, which, you know, I've played gachas before. They are addictive as fuck. I mean, I don't know they're addictive. They are addictive, but they're addictive in a way that makes you go like, oh my god, I just, you know, you think you're fine, you know, you think like, oh, I'm safe, I'll play responsibly, but then the one time something is exclusive and you want to drop cash on it, like right then, the one time they get you, you'll drop like $100. I mean, maybe you won't, but like, it's so easy to be the guy who's like, I'm never dropping money on this. Then your favorite character from the show is there, and it's a limited time thing, and you haven't pulled it, and it's just like, okay, here's $10. No. Here's 10 more bucks. No. Here's $50. No. Oh, shit. Gimme it. Gimme. I want it. At this point, I'll get the mercy rule. Okay, here you go. Fuck. That happened once in Prisons Connect, and I felt so dirty. But I got her. And, you know, don't fuck with gacha games, kids. It's not worth it. That service, the service ended. You know, y'all ever see in an anime, like in Soraiyo Utility, a scene where a character just is playing a gacha game, and it's like the service is ending, and they're like, oh no. That might seem like a weird scene if you haven't played one of those, but that is the feeling of like, oh, I just spent... What do you mean the service is ending? What do you mean it's done? I just spent actual money on this game, and you're saying it's gone? I'm fucking up pretty bad. Yeah, fuck. It's a bad feeling, and I recommend just steer fucking clear. Don't think services actually end? They do, man. Princess Connect famously was like really mismanaged for what it's worth. Like Crunchyroll did a bad job with that gacha game. It was like a year behind the Japanese version, which, by the way, if you're wondering, is still continuing. Like the Japanese version of the game is still exists, but the English version is super gone, and it's mostly because Crunchyroll, you know, let's face it, doesn't know what they're doing. Oh, where the fuck's the key? This is perhaps the hardest level we've been in so far, insofar as we've actually needed a retry, rather than just doing it in one. Don't worry, shouldn't be that much of a delay. I never was a big fan of this. You know, I don't like the... I feel like timers and mysteries don't mix in this particular level. You know, like, you're trying to figure out where the fuck to go. It's kind of a mystery. Where's the key? Where's the key? And, you know, you can't find it. Oh no, what are you gonna do? I don't know. Oh, it's in the... It was in the ghost. Okay, I need to, like, backflip over the ghost? Didn't know you could kill a boo that way, but that's fine. Yeah, watch out for that. I am not going to try the Uma Musume gacha game for what it's worth. It came out the other day. I am steering clear. Like, I love Uma Musume. I cannot try that out. I have a bad feeling that if I got into that, I'd be an easy mark, honestly. I can't. I'm not strong enough. Mr. Incredible meme. You know? Like, no, I love those horse girls. I do, I really do. I can't do it. I can't do it. A lot of the replay value of this game is going for the red coins, going for the, you know, there's like 3 different kinds of coins, and they all are in different places, so, you know, you replay the level like at least 3 times, getting the coins each time. And I'll say, I did get, in the save file that apparently isn't there anymore, I did, like, basically 100% this game. More or less. There were a couple parts where I really couldn't do it. But, you know, for what it's worth, I have done as much of this game as humanly possible. Those gacha games are funding the anime at least? I guess, yeah. I mean, I pay for Crunchyroll as well. No, it's on Amazon. I pay for Amazon as well. That's helping pay the bills somewhat. Maybe they wouldn't look as nice if not for the gacha connection. Princess Connect and both of them both. My understanding is that they start with the idea, you know, to make the anime, And then later they go like, how are we gonna turn this into a gacha game? I think that's how Uma Musume was, right? Like, is this the first time Uma Musume has actually had a game? Maybe it has in Japan, I don't know what the details were, but I feel like one of those series is that they did, they just were like, yeah, no, it seemed like a fun idea, and maybe we can turn it into a game later. I don't think Uma Musume was done. Uma Musume is obvious how it will be marketable, you know. You get all those horse girls, there's so many of them. Goes without saying that you'll want to collect them all. Hey, look, this has barrel cannons. Mario Run has barrel cannons, y'all. Like, regular Mario should have barrel cannons. This is a good thing, you know. It has some unique stuff that should be in Mario Maker. Like, literally, look at those things. They are exactly what I want in Mario Maker from a barrel cannon if they were to add it. Oh, and it's over now. There were like 3 of them in that level, maybe tops. Because it was a short level. And, you know, the shortness is kind of a mercy. It's kind of a good thing, but they make a lot of one-off mechanics here, I guess, is what I'm reaching at. I think this game's good. I think it's a solid 4 out of 5. I think is where I'm at with it. And I feel like the 1 star that I took away is mostly because it stops your music, you know, or podcast or whatever. Game like this should realize, like, no, man, I want to listen to music more than I want to listen to your gameplay. Oh, another ghost house? Oh, no. Ah, right there. Door at the bottom. I wonder when Princess Connect Season 3 will be. That would be nice. I'll watch a Princess Connect Season 3. Of course I will. I love that show. And I don't feel raw at all for, like, the investment lost. Like, no, that's on me. I was foolish. Never again. A raid from Lord Bowser. Hey, Lord Bowser. I'm playing Mario Run as part of this 4th of July stream now. I couldn't get the music to work, so, you know, enjoy Mario Kart music. How you doing, Lord Bowser? Let me get you with a shout out there. Yep. There you go. Check out Lord Bowser. You were playing Mario Maker 2. You were doing some making, is that right? Very nice. Very nice. Let's go. Let's do it. We're almost done with this. And then we'll play a actual game. You know, we've got 2 games, and they're both actual. Though I'll admit, I would like to play the one that's less actual first, and then end on the realest one, which would be Super Mario Bros. 2, but I'll take it as I can get them. This is random. We're playing games in a randomized order. Oh, you're playing a Friends Super World? Gotcha, nice. Hope you got through it all? Like, all of it? How long was it? Was it a long one? I feel like it hasn't been that long since you departed, but fucking hell, it's been a long stream, hasn't it? You know what, it's probably just been a long stream, and I'm just not feeling it. I have no bubbles, so I need to be good. I was not good. Yeah, sure, look for inspiration here. There's like some. Like I said earlier, the last level had barrel cannons in it, and, you know, fuck man, if that's not one of the things I most wish for in Mario Maker 3, right? Like a barrel cannon thing, almost exactly like Mario Mario Run had in the previous level. Like, yeah, just have it on a track, and make it so that you hit the button to launch. Have ones that are automatic and have ones that aren't, you know, give a variety there. But, you know, you can do both. We got a bubble left. Really could use a mushroom. One thing I wish this game could have had was power-ups other than mushrooms. Like, that is just a very important part of Mario, to the point where, like, in the movie, the new movie, they made sure to represent all the different power-ups that he's had over the years. It's very important. This game kind of, like, says, no, we can't figure out how to do that. You know, even Kirby, when it was doing, like, touch controls in Canvas Curse, you know, it made sure to have its copy powers because it realized, like, oh, that's kind of an essential part of this. Like, it doesn't work without that. That is what happened, Mushy Kirby. I did die right as I said that. Sometimes I say things with bad timing. You know, ironic timing. Last level, and then we will be done, and then we'll go to the next game. Excellent, 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 excellent. It's very good. I'm happy about it. We just have to beat Bowser, and it's like a whole thing. Not you, different. This Bowser, in-game. This is a good boss fight, I'll say. Like, you just have to land on the bombs, and that'll automatically yeet them into Bowser. And occasionally there'll be a mushroom for you to grab before it goes into the lava. Oh, there's also... Wow, that went right over his head. I didn't realize... Oh, fuck me. Didn't realize that could happen. It'd be better if it was just always on point, but whatever. That's fine. We're almost done here. Yep, there we go. That's it. Run in the books. Okay. Hope you enjoyed the music of Run. I haven't been given last thoughts on these games as I've been beating them, I guess. Just too much of a rush to get to the next one. I'll say again, I think Rush is pretty damn good. I think they do a good job of, like, having some gameplay that you can do at one tap. And, like, you know, I like that it's vertical, so you don't have to, like, you know, do this nonsense to play it. Like, it's better this way to me, honestly. But obviously it is not a full-ass game, and, you know, for a $10 thing, that's fine. I'll say, I also, at the time, did enjoy... There is the whole, Star World thing, which is okay. An extra couple of levels. And there is also the, remix and rally modes, which... honestly are alright. They're not bad. You play through a random level and you do, like, stuff that gets you some crap. There's, like, some replay value to it, including, like, going through the game and trying to get, like, each tier of coin, you know? You got the pink, you got the red, and you got... or blue or something, and you got the gray. There's, like, 3 different coin placement things. And I did get the mileage out of it at the time. But now it's over, so let's relax and go ahead and bring up the next game. Pull up the wheel! Now then, like I said, I have to modify the wheel real fast, so let me do that. I'm going to do that, and we're going to do the gimmick. The new gimmick from this point out is, instead of, line that up. Instead of, having... We're still gonna have 3. There's 2 games left, but instead of the third game, there is a slot labeled star, and every time it lands on star, we will have to get 1 star in Mario 64 after beating the other 2. Why Melee? I needed another. There were not enough games, and I wanted to think of one that would be fast. It's adventure mode. There's a Mario level in there. It's very tenuous, but it kind of counts. And we can play as Bowser, which, you know, otherwise you can't do in a 2D Mario game. Except for Super, and, you know, you can play him in 3D in Bowser's Inside Story, and in, like, isometric mode. He's not in the 2D portions, like the 2D side-scrolling portions. Let's spin the wheel! We got Melee there, we got Star, and we got Mario Brothers 2. Let's see. The number of times it lands on Star, the number of stars that we'll have to get extra at the end of this. It's possible we won't have to get any. Well, you know, hey, we got Melee, so maybe. Well, first off, we now know that the realest game, Super Mario Bros. 2, which is a real Mario game, by the way. No one contest that. You play as Mario and everything. It makes sense. I'm gonna throw to a break because I need to plug in my GameCube and get that working. And also check that the retro tink is working right. But after that, we will have Mash Melee. Let me change the game also. Melee. Wonderful. Wonderful. Throw to a break. We'll be back with Melee after this. Adventure mode. Hey, y'all. This is concerning. My GameCube is not turning on. That's, not good. It's not good at all. I have a fucking brand new retro tink that's upscales specifically the GameCube. So... did it die? Did it die without me knowing? Tell me I'm just not plugging something in. I'm gonna keep looking at it. Maybe it's not plugged in right. Let me grab a flashlight. I'm pretty sure I'm plugging it into the power right. Damn it! Well, I think my GameCube is dead. It's not turning on. That's really depressing. I mean, fortunately I have the disc. I can run off a backup on my computer. Should I do that? Give me a minute. Let me set that up. You know what? I was just thinking, like, Audible. I can do it off Dolphin. I ordered a thing that lets me put a SD card into my GameCube. It's supposed to arrive next month. If my GameCube is busted, what the fuck am I gonna do with that? I need to get a new GameCube, I guess. That's dumb. Mod your Wii? I don't have a Wii anymore. I have a Wii U. Maybe I should get rid of the Wii U at this point and get a Wii to cover Wii and GameCube games. And I also have the, you know, the Retroid that handles them just as well. I don't know. Let me set this up. Yeah, I gave it away. A friend of the family has it now. Get that wheel out of there. Damn it. Overshot me, camera. Quick thing. It's gonna take me a couple minutes to get it off my Retroid. I only have the backup on my Retroid right now. But I'll get that done. Alright. Let me, oh, 1 second. Here we go. This is the view. This is the one. It wasn't working. I managed to get it working well enough. We can at least do the mode that was promised. We'll do adventure mode, and we'll play as Bowser. We'll do, max life's normal. Sure, why not? That sounds good. Let's do it. And hey, here's the excuse of a level for why this would be considered like a Mario game. It's not, but I thought I needed one more. Honestly, in retrospect, kind of wish I had just gone with 5 of them or 4 of them. Like 4 was plenty, it turns out. Also, again, my GameCube appears to be dead. Fortunately, there are other ways to play GameCube games. This is a weird level. You know, we were saying during Run it's one of the worst Mario games. This level of Mario might be one of the worst levels of Mario. It is not made with any sort of sensibility. It's just platforms. Someone should remake this in Mario Maker, and it'd be like the most Little Timmy shit ever. Except it's not Little Timmy, it's Little Sakurai. That's, what's Sakurai's first name? I don't know. It is, though. It is Little Sakurai, not exactly Little Timmy. Hardly a level, you know. Hey Glower, how you doing? I hope I have this controller mapped properly. I honestly don't know. I haven't played using this in a bit. I mean, I guess last time I played was some randomizer, so it's probably set up for, like, you know, Metroid Prime, which is good enough for anything else, really. Unfortunately, this really shouldn't take long. I love Melee. I played a ton of it. It has been a while. I do wonder, like, you know, if Dolphin is a good way to play it. Again, my GameCube seems to have died right before the stream. It's a hell of a thing. We were just playing Star Fox Adventures on it, like, what, 2 months ago? I guess that's a long time. Yeah, I know, they are doing that. I feel like I can just lay any like performance issues off on like, oh, you know, this was supposed to be on actual hardware, and now it's not. My headphones seem to be cutting off and dying. It's quite unpleasant. I don't know what's going on with that. Y'all can't... It doesn't seem like the audio's cutting out for y'all, right? It's just my headphones. I wonder if that's because I've been streaming since 2 p.m. Yeah, they are not... Maybe they don't have infinite power. After that first level, I kind of give up, actually. You know? That first level is like Little Timmy. And then they say, okay, I guess we're done with that. From here on out, let's just fight some guys.
Ready?
Fight the big, Fuck. Fight the big Donkey Kong. Etc. Ooh. Thinking Bowser is the hero in this saga? Yeah, that's true. He is the hero here. That is accurate. Underground mate. This is one of the few level-like levels in this. I see on the audio mixer it looks to be good. Let me plug in my headphones to the couch. I feel like I'm seeing fireflies. That's weird. My eyes shouldn't be seeing that. That's not happening. Will they work while charging? They do. They are. Usually it's not been an issue. I mean, I'm not sure if that's a charging issue or what's going on there. I think these things are supposed to have like a 12-hour battery life, so we're not... They shouldn't be running out yet. I don't know what's going on, honestly. Maybe the computer's just getting confused. If it works for y'all, that's fine. That's good enough for me. I'll just struggle fucking through. He's better in Ultimates, I'm realizing. I haven't played, I was not a Bowser main or anything of the sort in Melee, and probably good reasons why. Not that I was, you know, a Bowser main in Ultimate, but, you know, I liked him, and I play him a bunch, because he's fun. Has less reach, you know? Like, his arms are just a lot stubbier. And the C-stick stuff isn't in there. Ooh, fucking shield. I'm going to use a continue. I'm going to use as many continues as I need. Maybe I should have just gone on easy, but, like, you know... That's, I got pride, you know? Ugh. I never liked the hit up to jump thing. That never made sense to me. It still doesn't make sense. In modern games, you can disable it. That's how it should be. You got a whole button for jump. You got several buttons for jump. I don't want any of that. I don't think it was charge. I think there's just some weirdness. You know, maybe because it's running a bunch of things at once, it's just getting confused and bogged down. I don't know. I'm just gonna not worry about it. We'll get through this and then worry about it. That's an annoying one. You know, as I play adventure mode and, you know, did the 2 levels that are actually, like, level-like, I think we do gotta admit that, like, the best single-player stuff is all the other ones, isn't it? Whatever, it's fine. It's fun to play this, and, you know, have a little bit more variety. How many levels are there? I'm tired. We're probably not gonna get through on this, one life, but it is worth noting it's just, straight up battles from here. Threw an explosive thing in it. That wasn't supposed to. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Let's just keep going. Oh no, my score. I would like to do sometime on stream. I'm not being very careful. I would, at some point, like to do the adventure mode of Brawl, which is, you know, arguably the best part of Brawl, for what it's worth. You know, Brawl is kind of a game that's I don't know has aged the best, but Subspace Emissary is still fucking great. Oh, I guess this is kind of level-like. Right, the escape sequence. Yes. I can't believe motherfucking GameCube died at all, right now of all times, you know. It made it like 20 years, and now it's at its end. I guess I should get a Wii. And maybe get rid of the Wii U because, like, okay, at this point, there's really nothing left on Wii U. The HD versions of the Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, you don't need those versions anyway. You fight Kirby and then you fight 100 Kirbys. What do you think is better, Subspace Emissary, like 10 years later, right? Like 8 years later. What's better, Subspace Emissary or the Ultimate one, the one in Ultimate? I played the one in Ultimate on a plane, on a 13-hour plane flight, so I can't say my memories of that are like super crisp or nothing, you know? It was fun, but also something that, you know, occasionally you have to be like, okay, I'm going to, take a nap, try to sleep, you know. I'm gonna land and be pretty distraught. And however it was over by the time I landed. You know, also that... Okay, good. Also, that was many, many years ago, so, like, my memories of that are sort of overshadowed by, like, the last flight that I went on, you know, over to Japan, which was UFO 50 that time. UFO 50, hell of a good game for that as well, because it's like 50 games. That's kind of more than enough to cover a 13-hour flight. This is where Falco comes in. It's like, oh, you gotta fight me as well. You're beating up my boy. I must have mapped the C stick weird because I'm trying the right stick and it's not doing nothing. I don't know why I would do that. I mean, I played like Zelda on this thing. Zelda randomizer. That requires some C stick stuff. Wind Waker randomizer. Whatever. I don't know. Like I said earlier, this is all improvised. I do think, and I have said before, I think Ultimate is my favorite of the Smash Brothers by far now. And I don't know that, like, this game can really compete. The audio's good, by the way, right? Like, the volume levels are fine. I got a feeling this might be louder than the last couple of games, but just looking at the levels, that's... I can correct that. Just go ahead and pop, pop, pop. Take it down just a scotch. I'm probably way louder, but, you know, it's better to be distinctly 100%. I'd rather be safe, you know? Does the damage carry on? Does, doesn't it? I know there's the F-Zero level where you, kinda weird how there's all Pikachu, like, there's like a bunch of other Pokemon in this game. Wait, wasn't that my Caesar? These guys are taking more damage than the Kirbys did, it seems. I don't know. Come on.
Continue.
Yay, another one, okay. Audio's been fine for me, by the way. It stopped cutting out, so I don't know what was up with that. I'd bet Dolphin had something to do with it. I don't know. I guess I don't have that much to say while playing Smash Brothers, just like... I'll say I don't know, it doesn't feel right here. But also, I'm so used to Ultimates, it, you know, it probably could be like 100,000% accurate, and I would be like, yeah, I do like Bowser in Ultimates, where he feels different. Also, where my controls are properly matched, I don't know. Ugh. I'm regretting words and deeds, I'll say that much. I probably should have just stuck with 4, but 5 sounded better in my head. I am tired, and, you know, after this we'll do the last game. And that'll be that. We won't spin the wheel any, we don't need to. The star didn't come up, so we'll not do any other silly games that have no place being here. That is to say, you know, we'll stick to these games, and honestly, I could have called an audible and just said, like, okay, let's just go to the last game. I wish that I did, just because I'm tired and shit. But, hey, you know, I did say I would play all these games, and let's... I guess I shouldn't let the death of my GameCube stop me from honoring that. I say as if it was, like, a special thing. Like, no, I just decided I should do this, and it'd be fun. It's by no means an obligation. It's all just for fun. See you later, Lord Bowser. You have a good one. How many more levels are there? Don't think that many. Like, there might be an Earthbound one. What haven't we seen? Earthbound? Did we see Yoshi? There's gotta be a Yoshi level. Maybe there isn't. Maybe that's under, like, Mario. Let's find out. Tired. What time is it? Nearly 10. Okay. We've been going around 8 hours. Here's the Earthbound. Okay, so... Fire Emblem at this point was a secret, so it wasn't in the progression. Kirby? We did Kirby. Your Wii U refuses to connect to the internet? Dang. I'll say, this is not the first GameCube I've lost. When I was a kid, you know, during the GameCube era, I lost that GameCube, and it was before the Wii was, like, out, or, you know, even better, like, possible to find. So I got another GameCube, and that was the one that appears to have just broken after 20 years. You know? Oh, you think it's the number of devices connected? Maybe. Like, consoles that are off shouldn't be connected, so... You know, I don't know. Maybe your Wi-Fi has, like, ice climbers. Oh, okay. Hey, in that case, there was only one level, though, so I guess... In this case, it's gonna be like, hey, you know... This is a funny hack. You can kind of see the enemies falling a little bit sometimes, because the stage isn't supposed to scroll like this. You know, it's not supposed to be advanced by, like, characters going up. It almost feels like a hack on the stage to be like, oh, just move it down a bit. Like, it's scrolling as they're spawning in some cases, and that's causing it to be a little awkward. This is a good level. I mean, it is just literally the stage, but with some custom scrolling tech added, and then you fight two pairs of ice climbers. But that's good. Oh, it's still following me, so I could maybe, like, land and, like, outclimb them. I could kill them with the climbing. Huh. That's fun. Okay, we're almost done here. We're almost done here. Dumb hack. I reckon I might have missed the part of the sound mixer when I was doing the thing earlier. I might have missed the part of the sound mixer with the mute button on it for the iPhone app. And just, you know, I blame Windows for that. Their new audio mixer it's garbage, and like the mute button for each individual program, it's kind of hard to see. It's kind of hidden. Kind of blends into the whole UI. That's on them. They fucked up. Settings-wise, I think. Like, it just looks like a little plain color thing. They redesigned the audio mixer for Windows 11 at some point, and it's just not as clear about what's going on. You know, it doesn't have levels anymore. It's kind of crap. A lot of things in Windows are kind of crap now, in general. I mean, I'll say I like that you can now redirect sound to specific places, you know. If you want an app to play its sound on like a specific sound source, sound player, you can, and then you can capture that in OBS and just capture that particular app's sound. Hey look, it's a big Bowser. We got his ass. Giga Bowser's cool. I always thought Giga Bowser was very cool. We got him. We got him. Oh, I forgot that wasn't a meteor, or wasn't a... Didn't take you down in the original Melee. Down air didn't. There we go. Good night, Lord Bowser. And good night, Giga Bowser. And of course, you gotta fight the Master Hand. No, I think it's done. I think this is done. Maybe if you like get through in one go, good and proper, you get to fight Master Hand. I don't know. I don't remember how that works. Okay, that's that. Let's go to the last game of the night. Again, sorry about the technical issues. I mean, I'm saying sorry, but I'm the one who's sorry. My GameCube appears to be dead. But, shit, man.
Congratulations.
What are you gonna do? Let's, that's that. Back to the Switch. Oh. I'm turning on the Switch now. And let me just turn this off. And go back to this scene. Alright, folks. Oh. Alright. Last game of the night. Since this is the All-Star stream, I think it makes sense to play the All-Stars version. And I guess actually that means I should do it on this view, specifically. Hang on, let me make myself... Let me size myself a little bit better. Put the keyboard in a weird spot, that's fine. Let me see, can I just adjust my, myself nice and good? Trying to find myself. Here we go. That'll do. Sound tech. Sound check. Let's go. Okay. So, Mario Bros. 2. Oh crap. What the hell? Is it a different... I'll make myself bigger, that's fine. So, Mario Brothers 2, what's the route for this? How do you get through? Let me Google. I'm gonna pull up my phone real fast. Mario Bros 2 warps. Strategy wiki. Oh, 1 second, let me get it back on the screen. Is it connecting? There it goes. Okay. Let's see now. So I can warp to World 4 at the start of World 1. I can skip from World 3 to World 5. World 4 to World 6. World 5 to World 7. Is World 7 the final world? Well, that's the furthest you can warp, so I think the play here, we can go to 4 to 6, 5, 3 to 7, so I'd have to go through a whole world, a whole extra world to get to the world 5. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, I'll be honest. What's the best route to get through? I'm guessing World 1 to World 4. Then maybe the key is to play through... No, you have to go through 2 whole worlds. What do you reckon? What's the play here? Best way to play SMB2 warps. What's the best route? Route. What's the fastest and easiest way to beat the game? Yes. Vase in 1-3 that tells you to 4, then 6, and then play it regularly. Okay, so we want to go from 1 to 3 and then 4 to 6. Okay. Vase in the level 1-3. Okay. So, for a few levels here, we'll just be playing it normally. Excellent. Let's do it. Let's go. Okay. I understand the plan. Let's do this. I've not played... I was never the biggest into Super Mario Bros. 2, and, you know, I guess it only makes sense for it to be the last one. Never played that much of it, and, always struggled with it a bit as a kid. There's the warp in this world, right? In this level? How does that work? I don't know what it was when I was a kid, but, you know, I didn't have that many games. I had All-Stars and DKC 1, 2, and 3, and, you know, suffice to say, I kind of enjoyed the DKCs more. What can I say? Okay, let's try to drop this. And I'll say, by the way, I'm going to allow myself to... Let me get rid of this guy. This guy is a fucker. That'll do. I'm gonna allow myself to rewind to get into a door, get into a warp, that sort of thing, but not to, like, undo a death. Just strictly to do some shortcut type shit. That's the prerogative here. That's how I'm gonna balance it, how I'm gonna manage it. How's the audio, by the way? Let me just... Test. That's fine. Absolutely good. Could have played the Game Boy version, I guess. That's one I now have access to, you know, on Game Boy Online and all that. And has a few new things. I don't know. Probably not necessary. This is a fine version. Play as Princess. Let's play as the Princess. Princess seems like the play, considering she has the hover. And the hover is, oh god. Do I need to steal the carpet? I might need to steal the carpet. Where is the carpet? Wait, the second level in the game. You have to steal the carpet to do anything, and the carpet can despawn? I guess I understand, if that's the case, why, you know, child me didn't click with this one as much. It's weird. I'm gonna undo some deaths. This is the start of the level. This fucking... I don't know about that design. Seems like a little fast to be just pulling fast ones. I don't know. Whole gimmick here with, mushrooms and stuff as well. There's a lot of weird stuff in this game. Flying carpets, those are for shy guys. I'll say, I do think this is much better than the Lost Levels, to be clear. Lost Levels is, a nightmare, and was not a very friendly, it's not a very friendly game, you know? Not a friendly game, to be fair. This at least, you know, it's nice, it's trying to help you. Is it trying to help you? I don't know if it's trying to help you, but it's not a troll game. You know, it's not trying to pull fast ones on you so much as just being itself. I don't know. These levels are short, and that is nice. I'll say, like, there is a lot of original stuff in the design here, and, you know, the bosses are a lot more inspired than, like, say, Mario 1's, for instance. You know, I would take these fights over Wonder's fight. Would I take them over Wonder's fights? Wonder's fights are pretty weak. Okay, let me go back to the strategy wiki real fast. At the very end of the last World of World 1, you will find a lone jar just beyond the door that leads to the indoor portion of the stage. Grab a potion just before the building, and bring it all the way past the door with you. Set it down and hop inside subspace to find the first warp to World 4. What? What? I grab a... That's... It's another game reskin. Do you think so? I think there's an argument for that, but I also think it's worth noting that the people who were making that other game were, you know, kind of the people, kind of Nintendo proper. So it's not like, oh, you know, Nintendo had nothing to do with this, or something like that, you know? It's like, no, Nintendo, the people who were, you know, people who were involved in the previous game, I guess games, there was the arcade one. Here we go, lone vase. So how does this work again? Let me see. Grab a potion and bring it all the way past the door, set it down and hop inside So we go inside the thing in the subworld. Man, this is not obvious. This feels like a minus world type thing. Random vase, go in the other way. Okay. You don't think it was intended to be a Mario game? Well, I think it became one. You know, a lot of things aren't intended to be a lot of things. You know, like Star Fox Adventures was not intended to be a Star Fox game. I think it's, we go to 4-2, right? So we need to just finish this level. Star Fox was not intended to be a Star Fox game, you know? It's like, a lot of things change in development. The weird thing is, this was released as not a Mario game in another region. And to be fair, like, that game that it was released in wasn't really much of a... I'm just gonna... I don't want to lose based on lives. We're, like, what, 8 hours into the stream? I hope you'll excuse me a little bit of rewinding. I am tired. How come my hover didn't work there? Let me see. I thought I did a... I'm not sure how that works. What? This is... You know, I don't think I ever played this far into the game as a kid. I don't know that I ever saw that rocket gimmick. That's something. Also, that boss fight was something. What the hell was that? Shy Guy on a camcorder plane? Try out Mario. Oh, this is, these aren't boss... You never made it past... Yeah, how does this work if I save and continue? Let's just save and continue and see what happens. Do you start the level over? I think this is the level that we were on, so... You know, I guess that's fine. It's not so bad. I don't need to rewind to undo that, honestly. Let's just stay the course. Yeah, I never made it that far either, honestly. Same story, just like... I found it to be very fiddly and just didn't understand what was going on. Probably that one too, where you had to, like, do a carpet ride. Probably me as a kid was just like, what? I don't know, what do I need to do? I don't get it. And just, you know, moved on with my life. It's interesting now to play this game, albeit in a, you know, I'm not gonna 100%... Let's just go back to here when I had 2 hearts. It feels good, you know, when I'm jumping here, it feels right. I like the way that it handles. I say that, I was on ice. It's hard to... I'll just back up until here. I said I would try not to rewind sparingly, but... It's late. You know, I recently went through the older stream, right? The last July 4th stream. Went through it and just, like, looked through it and went like, okay, I was rewinding a lot in some of these games. And, was kind of thinking to myself, I probably shouldn't do that. And now that I'm here, it's like, well, after you've been streaming for, like, 8 hours... Yeah, just over 8 hours. You're tired. You've been dealing with technical issues. I'm just gonna restart this room. You know, you start making, like, little rulings for yourself, like, okay, it's okay if I just go back to a checkpoint. Or what would be a checkpoint. Just what should be a checkpoint, you know? Let's just carry on and see if we can manage. Oh, you know what? I didn't check. Where's the warp here? Where's the warp here? This is 4-2. This is it. You will have to brave the backs of whales. Towards the end of the section, lone jar on an island. You will have to grab a potion from the high rocks and make your way to the whales before the platform and safely to the island. Set the potion down and hop into jar to World 6. Okay. Really, if I want to be fair, I should just set a save state, like at the start of a level or something. Or, you know, start of every room, and go from there rather than, like, doing it all loosey-goosey. Like to have full health if possible at the start of every room, but, what are you gonna do? Backs of whales, here we go. Save states from other times I played this, this thing. Just gonna overwrite a random one. I was hitting Y to, like, do a run, and that got eaten by the thing. Now, I got the... Okay. Also, it seems like you can stand on the water sometimes. Here'd be the lone, jar. Here's the door. Down into the jar. Okay. We've done the warps. Now, there's how many levels in this? How many worlds in this? I think there's 7. So we gotta get through 2 worlds just, legitimately. I say legitimately. In fact, let me just, I'll just create a save state whenever I want. I mean, this is the advantage of... This is the advantage of the, Nintendo Classics version. You can rewind, and that makes it, you know... This game is a lot harder, perhaps, than... say, the other games we played tonight, let's say, for example. Honestly. And with this, you can, you know, defray that difficulty a little bit. And if anything's ever, like, goofy and weird... I mean, I'll say, like, playing it this way, I am probably legitimately enjoying it more than I did as a kid. For real, this is really helping me with this game and how I feel about it. Case in point, how was I to know that there was a snake in that jar? And if I pulled up the thing, I would die. How come that one didn't? Oh, I was holding down to pull. Do I just have to guess the jar? Do all these jars have things in them, or just, like, some of them? I got a shell. Ugh. Well, I guess if you're holding something, you can't go into a jar. Also, if you're not, like, properly lined up. If anyone wants to give me a tip, which shell is it? Which vase is it? Oh, right, you can dig through sand. I mean, I do think that this gimmick here with the sand layers is really cool. You know, this is very much like a classic type thing that you get in, you know, other games, you know, like a Dig Dug or something, right? I think this game has some cool stuff. I also just, I don't know, never clicked with it. Is my opinion of it changing tonight? I don't know. I'd rather play... This game definitely, like, leans a little bit more into, like, puzzle platforming than your typical Mario game. I know, you know, like has been said, like, yeah, no, this wasn't originally set out to be a Mario game. But it also wasn't supposed to be anything in America, and it was, you know... I do think it's good enough to justify, like, an American release, right? You know, and, they weren't going to release it as basically a... You know, like, I believe the original game that it was basically like a pack-in thing to promote a local, athletic event, which, you know, even now is not relevant in Japan, you know? It's not like Japan, they go like, oh, you know, Doki Doki Panic, let's go. It's like, oh, that event that happened in the 80s? Like, yeah, that, was a thing, I guess, back then. It was like a promotional stunt, like, you know... This is basically... The original one was basically the equivalent of, like, a Mario and Sonic go to the Olympics. You know, but for, like, local sports thing, rather than the Olympics. That is to say, like, you know, even in Japan, they needed to make a new version of it eventually, like, once that, that shit was no longer relevant. And they released Super Mario Bros. USA, which is basically just, you know, a re-release of this, but instead of being Doki Doki, it was instead something, you know, it was this. There were also notable changes that they made for this version, which I do not know of off the top of my head. I just know that, like, yeah, no, they had to do a bunch of stuff. Where the hell is the thing? Oh, maybe it's under here. There's a Phanto. That's a really good sign. They had to make a bunch of changes to make this version of it. And, as a result, like, when they made it in Japanese again, you know, they made Super Mario Brothers... We spent way too long to be killed by Phanto. How does a bullet at a height above our heads hit us? That's bullshit. I'm not eating that. When are you gonna egg me? Oh, the mushrooms. I kind of thought it would drop, but okay. How does ducking under a... Ducking should... Look at that. That's like at a height you should be able to duck at. I'm small. How does ducking not work? Ducking should work, ducking should work. Okay, whatever, I'll take it. This is fine, I'm tired. I don't have time to deal with a life space system right now. Certainly as a kid, this would have stumped me, this would have stymied me. And, you know, I don't blame myself. You know, I don't know how far I got. I don't know I even have that, those saves, like, still available. I wonder if you could, like, resume from World, 5, play through World 5 and get the Warp Zone from there. It'd be about the same length as World 7, I guess, so, you know, or World 6, so you might as well just do World 6. I forget how All-Stars works as far as that goes. Like, once you get to a world, can you warp back to any world that's before it? Oh boy, that was a fast one. I'm actually really happy. Oh my god. Like, that one was so short, I didn't have time to complain about it. That looked like I should have been able to duck under it. That's how platformers work. You can duck under things. Okay. One more hit, and that's fine. Okay. I shouldn't be congratulating myself for just save stating my way through, but whatever, that's fine. Wah, wah. Oof. Final level. Hoping for a nice short one. I would like if the last world was short as well. Just like one level in World 7 would be nice. This game aesthetically is very nice, this version of it. Wait, do Porkies, like, walk through solid objects? Like, hang on. That Pokey walks through the cactus. Hey, what the hell? Okay, let me go through a door and get a power-up. That wasn't a power-up. We'll just let that one go through. We'll become big again, and that'll be good. We have plenty of extra lives. We can afford it. I should worry if and when my lives are low. Oh, what the? That's horseshit. I can't fit through a one-block thing, but that mother... Even small Peach is 2 blocks tall? That's such bullshit. Like, one of the few things that's good about being small in these games is you can get through 1-block tiles. You're telling me that's not a thing in this game? Watch, it's not gonna hit the thing at all. Oh, good, it did. That's a surprise. What is this art style? It's the new, it's the All-Stars version. Let me try that again. I don't know, man. I just want to put it in front of me. And not... If you throw it, it bounces off the wall, and then it's half the time not able to hit the wall. And if you just try to toss it down, it just doesn't fucking work. I think there's a lot of things that are ass in this that I don't know. I'm sure it's the kind of thing like in the NES era, you'd get used to it, and you'd, you know, after 10 or so hours, you would master it, and then you'd be able to just, you know, take it to the bank. But I never had that patience as a kid. And, like, at the end of a... These vines are not great. At the end of a... I mean, I guess they're more... I have less patience now. Also, I'm pretty sure, like, I might have not realized that the run button thing works in this game, too. I don't know that I've... Because the way the grab works, the run... Holding down run feels really strange. And yet, it does speed you up to a significant degree. I mean, that said, does that help? I don't know if running actually helps in this game. Because you have to land on enemies. Oh, we've been going so long. We've been going so long, let me just... Ugh. I'll say... I don't want to go under that guy. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. How come you can't... Can you not jump off vines in this game? Maybe that's it. Maybe you can't jump off vines in this game. You can only, like, fall off them? That... is a notable downgrade from Mario 1. I mean, I guess it's worth saying again. This was not originally intended to be a Mario 1 game, and discrepancies in the playstyle is, like, should be expected. But also, it was released as a Mario game, so they probably should have, like, sorted that out and, like, you know, made some adjustments. Just some slight adjustments. Just the slightest adjustments, like, yeah, you can jump off a vine, whatever, why not? Is it really a big deal to... Is that a big deal? It's probably not a big deal. Jumping off a vine versus not jumping off a vine. Like, why not? I'm just gonna undo that. I don't like that this game doesn't let you duck under projectiles. Like, that's... Is this like, this is 6-3, this is the... Just let's die and then get full health and, that'll be good. We have plenty of, a business. I mean, that's a fun boss. That's a good boss. There's some good gameplay around this, you know? I think it's a... You know, about what you can expect from an NES game, you know? You grab stuff and you throw stuff and it's alright. It just doesn't click with me as much as, the other games. No. I just struggle with it. You know, it's fine if you can just rewind and be merry. How is that... Okay. I'm not sure how that was a good thing, but hey! 7-1. Is this the last world? Tell me this is the last world. I think... no matter how many worlds are left, we will do them. Appears to be the heavens. This is a good one to end on. And also, just like, literally the last possible game that I need to do. What the hell? Why is there a subspace door? Do I need to grab this? I don't think so. That doesn't seem right. Let me rewind. Oh, you know what? I probably need to... I kill that guy with that guy. Hmm? And then... I don't understand what the fuck with that room. What? 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 Huh? Well, maybe you can hold... Okay, I killed all those guys. Oh... I gotta stopwatch. Hey, where the hell do you go in this level? Maybe go through the door? And then through the... into... pick up this? This, you know, I'll say, like, one of the things I never cared for as a kid was definitely cases where I look around and go, where the fuck am I going? I mean, you know, obviously I was, like, I've often said of, like, even N64 era games, right? Like, you know, there was a good amount of just buy the strategy guide thinking at the time, right? Like, oh, you want to know where to go in Banjo-Tooie? Buy the fucking strategy guide then, dipshit. You know? That sort of, design was abound at that time. Oops. You know, they made it hard, but I feel like even harder than that was, NES games, you know? They made it really hard, you know? How would I guess left? I don't know. And if you don't know, you don't know. You know, I know the Banjo games, Banjo-Kazooie 2E, all of them, like the back of my hand at this point, so I never get lost. Mostly. But, like, game like this, nah, just don't know where I'm going, and that just, can totally be trouble. While you're holding onto a guy, can you run? Yes, if you hold down the button while you're grabbing him. Damn it. What the fuck? This fucking guy. He unspooled while I was throwing him. And, like, arrested his momentum. I don't care for that. What the fuck? Why do you go around a ladder? That's not... I mean, I don't know. You can do what you want, enemy. I don't have to like it. And I don't. I don't like these ladders. They're just crap vines. Looks like you get dismounted, like going from one ladder to the other. So, like, while you're in the middle of ladders, you are falling. It's not like vines grouped together in Mario Maker or something. It's like, no, these are separate ladders, and you will start falling if you dismount from one. Don't care for that. I killed Birdo. And he killed me. She killed... Not sure in this game, like, what the... Is Birdo a race or a character? I'm not clear if in this game, you know, like, the green Birdo, like, what's the deal there? She killed me, you know. How many levels are there left? Probably like 2. Okay. We got this. This has been going pretty well. I mean, I've been rewinding a good deal. Honestly, but... feel like mostly I've been clean for a bit. Let's finish this. These are crap vines. Whatever. Okay, let's just go to... Keep going, right to here. Okay. There we go. That's better. Okay. How come there's fewer guys now? I'm so confused. I did some nonsense, made it easier for myself, and it became easier for no reason. Don't understand. It's fine. I'll live with it. I can't... I didn't jump high enough to get over that guy. Despite looking like... It's like you don't quite jump high enough to clear an enemy, I guess, if they're at the basically the same height as your legs. Maybe it'd be better if I was playing as Luigi. But then that'd be worse in other ways. I don't like the way the scrolling happens, and you sort of lose control for a second. Just not a fan of that. I mean, I'm sure that's just a hardware limitation that they had. Wait a minute. What? You can duck under these guys. Okay, that's good to know. Why is a Birdo here and there's no boss music? Okay. Can I duck under these guys? Yes. I'll probably have to get the key from the Birdo. Feels... What? What was that? Why did I die? I was on top of it. More or less. When it hits a wall, does it, like, lose its, you're able to walk on it hitbox? Okay, there we go. That's what we need to do. We need to react within the first half seconds with perfect accuracy to just, like, make 2 perfect jumps. The bird head was an enemy. Great. That's... I feel like I've heard about that somewhere, but I did not, react properly. I did not, I was not prepared to fight it. I didn't know what level it would be on. Or, you know, that it was a real thing. Is this the finale? Is this it? Is this Wart? Hey, it's Wart! I think we did it. get a restart. Get our Peach back. Let's do it. How are you supposed to know which one it's gonna come out of? Are you supposed to be under it so you can grab it like... Oh. Am I looking to feed him? Start from here. We don't need to, like, run a distance to get there. What is this vegetable machine? Okay, yeah, we feed him. I think we got this, folks. Tell you what. I'll do this in one. If I die, I'll restart from the... Asshole. From the checkpoint. I feel like this is pretty doable, though. Save before getting hit. I said I would go back. This is it. Okay, let's start it. Let me just start that over again. Kind of the same attack pattern over and over again. And then, kind of an annoying hitbox to get in on. Man, Toad would be useless here because his only thing is, like, he picks fruit really fast. Maybe, does he have, like, run speed stuff as well? I don't know, but, seems questionable to me. Okay. How many hits is it? You know, let's... I'm not sure if... Peach has the best ability to, like, stay in the same elevation for long periods of time. It's still gonna be Peach. Does anyone have more health? That would be a, I'd go for that, honestly. Dance with the one that brought you. Let me... I'll... restart that. I don't want to lose a health on the first hit. Okay, you can't just... You gotta wait until there's no balls coming out of his mouth. No bubbles. Can you just do it while... Hang on. Can you just do it while he's, No, his mouth has to be open. Confirmed. Okay, that's one. We got one that time. The first run was the best run. Okay, one. We want to be on the floor. We don't want to be... We want to be on the floor here. We don't want to be one level of elevation up, because that means that the balls will hit us faster. And also, you know, we'll have to deal with the potential of an elevation change. Maybe being short will allow us to just toss it in the gullet, even if he's got balls coming out. There's a way to get health back during this, I would love to know. I mean, I could just cheese it, you know, use the save states to the fullest extent. But try to beat it in a legitimate manner. You can hit his tummy. If we can hit his tummy, doesn't matter if he's... Oh, we were small for a while there. Okay. This is probably at the start. That's the start. I feel like maybe we can just start identifying like, oh, I'm big, that's the start. And, you know, slowly accumulate, some big mode damage. And then try to finish it once we get small, but, you know, if that doesn't work out, we'll just return to the last time we were big. Case in point, right here. That's fine. Okay. Let's go for it. All right. Whoa! Oh! Ah. I think that does it. You uncork this, apparently. What the who the fuck are they? What the fuck is this? Who are you? Little angelic children, flies, what? Who are they? Okay, that's Mario Brothers 2. I got pretty frustrated and just started, you know, rewinding a bit, but that's fine. Not like I haven't done that through the rest of the some of the previous games through the last 2 years. The important thing is that we beat it, no matter how we did. It's done. Let me, go back to this view, and then let me make myself big. There's some characters there that you might know, like Mario, Luigi, Princess, and Toad. Shy Guy. I'll move the fuck back. Apparently there's a whole character role that they're trying to do. Very cool game. It is 11 p.m. just about. We started at 2, so that means this has taken around 9 hours. There was probably like a half-hour lost there for like technical reasons and breaks. I don't, yeah, you know, my GameCube appears to be busted. That's fun. We beat it. Let's get out of here. Well, that was fun. We have now, for the last 3 years, finally beaten every 2D Mario of note, plus a few extra that were either Yoshi games or, you know, not quite Mario games, like, throwing Melee on there. I probably should have not have done that. It probably just should have been 4 games, and we could have ended on this one, and that'd be, just fine, but it's more fun with more games, I guess. I still can't believe my GameCube died. That's, really, really bums me out. I've had that thing for ages, and I guess, you know, obviously that, is what it is. We have finished, you know, throughout the years. Let's just look back real quickly. Real quick, like, let's look back on, My phone is nearly dead, actually. Oops. It has not been charging this whole stream. That's not ideal. I keep on unplugging it to plug that into other things. The charger cable that usually goes to the phone. 2 years ago, July 4th, the 4th of July, I played through, let's see, 8 games over the course of one stream. And, you know, started off with Lost Levels, which is probably the worst of them. Then on to Mario Bros. 3, one of the best. New 2, which is just a little bit dull. Super Mario Bros., which is dated, but still, you know, an achievement for its time and worth lauding for many reasons. Luigi U Deluxe, which is a fantastic one with shorter levels, which I think is just really cool, and it's a shame that we never got another game that was quite like that, honestly. Like, it's a really good way to do that as a change of pace. Though, just as a change of pace, not as anything particularly impressive. After that was Super Mario World, which, you know, gold standard there, basically. Super Mario Land, which I really didn't like, and I really struggled with, more than with this game, to be clear. Like, Mario Land was like the biggest struggle that I ever did in this series. Then New Super Mario Bros., which honestly was also kind of a struggle. I was really struggling with the last world, with the difficulty of it and the physics of the game. But, you know, eventually, during that stream, we did 8 games. Then a year later, we came back and did, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which was like, yeah, half that stream. And then after that, did Land 2, New You, and Yoshi's Story, which I threw on there as a, you know, an additional one to do. Those 4 are all, you know, Wonder is phenomenal. Wonder is, like, maybe the best one, honestly. There's Land 2, which I think is a lot better than Land 1, a lot more solid, and just a respectably good platformer. New You is I think it's a game without ambition, but I think it is a game with fantastic fundamentals, you know? It feels good, it plays good, it has some solid-ass level design. I cannot fault New You at all. Yoshi's Story, I like a lot. I have a soft spot for Yoshi's Story, let it be known. And then today, for the final one, I did, we started out with Yoshi's Island, which was honestly a lot of fun to play that way, without caring about collectibles and stuff. I've never played it that way, and, you know, I kind of regret never playing it that way, because that was kind of fun. That was kind of good. Maybe I'll go back in there on my own time and actually get the collectibles and crap, you know, now that this stream is done, but maybe. We'll see. After that was, Real Game, New Super Mario Bros. Wii, which I don't think is as, like, good as you, but is still pretty solid. I think they fixed the physics following, New Super Mario Bros. DS, and The only thing I'll say is that it's probably the start of like generic new Super Mario Brothers as a style, as like a totally genericized thing, right? Like I think the DS one has a little bit more personality than the Wii one, but maybe that's just also because the Wii one sort of became the template for every game that came after it. I don't know. It's a fine game. Then we did Run, which I think is underrated. Then we did Melee, which, I'll say I had some difficulties there, technical issues mostly. But, hey, we got through it. I think that adventure mode really isn't very good at all, honestly. Like, oh man, like, the level design there, you can hardly call it level design, and then, that's like 2% of it. Every subsequent attempt at a story-based adventure mode has been better than the original adventure mode, unfortunately. Maybe we'll see those other ones at some point, the one on the Wii and the Subspace Emissary sometime. That might be fun as a different thing that's not this thing, not this series. And finally, after all that, we did New Super Mario Brothers, or Mario Brothers 2, which I'll say I'm not really turned a fence on. I don't really like how confusing it is. I find it very confusing of a game, and games that confuse me tend to make me just get disinterested, disengage, just want to stop. Or at the very least, just make me say, like, just tell me where to go. Make it obvious, I don't know. Maybe a lot of that was being, like, 9 hours into a stream, and honestly, yeah, that's a part of it, probably, but I don't know. It was what it was, and I think that was a great way to end the whole thing. We started with the original Super Mario Bros. 2 Japan style, and we ended with the Mario Bros. 2 US style 2 years later. That is, I think, appropriate. And that has been a hell of a ongoing thing. Next year we'll either do nothing or something different entirely. Honestly, I'm beginning to feel like maybe we don't need to do a July 4th stream. Maybe instead I could go hang out with family, Maybe instead I could go like socialize or something. Have a hot dog on a grill or something, Have some burgers, something of that nature. Anyway, I want to thank y'all for coming by and hanging out as I finished these last 5 games. Here's the schedule for the time being. So, next Tuesday will be a random Outland revisit. Outland is an Xbox Live Arcade Housemarque game. I believe that's the same people who did Returnal, right? Right, yeah? From like around the 2010 or so. And I'm curious if it holds up. I'm gonna revisit it on Tuesday, and y'all are welcome to check it out as well. And after that, there's gonna be nothing the following week, I'll say. I'm gonna be on vacation, so the next Tuesday will be nothing. Week after that, Super Banjo-Tooie, which will be Banjo-Tooie with the Super Banjo cheat code enabled, which doubles our run speed, if you're wondering. So that'll be a fun way to play through Tooie, and it'll probably take about 3 streams, I'm reckoning. Fridays, around 6 p.m. Central is usually when viewer levels is, but next week it'll be on Thursday, on account of I got a flight on next Saturday, so I want to be free on Friday. And also, they're doing like some sort of Mario Maker 2 at SGDQ on Friday, so I'm probably going to be watching that while I pack, so, y'all should watch that as well. That is my recommendation. I'll be on vacation the week after next, but I'll try to stream Bonanza anyway. From there, we'll see what happens. Also, there'll probably be some streams like when I get home. We'll see what happens. Here's like a full schedule of the next 2 months, if you're wondering. Look at that, 3 Banjo streams before Epic Universe. Probably another Galaxy 1 and 2 stream, if that works out. And yeah, I'm gonna try to do Bonanza from New Jersey, as the case may be. Oops, I forgot to put an X over yesterday, and saving a new version of this calendar. That happens, don't worry about it, it's not important. Anyway, folks, that is going to do it. Thank y'all for coming by. Hope you enjoyed this whole proceeding, this whole everything. I'm sorry for the technical issues again. I really should have like more thoroughly tested before. Let me send you over to Team Kayla, who is playing Gears of War Judgment with her brother Dan Reichert. I love Dan Reichert. I love Team Kayla. They're both two excellent streamers that I watch a bunch, and I'm gonna send you over there. Let's go. Let's do it. I'm gonna send you over to Team Kayla specifically, but Dan Reichert's also streaming. They're probably like sharing a chat or something, so it's all good. Give them both my love, and honestly, I'm gonna watch as well. So that's fun. That's cool. That's perfect. I didn't know they were doing a stream. It is Friday. It is Friday. That makes sense. They do streams on Fridays. Dan does sometimes. I'll see ya on Tuesday for Outland, and then for viewer levels on Thursday, and then Vacation will sort of make a mess of everything, but I'll try to do Bonanza from the road, from the beach, from the Jersey Shore. Y'all, take it easy, and, you know, have a good one. I will see y'all on Tuesday at the normal time. Bye, folks.